Good morning and welcome to Traders Corner Prop Trading Special Event. My name is Anthony Chapman and it's a privilege to be your host today. Thank you for joining us. In today's summit, we are going to focus on some of the most powerful tools and trainings available for prop trading success. Prop trading has become incredibly popular, providing traders with the ability to realize incredible profits without risking any of our own money. So the rules have changed a bit. On our panel today, we have handpicked 7 prop trading experts to join us. They have agreed to share the most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us in a free online educational forum. Today's show is packed with great information and discounted special offers, so let's get started. Our first presenter is an expert at trading news reports. He actually got started studying music at the Berklee College of Music and the Boston Conservatory. He began trading stocks in 2001, and learned the art of futures trading. He has been trading for over 20 years and is now considered an expert teacher and trader of the news. Here to explain the on-demand 3-day challenge for just $7 is Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-minute trades. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Leigh.
Hey, Anthony, thank you very much for the nice words and the great introduction. And I
You're
want to
most
thank
welcome.
everybody for being here. I always like going first because then I can get the rest of my Saturday to go back to taking the weekend. So thanks everybody for listening in. And it's amazing how trading has changed. Nobody wants to trade their own money anymore. That's the truth. Everybody wants everything for nothing. That's the world we live in today. And prop trading, it's another carrot, it's another stick, but it's a really fascinating new way for people to trade starting with no risk. It's amazing. When I first started out, you blew up an account because you didn't know what you were doing and you were learning using real money, not even realizing what simulated trading was. But now you can learn everything and not risk your own money. And also, the hope and the dream of actually succeeding well enough to trade someone else's money is so attractive that there are so many users being pulled into this new methodology that they have to constantly update the data feeds just so it can handle all the users. So it used to be that you couldn't trade the news with prop trading. So let me just go through the usual risk disclosure. Please remember that I am not a financial advisor, that everything that I'm going to discuss today is for educational purposes, and you should never trade money you cannot afford to lose. Don't trade your rent, okay? But I'm also here because this is a great time, a fantastic time to be a news trader. They actually started last week. We took our first couple of earnings trades, but they're really starting in earnest this coming week. And we've devised a method to trade futures on selected stock earnings. So just to be straight and just to be fully transparent, we trade futures using the NinjaTrader platform, and our software is proprietary and it installs inside the NinjaTrader platform. And you can be a prop trader and use our software. All of the companies for prop trading have different rules. It's very important that you make sure you understand their rules so you choose the right company for the type of style of trading that you want to do. But it's really fascinating because when all of this first started getting popular, they would not let you trade news. Now you can. So we're here, we're doing it, and we're a little bit newer to prop trading than some of the other presenters here. But every day is a learning experience, and it's so important when you think about trading to keep an open mind about everything you do. It's never, never, and it's never always. Those are words we never use. The market never does things always. Keep that in mind, and that will help you become a more successful trader. But I love earnings. It's the most fun news to trade. And this week, the big one is Netflix, but it's the secret ones, the ones that we discovered over years of doing this. We never realized that we could trade some of these, not that they're small companies, but they're under the radar companies. Whoever dreamed that we would be able to trade earnings on United Health? And it would be a family money trade. And I'll talk about family money trades in a minute. But earnings are here. This is an awesome time to be a member of 10-minute trades. And we have a fantastic way that you could learn all about being a member and all about what appointment-based trading is. And that's what I'm offering today. It's going to be our 3-day on-demand challenge. And you can take this challenge and learn all about our style of trading. If you click the link, I posted it for everybody. Um, we're just charging $7 so that you can learn all the ins and outs of appointment-based trading. And we always love to have specials for Traders Corner because Traders Corner is always nice enough to invite us. Every month they ask us to come here. We love doing it. So we've got Netflix this week, and then very shortly after that, we're going to have Apple and Meta. I don't know if I can ever call them Meta. To me, they'll always be Facebook. Intel and Tesla and Amazon. So many good earnings trades coming up. But the key is we have 4 elements that make up our system. I'm going to go over briefly what it is that we do so that you can understand. Everybody used to say, oh, don't trade the news. You can't trade the news. You'll get killed if you trade the news. Well, that's a lot of malarkey. It's just not true. You have to know how to trade the news. It's just like any other system that you're going to trade. You wouldn't get in a four-wheeler, having never driven anything before, and just start driving, in a very complicated mountainous area, because you'd get hurt. And the same thing is true of trading, and the same thing is true of anything that you do in life. If you do it the right way, you reduce your risk and you open yourself up to good outcomes. We have 4 elements that make up news trading and trading the way that we trade. We have a system, okay? We don't just randomly jump into the market and say, hey, there's earnings, let's trade them. Throw an order on the chart. You have to have a system. Our system is made up of the WMM, which is the weekly market mover. That's our weekly schedule. Then we have daily market movers. We call them the DMMs. They are our trade reports, and they explain how we're going to trade certain events. And then, of course, one of the keys to everything we do is coming into our trade room. Trade room access is very important. So any membership that we offer, the trade room is almost always included because we do a lot of teaching in the trade room. We show you how to do everything in the trade room. And then, of course, we have spent years and years developing our software. We just released a new version, JOBB version 11. We used to call ourselves JOBB. The gentleman who started this company, his name is Jay Offner, J-O, and Bracket Breakout was what he called the company, and that's how we got the moniker JOBB. We're up to version 11 of the software, and we also have a new magnet trade strategy. I think it's going to change the company. Nobody realizes yet how powerful this strategy is going to be. We just literally released all of JOBB version 11 with the magnet software about 8 days ago, and we're really excited about it. The WMM, the first element in our system, is the weekly schedule. It just shows everybody what we're going to do this week. It shows when we're going to trade. In other words, I'm trading on a schedule. I don't have to sit and watch the charts all day long for anything that we do. Even our magnet trade, which is a discretionary system, there are better times to use the software. There are times that will give you better outcomes than other times. So that's the key to what we do. Our weekly market mover is a schedule of the events that we feel are going to move the markets the most. in the coming week. And what's even more important, if you see next to the event, family money, family money, family money, those are special best of the best reports that over time have shown that they are consistently returning successful outcomes on those events. Many of the events that we trade are monthly, some of the events are weekly, and then earnings and other events are quarterly. And that's how we trade. We schedule these events. You can see by looking at our weekly market mover, it shows when our trade room opens, okay? By the word, obviously, room opens. You could see that our first trade in the trade room is going to be 7 a.m. Monday morning Eastern time. And then we'll be back in the room at 11:30. And it lists the event we're trading. It shows the instrument we're trading, what we think the risk is on a scale of 1 to 4, and whether or not that particular event has a DMM. So what the heck is a DMM? And we also are streaming more and more on YouTube. So if we have a YouTube icon on our schedule, that's an event that we are going to stream on YouTube. One thing I would say about watching on YouTube, keep in mind that there is latency. Now, especially for news trading, you don't want latency. And we do everything in our power to reduce all the latency, all the resources. We want speed. We want things working at the best of the best speed. Latency is not a good thing. So we recommend that people watch us on YouTube, but I would not necessarily trade because you might be behind where we are. So coming into the trade room is much more valuable. But obviously, we love YouTube. It's a great way to meet people and interact with people. And we've decided that we're going to do a lot more streaming on YouTube. So what is the DMM? The WMM is the weekly schedule. Then the DMM is some of the best events that we have. We do analysis, and we have a mini journal about the trade. This is a specific trade or group of trades that we're going to deal with on a specific day. So if there is an event and it has a daily trade report, we send those daily trade reports to our members almost always the day before the trade so they can prepare for that event. The DMM has a little bit of a journal. You can see in here the last 7 reports and what happened on them. There's some history about the report. This was actually Friday's DMM for the WASD report. Most people don't even know what a WASD report is. It's a grain report. Almost all the members in our trade room made money trading with us on Friday. It was a successful trade. And that's what the DMM is. It is a recommendation of a possible way to trade a news event. And it has history of how that event has been trading. And we teach our members every day there's an event. We go in our trade room and we show you how to use this document, this report, and enter it into our software. That's element number 3. Our JOBB software suite. It's a custom strategy. It's an add-on to NinjaTrader. We have many trade setups in our software. Keep in mind, news trading can be fast. The markets can be volatile before the news. Think about what the market was like just a couple of days ago when everyone was getting ready to trade the CPI. The market can really move. You know, one of the instruments that we trade on the CPI report is the YM. The YM can move over 100 ticks on that report. So what our software does is it automates the entries. So right before you get ready to trade on some of our reports, what we do is we bracket the report. And let me show you quickly what I'm talking about. So in other words, what we do is we put price above and below the market. And then when the news comes out, the price explodes very often one way or the other, and that is what pulls us into the market. That's just one of our setups. So let me actually show you a trade. Let me just grab one. So here, for instance, and since it's earnings season, I happen to have an Apple earnings trade. So what's going to happen is there's our bracket. The orange arrow is the current price. We have a bracket, X amount of ticks on Apple. We're trading the NQ. All right. Remember what I said. We're trading futures on earnings, and we're watching Apple stock in our Thinkorswim account. We want to see what Apple stock does when the earnings come out. There's our bracket. The earnings came out. In this particular trade, the price shot up, it pulled back down, and it was only a $185 trade. You could see it hit my first target, pulled back down. So not every trade is a $2,000 or $3,000 winner, but the key is what happened before that trade. And let me show you another one. I'll show you a doozy, all right, because we love the doozies. Everybody loves these big trades. And this is a members trade. This is not even mine. One of our members in the room sent me his video of an Amazon trade. You could see that his software, our software that he's using, put the brackets on the chart. And he was trading, again, the NQ on Amazon earnings, waiting for the earnings to come out. The earnings are going to cause the price to burst. That is a very quick trade, easily over $1,000 in profit. I think he made 3,000 on that trade. No, he made about 2,000, because if you look, he was negative $819 before the trade. When it was over, he was up 1,100. So that's almost a $2,000 trade on Amazon earnings. Now, keep in mind that one person's results are not everybody's results. You got to practice. You want to learn how to do this. But when we can show you dozens and dozens and dozens of member screenshots, member videos, this is possible to learn. We have beginners that join our system. We have advanced traders that join our system. And it's like I said, we have a system. We have those elements, the weekly schedule, the daily trade report, trade room access, and then our software. Our software allows us to automate those entries, right? Because the market can be fast. So let me show you another one, because I'm going to show you a whole bunch of trades today, because the truth is in the way we trade. All week long, we spend our time in the trade room. And to give you an example, the WMM that I just showed you, this one here, is next week. So this is a really, really interesting week. I'm excited for next week. We've got Goldman Sachs earnings at 7 in the morning. Unknown what's going to happen with Goldman Sachs. Whoops, let me fix that and get that shown back on here. Goldman Sachs earnings, they don't release their earnings always on time. So companies that are tricky in how they release their earnings, they make it a little bit trickier for us to trade them. So it's not a family money trade. Then we have a report at 11:30 called the Notebook Crush Report. Nobody even knows what that report is. For us, it's a family money trade. United Health, I mentioned United Health before. Their earnings are due out on Tuesday. That's a family money trade. It's a family money trade because quarter after quarter, United Health has been profitable. You know, every now and then there is, on a trade that's a family money trade, every single quarter is not going to be a winner, but 3 out of 4 quarters probably would be, or we would not call it a family money trade. So look, here's a video of a fairly recent United Health earnings trade. So the way it works, folks, is we go into the trade room and then we can enter items into our software with earnings, with some of the earnings like United Health. We create a range using time. And then we break out of that range, and that's what brings us into the market. And I will answer every single question that I see in the chat box, but I'll wait till the end of the presentation. So United Health, this is one of the reasons we were interested in trading them. One of our members actually told me about United Health, and he sent me this screenshot of the way United Health moved the market. He said, hey, I think we should check out United Health and come up with a setup. So that's what we did. We generated a setup in our software. And it turns out that United Health is reliable. They release their earnings almost always. Remember, I'm never going to use the word always, but almost always the same time every quarter. That means we can set up a great setup in our software because they're reliable about when they release their earnings. That means we can set up a reliable trade. So United Health, and I can't wait to trade them because they really are a good company to trade. We also use the website earningswhispers.com to help us find the earnings trades. And we teach our members all of these tools. The idea is, what are these tools and how can we make you aware of them? So United Health had this great move. And I hope I can show it to you. Let's see what we got going here. If you see, this was their move. Just looking at the futures, it burst the futures up and created a winning tradable move on the futures that day. That's actually the move of United Health. Let me get it back to the beginning, show you the actual trade. They released their earnings 5:55 in the morning. So we'll be in our trade room at 5:30 that morning. If United Health released their earnings at 2 in the morning, and it was reliable, it was always 2 in the morning, I would get up because I'm on East Coast time, and I would be in our trade room at 2 in the morning to trade their earnings. So our software creates a range. Now, understand something. Think about all the different types of trading that you do. Isn't really every single trade exactly the same thing? Isn't every trade just a breakout or a breakdown from a level that you're at the current moment? Of course it is. It's just you've got your current price and then you have a change in that price up or down. And for this type of trading, that's what creates profit or loss. Every trade is a breakout. So every trade can create a bracket. Just there are different methodologies for creating the brackets, and some of them work better than others. In United Health's case, we create a range using time, and our software shows you the range with these simple little lines, and then it shows you where the orders are going to be when the range is done calculating. Then we just wait for the earnings to come out. The earnings come out, it shoots up, pulls me into the market, hits my first target. I move my stop to safety, bring down my second target, boom, I'm out of the trade. 15 second trade, $150 profit in a second, 15 seconds. That was United Health. What if you traded 10 contracts with United Health? That could be $1,000 profit. It's a very low risk trade also. We only have a 20 tick stop. The YM is $5 a tick. I love the earnings trades. All of our trades are breakout trades. Job reports, they are breakout trades. We had a phenomenal jobs report last week. Let me show you. The market sometimes gives gifts. So here's the deal. We looked at our trade report for the jobs report, and we noticed our DMM, it had 6 winning gold trades in a row. Look, January, February, March, April, May, and June were all winning trades, not fake, live money. If you traded this setup, it was a winner. And I had been trading bonds on the jobs report because, frankly, gold can be volatile, it can be whippy. The average trader probably should be experienced to trade gold on the jobs report. But I tell you something, I had spent the whole night before the jobs report thinking about I wasn't happy the way bonds were trading, and it was time to go back to gold. I've traded gold many, many times. We've been trading NFP, the US jobs report. I've been with 10-minute trades for almost 7.5 years. Since the day I got here, we've been trading the jobs report. So I made the decision, let's trade it with gold. That's what I'm recommending. I wasn't really liking the way bonds were trading. Watch what happened. This was an amazing trade. One of our best trades of the year. Watch the software. Our beautiful software puts those great brackets on the chart. The news comes out, the market explodes. I mean, explodes to the downside. The trade is over within a second, and we had a profit of $2,250. Look at the move. Look at that move. Gold is $10 a tick, and we made over 100 ticks on each contract. And I see there's some members here. One of our members is here, Dutchy, who sent me his screenshot. He had a $4,000 profit on that same trade, trading a couple more contracts than I was trading. 4,000 bucks. That was our trade of the week. We made a video that we sent to all of our members, and it was just a phenomenal trade. But this is what we want to teach you how to do. And our software helps you to do this in the safest possible way. We would never lie and say, look, trading is 100% safe. But you want to do everything that you can to make trading as safe as possible. Sometimes the brokers raise margins on trades because they expect volatile situations. So we let you know that that's the situation. And with our software, there are methods you can use to trade with lower risk. Our software is a super ATM. If you are familiar, when you trade using various platforms, you often have to learn a programming language, not the most complicated, but not always simplistic. And you have to tell the platform how to move your stops, what your targets are going to be. But our software, you can just type numbers into the software, and it's an ATM without learning the language. Yes, you have to learn how to use the software, but it's much easier than learning to program an ATM. Our software has multiple setups. It has reversal trades, something we call a trap trade, which is also a specialized reversal trade. We take many trades after the news is over. For instance, just looking at these pictures here, these candles are the actual news event themselves. Very often, there are possible changes in direction at points of interest on the chart. Points of interest being the low of the day, which this red line is. Maybe the S3 is a point of interest. But not only do we call those points of interest, we call those magnets. And we've now written a brand new strategy that teaches our members how to trade around these magnets. Magnets pull price all the time, not always, but often. Magnets are pulling price, and price behaves in predictable ways very often around these magnets. A VWAP is a magnet. S1 is a magnet, but there are very strong magnets. For me, the VWAP is a strong magnet. The low of the day and the high of the day are strong magnets. So you could see the price went down and there was an absolute possibility for a change in direction off of the magnet. This was not a magnet trade. This was an after the news trade that changed direction. Many after the news trades do exactly that. And our software has a very simple setup that allows us to trade after the news. Our software is absolutely unique. I have not seen anything like it. There used to be a company that had software somewhat similar to us, trading Forex, but they went out of business. Unfortunately, they were a great company and they had a fantastic website. I was sorry to see them go out of business. It was the only company I've ever seen that had developed software. In other words, it was well thought out and it was a whole system. And I was sorry to see them go. But you can't get software like ours to trade futures anywhere that I know of because it really doesn't exist. Our concept is use our software to trade the best performing reports, the best performing news. And we teach our members all about using our software. We have earnings trades in our software. We have ways to adjust our brackets on the fly. We have range trades for trading earnings and for trading news, creating ranges with zones, creating ranges with brackets. Think about it, creating ranges with time. How many times have you thought to yourself, you know, in the morning at 9:30, the market opens, and at 10 o'clock, I'd like to be able to trade the breakout of that zone 9:30 to 10. Our software does that. You can design your own trades with our software. If there's a time of day that you want to create a range to trade out of, you can use our software. Maybe you like to trade 5 minutes after the open and you create a 5 minute range. You want to break out of that range or break down, our software can do it. And it's easy. That's the key. Trap trades, I had said, was a specialized reversal trade. The magnet trade is new. I explained a little bit about our magnet trade, and our software is, I call it semi-automated, because sometimes you'll get pulled into a trade, right? And let me show you what I would call an automated trade. So we recently traded the FOMC statement, all right? Most people would not touch anywhere near the FOMC statement. We have an NQ setup for the FOMC statement. This was last statement. It was a couple of weeks ago. It was about a month ago. Created our bracket, right? And so this is an automated trade. Watch what happens. I'll start it before the bracket and I won't stop the video. Let me backtrack just a tiny bit more. Our brackets are going to show up. It's going to hit our targets. And then it all happens without intervention. We created the brackets. The news came out. Trade's over. Okay. That was how long it took. That was a $500 profit. Two contracts, two little contracts. That was a fabulous trade. And that was a fully automated trade. Many trades, though, are managed trades. For instance, we had a trade yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was managed. The WASD report. Most people don't know what a WASD report is. It's a grain report, and it comes out once a month. It's one of my favorite reports to trade. And let me make sure my video is working. So at 12 o'clock yesterday, we put our brackets on the chart and we had to wait. Okay, sometimes the news doesn't trigger. This one, now that triggered pretty fast. But if you notice, this was a fast trade, but I was actually managing that trade. We have a tool in our software that if the first target gets hit, the stop can move to safety because it's hard to move it fast by yourself. So the more you can automate, the better. So what's going to happen is we hit the first target and my stop goes to safety right there. There's my stop and safety, but it didn't hit my second target. So the trade is not over. I have to manage it. This particular trade was still pretty quick because it pulled back and hit my stop. So we call that a one target trade or a target one winner. If you manage the trade such that your stop gets moved to safety, you protect your profit on the first target. And if it changes direction, and this did, you still wind up with a winning trade. And that's what happened in the WASD yesterday. Some of the trades are much slower and you wind up managing it. You might trail, you might have time to really manage the trade. For instance, some of our trap trades, they're trades where we study the event and we expect that it's going to reverse. So we almost always have an opportunity to manage the trade. So a trap trade, again, almost every event is a breakout of a level. We were trading US retail news, 8:30 in June. All right. This week is the next retail report. You could see we've got 2 orders above price, 2 orders below price. What's going to happen is if the price goes up, we're going to sell the market. We're not going to buy it. We're going to sell it because our studying has told us that this report tends to burst one way or the other and change direction. It burst, okay, and now it's either going to stop me out by hitting my stop or it's going to change direction. I'm shrinking my other orders, which were now our targets. It's now below my entry for profit because it's reversing. As soon as it hits my first target, I take my stop and put it into safety. So no matter what happens, I can't lose. I've made money, over $100 on my first target. If it continues reversing, I keep making money. If it pushes back up, I trail a little bit, make more money than my initial target. See what I'm saying? My point was not the amount of money. My point was some trades get managed, and we teach our members and you how to manage the trades. So that's why some trades are automated, some trades are semi-automated. Our member success is always our report card. I can show you dozens and dozens and dozens of member winning trades. I'll show you a couple of screenshots just because. One of our greatest earning trades of the last quarter, NVIDIA. One of our members trading in Kenya. She never traded before she met us. And Roz from Kenya has been with us for a year now. She made $630 trading NVIDIA earnings last quarter. NVIDIA will be coming up in about a month. But many, I can't tell you how many of these screenshots I can show you. Ravi, a new member, trading NVIDIA earnings in his prop account. $980 trading NVIDIA on the NQ. This is a prop account special today. So what prop companies are we using? Right now, we're using Buellnox. Our members are also using Leigh, and we're now looking into setting up a Tradeovate account. I'm not sure if we're going to use a company called Blue Sky, it's Blue Ski. I don't know how they pronounce it. Elite Trader Funding is another possibility. The point is we're looking for better fills than we've been seeing in our Buellnox account. Sometimes events are very fast. So we're looking to see which prop companies are really doing the best with this type of trading. And some of our members, Ravi has been doing very well using Tradeovate for his data. So that's something that everybody's looking into. Screenshots. Now, some of these go back, but that's the fun of it. Our members have been making money since when I first got here, 2018. Like I said, long time. But listen, who doesn't love a great deal? What's the greatest deal that I could offer you? What is the greatest thing that I can give? It's almost free education. And that's what we're offering today. For $7, we want to teach you how to do what we do. Here is what you get. We have a 3-day on-demand challenge. It goes over all of the ins and outs of our methodology. It's actually 4 classes and 1 bonus class. And it's a challenge that we just did live and it's on demand. And what it shows, it's an educational system going over all the ins and outs of our trading method, how to use our software, what the magnet trade is, appointment-based trading. That's what we call the way that we trade, showing people how to choose the events that you want to trade, how we trade earnings, trading on a schedule. I've posted the link for everyone, and let me post it again so you have it. $7, folks. It's ridiculous. One of the things that we do is we are constantly just way too inexpensive for literally everything that we do. We want to get a ton of people watching this challenge. So what's going to happen when you're done? You're going to know a ton about news trading, right? You're going to know much more than you know now. You're going to know enough that you're going to really want to learn more. Come into our trade room, subscribe to the software. You need the breakout software. You need the live trade room. You need our JOBB version 11. I'm a teacher who truly cares about helping you succeed. If you don't make money, I don't care if I make money in our trade room. I want you to make money. If we take a trade and all of our members made money and I goofed up my trade and I didn't make money, I don't care. I want you to make money and I will do everything that I can to help you to make money because that's the way I teach. So what you get, $7, folks. This is just an introduction, but an in-depth introduction. It's not like 10 minutes of just going over rudimentary what we do. We show a lot of deep stuff about trading the news, how to find the trades, understanding our methodology for just $7. And I posted the link. You've got nothing to lose. Let's face it, what is trading all about? It's all about learning. Even if you don't trade the news, you should get our weekly schedule, which by the way, you can have it for free. Our weekly schedule is free. And when you go to our website, 10minutetrades.com, you'll see how to get it. It keeps you safe when you're trading in the market. Let's say you're an oil trader, right? And you don't know that there's a Wednesday oil trade, an oil report at 10:30, it could move the oil market significantly. And maybe you're in a discretionary oil trade and you're not paying attention. You don't know. You're a beginner and you get blown out of your oil trade and you lose $500 and you go, wow, what caused that market to move? Well, you could look at our weekly schedule and we teach you how to look at the various calendars so that you can make sure that you know what to do when news is being released. You don't want to just be in a trade randomly. You want to have a plan. So for $7, you can learn how to have a plan, how to be safer when you trade the news. I can't think of a better deal, everyone. This is what I'm here to offer you, an inside look at the way we do things. It's a fantastic offer. The link is here, and also we'll make sure that we send everyone an email that registered. I want to thank everybody at Traders Corner for inviting me. When you go to the website, this is what you'll see. 3-day trading challenge. There's all this information about the challenge, the agenda, okay? And you'll be able to take this challenge for just $7, okay? So I sent you the link. Thank you, Anthony, at Traders Corner for having me. And thanks everybody for listening. Let me just see, there was a couple of quick questions. Do I think a negative CPI report triggers inflation? So I think one report probably isn't enough to do anything, but it's the reports over time that really, I don't think one report is going to do anything other than give us a snapshot. You know, they were thinking that that CPI report was phenomenal the other day, but the PPI, the producer price, had some issues in it. I hope I've answered everyone's questions. What's the minimum size of a trading account? Salvatore had left, but the beauty is you can use a prop account to practice trading the news. And I'll end with that. Thanks everybody for listening. I'm Leigh Goldstein at 10-Minute Trades. You can reach me personally, help at 10minutetrades.com. And I'll post that in the chat. Help at 10minutetrades.com if you have other questions. Take care, everyone. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you, Leigh. We really appreciate it. And thank you for making such a generous offer for our audience today. It seems like a really amazing opportunity to learn more about trading the news at an unbeatable price of $7. Just absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades, who is a seasoned expert at trading the news. You can learn more about his special offer by clicking on the link in the chat box or going to 10minutetrades.com, and that's 10minutetrades.com. Leigh, thanks again for joining us today, and we hope to see you back at Traders Corner.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. We appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Justin Givler of the S&P Roadmap. We are waiting on Justin to log in. I just spoke with him on the phone. So I guess we have a few minutes if you want to grab a cup of tea or coffee or something or snack, and we'll wait for Justin to get here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is on the West Coast, and we just had a time difference there of what time this started. We were 12 o'clock Eastern Standard versus Western Standard. Okay, we got it all right now. So I'll just do an introduction for Justin here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the ball rolling. Our next presenter is an E-mini S&P futures trader with a penchant for sharing his knowledge and helping traders develop reliable trading systems for consistent returns. After years of developing and refining his remarkable trading system and trading styles, he began his coaching career in 2020 and was quickly recruited to the Day Trade Like a Pro community, where he coached and ran a very successful live trading room. Subsequently, he has moved on to his own platform to continue supporting active day traders with some of the most incredible levels and signals available. Here to present the S&P roadmap, finding the best places to enter and exit the market, is Mr. Justin Givler of the S&P roadmap. Welcome to Traders Corner, Justin.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the Traders Corner group in general for having these webinars every once in a while. They're super helpful, not only for people who have been trading for a long time, but for the new people that are coming in. So it's a pleasure to be here. I think I have some really valuable information to share with you. There's not a whole lot of time. I might have about 35, 40 minutes to get all this information out to you. And so let's go ahead and start. We're going to talk about, I'm not going to summarize it all on this page. My name is Justin Givler. I have a trade service at www.sproadmap.com, where we have a morning broadcast where we go through some of the best trading levels and signals going on in the market just before the New York Open, so I can help support traders in finding some of the best trades, best areas in the market to find your trade setups and entries. Of course, we always have to talk about our futures trading risk disclosure. Anyone who's been in one or two webinars is already familiar with this. Of course, futures trading is risky. You could lose all your risk capital or even more. This presentation is educational. And so, as you guys understand, this is all hypothetical educational information, okay? So today, what I want to talk about is how I create a reliable trade roadmap. And we're going to go to the charts. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of examples and visuals for you guys to see. I like to create kind of a, what you would call, say, a skeleton, a backbone, or what I'm kind of deeming a roadmap on my charts before I ever even go ahead and look for a trade. Second thing we're going to look at is finding those spots for entries and exits, right? And I'll define what a good spot is when we get to that part of the presentation. And then finally, for the rest of the presentation, we're going to look at numerous trade examples, okay? So let's go ahead and jump right on in and look at how I build out this roadmap. And we're going to go through kind of each part of it, and then I want to just go right to the charts so we can actually look at what's going on. So we've got market scaffolding and SNR, support and resistance. These are the two main, I call a lot of my major support and resistance levels my market scaffolding. And again, like I said, this is kind of like my backbone, the bread and butter of the best areas in the market where we find major reversals, right? So we'll go to the charts and I'll show you how I map all that out. I also like to rely on the daily power levels, and this includes your previous daily high, previous daily low, previous daily close, and then 50% of the previous daily range. So those are very important. You're going to see rotations and reversals off of those levels over and over again, day in, day out, and that's why I look at them when I am trading. Finally, what's included in that daily power levels is really the only proprietary level that I rely on, and that is the holy orange power level. You'll see it as HOPL, HOPL, and that is, again, another level in the market, for whatever reason, just seems to get incredible reversals. I also like to look at fib retracements and extensions. Now, projections, I hear people call them projections. I hear some people call them extensions. to be honest with you, I don't really care, right? I don't care what it's called. I just know how to use it, and I know how reliable the levels are. And I use that when price is pulling back after making some type of impulsive move in the market, or it's breaking out after creating some type of Fibonacci leg before the breakout. Finally, I do like to look at major swing high and lows in the market. And so this is going to be naked hammer candles on the 60-minute chart. And we will talk about what I mean by that as well when we get into the charts. Now, in conjunction with the higher time frames, with that 60-minute chart, and I also look at a whole bunch of other time frames doing my analysis before I get to the open and start looking for trade entries. So for my short time frames, this is really my entry chart. This is where I'm going to be finding an
Hey, Justin, I think we lost some sound. Justin, if you could hear us, sounds like your audio went out. Hey, Justin, if you could hear me, we can't hear your audio. No, we can't hear you, buddy. I think. See. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've lost audio to Justin, so we're just
entry.
working on it. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just working on it, so we're gonna give him a little bit of time to get this. All right, Justin, I think we see your screen now. Yeah.
Do we have
Okay.
my microphone coming through?
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. I don't know where I was. I don't know. When's the last time it dropped out? Do you guys remember?
I would say maybe like 5
Double
minutes
screen.
ago. Yeah, I think it was double screen. Yeah.
Okay, here. Well, we'll go back a slide or two, and I'll basically, I'm kind of thrown off now. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on. My mic is coming through. It looks like everything's good. So I apologize about that. Basically, and I don't even know where I left off. I don't know where you guys were, but I like looking at daily power levels, market scaffolding, retracements, and major swing highs and lows. And then on my short time frame charts, where I'm looking to make my entries, I've got my VWAP, my 34 and 200 EMA, an RVI indicator, and then my screen on my short time frames has a 3-minute and a 512 tick chart. So again, I'm sorry, I'm kind of thrown off. I lost my rhythm there, but let's go ahead and go to the charts and look at what I mean by all this stuff that we're just talking about. So I'm gonna pull up my chart and we're gonna look at scaffolding levels, daily power levels, and basically all the things I map all of my charts out with, right? So we have major rotations in the market, right? Areas where the market, if we zoom out, and then we can do this probably on the hourly chart as well, we've got areas in the chart where there are major rotations, right? And it's not only just one time. We see these rotations happening all the way in the past, moving into the future. And so I like to map out all of these major rotational areas in the chart, because moving into the future, we see price respecting these levels for some of the biggest rotations that we can see. So I map these out, and again, these are basically just really strong support and resistance levels. And the super strong ones I call my market scaffolding. The smaller ones that are kind of filling in the gaps in some of the smaller rotational areas are my support and resistance levels. And if you zoom in and look, a lot of these areas where we have these levels become basically what you could call kind of like a balance area, where price likes to chop back and forth until it breaks out and comes to the next level. And if you do kind of look into the IOTA here, a lot of these rotations are coming into these scaffolding levels and then literally trading back and forth inside of them until they travel up to the next area. Now, a couple weeks ago, this was a total chop fest in here. So it looks really, really ugly. But outside of that, a lot of these areas become the major support and resistances. So I know coming into the future here, when price is testing into one of these scaffoldings or one of these support and resistances, there's a good chance it could get a rotation from there, right? So I'm using those. I'm also using the daily power levels. So I do have the high of the day before, the low of the day before, 50% of that range. Then I have my previous daily close and my holding orange power level. So that's also those areas when we go back and we look from previous days, those, and we did have some markets that were closed because of July 4th, but a lot of times these become major rotational areas in the chart for trade opportunities. Okay. So that is our daily power levels that we rely on. And then I look at fibs. So if we're in a big move, like we were coming into July, really July has been a very strong market. I like to look at fibs when this nice bullish push ends and it starts to pull back. I like to look and see where are the major retracements. Where's that major 38, 50, 61? And typically that's where we find rotations. In fact, just a couple days ago, we came right to the 38 retrace of this whole bullish push, and that's the scene of the crime for this giant bounce to come up and test the all-time high. And that's Friday. I believe this is Thursday of last week, right? So I'm not trying to cherry pick this and show you a perfect example that I found. This is quite literally what just happened 2 days ago. right? So they came in, they held the 38 nearly to the tick, and then began to bounce out from there, right? So I like to rely on these fib levels, and then the extensions. If price was to hold this 38 and break out higher, I want to know where the 27.2 extension, the 61.8, and then 100% are. So I have all that mapped out on my charts. I also then have the major swing high and lows that are naked. And what I mean by that is on a 60-minute chart, where is a major hammer that once we kind of break down through it is sitting there naked, and otherwise means we didn't come back up and tag right into it and fail. Because a lot of times when the market comes back up into one of those naked hammer candles, it becomes a major resistance. And an example of that is, again, just from a couple of days ago. And if I did this presentation a month ago or in a month from now, it'd be the same thing. We would come in and see these examples happening within the last day to 3 days. So here is a naked swing. Where were we here? Here is a naked swing from June 28th, right? This is going back a little bit because we don't really have any other naked swings right now. But this was the last major naked swing. We came up, we made this high. And then when price broke out through that area and pulled back into it, look at what ended up happening here. It was a double bottom, almost to the tick, if not to the tick, right off that level. And then we got this continuation to the upside. So those are the naked swings that I'm talking about that can't be tested already, right? That naked swing is done with, although I'm leaving this level on here because I believe there's something to that area, right? So that's what I mean by naked swings. We did have a naked swing right here the other day when price broke out. Unfortunately, in this example, didn't quite hold, although I can't see what happened here on a 3-minute or a 5/12 time frame because it very well probably did get a little bit of a bounce. But that's what I'm talking about a major naked swing. Typically, that wick on that candle needs to be at least around 50% of the entire range, right? So this one for sure is sitting here naked. We haven't come down to break down and come back up to it, but wouldn't be surprised if that would be a rotational spot, right? And then finally, I do want to point out here that we had this extension level up here, which is from our fib part of our system, and that ended up becoming the major high back on July 5th, or let's see what date that is, back on July 5th. And then as you can see, once we broke out from there and came back, that level ended up becoming the major low. If you guys remember, we had a news event, I believe pre-market on Friday, they came right to it, used it as support and came out. So you can see over and over again that the market is respecting these levels, the daily power levels. In fact, we tested the high of the day before yesterday and went ahead and fell right off of it. And then again, all these others, the retracements, there's a hold of the 38 perfectly. We've got the swings we just looked at. And then finally, these scaffolding levels and support and resistance levels that highlight, again, all the little chop zones in the market and the major rotational areas. So when you take that, that's how the roadmap is actually produced. And then we get discrete areas in the chart that make sense to find trades, right? Because if you're looking at a short time frame, let's go down now and let's look at this. I've got my 5/12 and this should all be really nice, perfectly in here, but I started my broadcast a little bit earlier than I thought. And so when we're trading down here on a short time frame, looking at all the small movement when the market's moving, I want to know these higher time frame rotational areas. I want to know them because typically, look at what happens. We get beautiful reversals right off of these areas. Now, does it work every time? No, nothing works every time in trading. So you have to get used to risk management and all that other stuff that everybody likes to talk about. But you can see all these very discrete rotations off these areas. Sometimes they kind of hold a level, but they don't get very far, and then it rotates back out, right? And you can even see when it rotated back out here, price came down, came right to it, kissed it, and then went back on its merry way in the direction of the trend. So these areas become some of the best places in the market to trade. If you can get yourself some strong support and resistance levels, you can get some moving averages up on the chart, and you can get those daily power levels, you basically have the best areas in the market to find rotations. And from there, then we can start to look for trade setups, right? So I need to go back to my presentation now. We're going to go over to the trade entries and exits. So good spot, that's an area where price historically reverses and usually within a small margin of error. So that's what we just saw. There's areas in the chart, levels that we have on the chart before price ever gets to those levels. And we know that there's a decent probability for a rotation off of those areas and within a small margin of error, because if that level is going to hold, it's going to hold and price is going to reverse and go in that direction. If it doesn't, then we know we're wrong on the trade, right? So for my trade exit entries and exits, I want the confluence of a level, and that could be any of the levels that we were just looking at, and a 512 tick RVI divergence. That's it. That's the trade setup. You can apply it to all these different levels. And if you have a level, a strong level that typically will get a reversal with a small margin of error, and it lines up and you start to get a divergence off that level, that's it. That's everything in a nutshell, right? Now, there are some directional ideas to consider here. Can you use the orientation of moving averages? You can use the orientation of moving averages on your 512 tick chart. You can trade in the direction of a high time frame divergence. So we're talking about a divergence, but on a 3-minute chart or a 10-minute chart or an hourly chart. So you get the divergence on that higher time frame, and then you trade in the direction of that divergence on the short time frame, looking for the divergence off of a level in that direction, right? You can do it in anticipation of a change in direction based on the hold of one of the levels, because we know if a level is going to hold and it's going to rotate off of there, then that should be the new direction in the market. So you can kind of counter trend it. And if you're a contrarian, right, counter trend also works for contrarians out there just like me, right? So if we're coming in a big market move and we're coming into a strong level and a divergence formed as we're coming into it, I could take that as an attempt to see if that's going to be the point of the big reversal, right? And that's the general idea. So now let's go ahead and actually go to the charts and see what I'm talking about, okay? So give me a second to find this chart, my 60-minute chart. I'm gonna pull it back up here, or I'm sorry. We're gonna go over to the short time frames and we're gonna look on the 512 tick chart, okay? So first thing I wanna mention in terms of finding a trade on the 512 tick chart is we can look at it as a very systematic type of trading system. And we could be looking for trades just based off of what my 2 moving averages are telling me, right? So I've got my 34, I've got my 200. When the 34 drops down below the 200, then I just start finding trades in the direction of that move, in this case, bearish. If the 34 goes above the 200, then I would then start looking for trades in the direction of the bulls, okay? Now that doesn't mean you're finding trades off the 34 moving average. I'm just saying looking for long trades, that could mean a pullback into one of our levels here and looking for a long to go in that direction. It could be a pullback into the 200 moving average that leads to a push higher, and that's the type of trade you're looking for. Or it could be a super aggressive trade off the fast moving average if you're that type of trader, right? This is when we're in a very strong move, that 34 EMA on a 512 tick chart is going to be the scene of the bounce more often than not when you're in these big moves. And sometimes the moves are so aggressive that you don't even get a small enough of a pullback to get to the 34, It's that aggressive, right? So that's a great area to find entries in a super strong market. And then again, pullbacks into the 200, also great if you're looking for a directional trade in the direction of the orientation of these moving averages. That would be one way to go about trading this. Another way to go about it is you can go based on the direction of some type of higher time frame signal. So here's an example from Friday. When the market was coming up into, and we're gonna have to just take this at face value. When the market came up to the high of the day before, which again is an area that could become a major swing high for a rotation because of all the historical data we have seeing that that type of stuff happens. When the market's coming up into one of these areas and we get some type of higher time frame bearish signal from that level. So again, we're testing a level and then we're getting a higher time frame bearish divergence, again, with RVI comparing with price. If that happens, you can start to look for trades in the direction of that higher time frame signal. So if I pull up my 60-minute chart here, you see that there's a lot of these red and green indicators for a direction. These are signals on higher time frames based off of RVI divergence. So if we're coming into an area, maybe it's that low we were looking at coming off of one of our fib extension levels down here, that's bullish. Or in this example we're looking at, we start to get a bearish signal from a daily power level, and now we're looking for an entry in the market. So what I would first do is look and see, can price even get below the 200 moving average? That would kind of be my first criteria for my trade. If we're testing into a major level, we've got a 60-minute bearish signal from that level, and price is now pulling back from there. If price can get below the 200 here, I'm willing to go ahead and try a trade in the direction of that move. Okay, so that's another way that you can trade on the short time frames, is wait for the signal on the higher time frames. Make sure that signal is lining up with one of our important levels in the market, one of our roadmap levels, and then waiting for price to start to give you a clue, especially maybe in the moving averages going in the orientation of your signal, or dropping down below. Let's say VWAP was up over here and it's holding, and it falls down through VWAP. Now we've got additional confirmation of that bearish signal, and bam, we start hitting in on the short setups. That would be another way to do it. And then finally, you can do something when, and it's very similar to this example, you can just go ahead and be a major contrarian in the moment there and just say, you know what, we're testing into a level right now, in this case, the high of the day before. And every time we test into it, my RVI is getting lower and lower. I'm going to go ahead. I know where I'm wrong. I know within 2 to 3 points of that level, I'm wrong. If price cannot stay below there, then I'm getting out of my trade. And I'm just going to go ahead and see if we can hold here for the push lower, and I can make some money on the counter side of it, right? And that's basically it. So that's the trade setup. You just need a divergence on the 512 tick chart off of one of our levels. Now, if you want to complicate it or supplement it, maybe is a better word, with higher time frames, and you want to maybe include that 3-minute, right? Because if the 3-minute gives you a bearish signal off a level, maybe you then go ahead and get your entry right away on the 512 tick chart. So that's basically the idea. And then I wanted to just spend the rest of this broadcast, which I think we have maybe 10 minutes left. Don't know what the exact time is. It should be 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, you got 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I just want to spend a couple minutes looking at trade examples on the S&P just from Friday. Again, I'm not looking to cherry pick anything. In fact, we could go back and look at almost any day, except for days where it's just chopping back and forth. And even days when it's chopping back and forth, it sits right inside of these levels. But you can go back and look day after day and see the market holding VWAP, holding VWAP with very limited risk, holding the back end of some of our levels perfectly, rotating off a previous daily level. And you see it happen all the time. Here's a push right to our scalp, our support and resistance level, tags it to the tick, and then begins to pull back in a very, very tight ranging market that day, right? So you can see all that. Let's go ahead and look for some trade setups. So like I said, it doesn't matter what day we look at here. We're going to see on the 512 tick chart, price kind of like a pinball, just going back and forth between all these levels, holding the FMA, coming to VWAP, testing the FMA again, coming down. Now we didn't quite hold 50% of the day before perfectly, but as we got down below it, came back and pinball right off of it, right? It's just kind of back and forth. There's VWAP, right off VWAP, get down below our 65 half level, come back and tag it, give it a kiss, come down, and price will just rotate and reverse back and forth over and over again. So first trade example I want to talk about is this first test of the 200 moving average in a bearish market. So if we have a crossover when the 334 gets below the 200 and it starts to travel lower and we get down below VWAP, I'm looking for the first test of the 200 moving average. In this case, it's a bearish setup. We could be looking at price pushing higher, getting up above the VWAP and testing the 200 from the top end, right? Coming down to it for a long to bounce off of. In this case, we're in a bearish market. We got the 34 below the 200, and now we are looking for the break below the VWAP and the first test of the 200 moving average. And on Friday, you got it right there perfectly, right? So there's the setup. Now, the final icing on the cake here is as it's testing into the VWAP and the 200 moving average, we have a beautiful bearish divergence off that high on the 512 tick. So right there, my friends, if we're testing into the back end of the VWAP and the 200, we're in a bearish looking market, and we have the orientation for the bears with our moving averages. I'm trying that trade every day, right? It might not work for a couple days. It might work for 5 days in a row, but I know that if I take a trade there, that I have no more than 2 to 3 points of risk, and that could be the beginning of a major push. It might not. It might come down to the fast moving average, come down 3 points there, and come all the way back. And that's fine. I'm willing to close that trade out if it doesn't get the follow through that I want. But you can get in and sometimes capture moves and get in with quite literally 1 or 2 ticks of risk or 0 ticks of risk on the S&P 500 futures market, and it goes 100 points. And we just see that stuff over and over again. Here's a great example from Friday. Came right to the previous daily high. We got a whole bunch of bearish divergence up off that high as it was testing. And if you try to short from that level, you got yourself 40, 50 points to the downside. And how much risk did you end up taking? 2 ticks. All right. So this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. These are the type of trades I want to be in. I want to be in trades that are starting from a strong level of support and resistance, and that has a divergence on the 512 tick chart lining up with it. Okay. Now I'm running out of time. I thought I was going to have a lot more time to go through a lot of examples here, but unfortunately we're coming to an end, and the beginning of my presentation got a little messed up, so I apologize for that. Sometimes technical difficulties are what they are, right? There's no way to get around them. But that kind of concludes the presentation. I wish I had more time to go through this stuff with you guys.
You got 5 more minutes.
Okay, yeah, I want to go to
questions
back
as
to
well.
the presentation, and then we can do questions. So there might be some questions, and I do have some really good deals to share with you. So give me 1 second here. We'll go to the presentation. And like I said, if I had more time, we could get into a lot more detail and look at some I mean, there are countless examples of trade setups just within the last 24 hours on the S&P that I wish we could go through, but it is what it is. So let me go to my report here. And I just want to talk about my S&P 500 roadmap service. We do it every morning. We start 30 minutes before the New York Open, 9 times out of 10. And sometimes I might have to do an early broadcast, but most of the time we're starting 30 minutes before the Open. I live stream the charts that you just saw, the 3-minute and the 5-12 all day. So you can see divergent signals setting up on my 3-minute chart. And then we have all the levels, the relevant levels for the day. I wish I had time to share with you how incredible these levels hold, but that will then be shared all day long. We have webinars that we do from time to time. We focus on pretty much anything trade related. You'll also get, if you are a member of this morning service, you'll also get access to the market scaffolding levels that you saw on the chart and over 24 hours of recorded webinars. So we've got 24, 25, 26 webinars, all recorded, all teaching you all this information, the trade system I'm using, the strategy. We talk about the trade psychology. Every webinar is different. We look at special trades that set up, et cetera, et cetera. The goal of this broadcast and this service is to support you as a trader, give you the best levels and signals to trade with for the day. I've never done this before for real. This is the first time I've offered this. 50% off the S&P Roadmap Daily Trade Service. You just go to the website, type in, and when you sign up for the service, you would put the discount code as half off 2024 and get 50% off that morning service. This is only going to be available for everyone who can see this half off 2024 discount, and it's only going to be available till next Friday. So if you want to come in and be a part of the service for a pretty low fee, go ahead and give that a shot. I also have a 3-month trader training program. It's a 2-hour classroom session and a 1.5-hour live field trading session every week for 12 weeks. We go through quite literally everything that I use to map out my charts, quite literally every trade setup I use and everything else in between. And obviously the goal is to develop you as a trader and give you the tools and knowledge to achieve your trading goals. Find the best areas in the market to enter and exit your trades. And finally, if you want a free RVI zones indicator, you can go to the website and sign up for the mailing list and you will get that indicator. And then there is a one-on-one coaching raffle. I offer this every presentation. Send me an email, coaching raffle in the subject, and let me know what you think. And then finally, actually, I also have a 10% off the JTF daily power levels indicator that's going to map out the previous daily high, low, close, 50% of the previous day, and it has the proprietary holy orange power level on it. You just use Summit 10 when you sign up to pay for that indicator, and that is it. So thank you guys for being here. Go to the website, send me an email if you're interested in any of the information, and hopefully I will see you guys in the morning S&P 500 roadmap. And that's it.
Thank you, Justin. Great information. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle finding the best places to enter and exit the market, Mr. Justin Givler of the S&P Roadmap has a solution for you with some of the most accurate levels and trading signals available to the retail trader. We've put Justin's link in the chat box. Thanks again, Justin. Please come back and see us on Traders Corner.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro trader profiles and brings you only the most credible and qualified traders to participate on our shows. And our next presenter has been a trader and trading educator for over 4 decades. He has over 1 million views of his 4-minute drills for traders found on YouTube. He is a former commodities specialist for Payne Weber and has managed many large trading accounts as a commodity trading advisor. Here to present prop trading math, the pros and cons, is Mr. Norman Hallett of The Disciplined Trader. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Norman.
Thank you, Anthony. Wow, I appreciate your having me. I'm really excited about this. My new love of not so new. I'm in my almost my third year now of focusing on prop trading. So can you see my screen okay, Anthony?
Yes, we could see it well. Thanks for being here. We always enjoy your energy.
Boy, you're going to get it today because I'm squeezing that 60 minutes into 45. But I love this. I'm going to take questions at the end if we have time, but I'm going to try to be as clear as I can here. I call it their money, your profit, because that's really what it is. I mean, come on, if you think about it, trading their money and getting 100% of the profit, the first 25,000 you generate 90% thereafter. I mean, how can they do that? Well, don't worry about them. They're just doing fine. In fact, they're exploding. I'm going to show you some of the numbers. Look, you don't have to be a math expert. I've got a degree in math. The only reason I do is because I was studying engineering, and some of the advanced math stuff confused me. So I added up everything and I graduated with my degrees in math. But you don't have to be a math major really to trade. You don't have to be a math major to understand, I think, the beauty of prop trading. But I'm going to show you listen, there are a few costs in it, but I want to show you them relative to probably what you're doing now in retail trading. I'm also going to show you some of the differences here between retail trading and prop trading, and some of the changes you need to make. So let's get going. I really appreciate you being here. I honor your time. So I'm just going to keep going, and don't get caught up on something if you don't quite understand what I'm saying. Just allow me to just continue, okay? And I think I'm trying to make it as uncomplicated as I can, because it really isn't complicated. So let's get going. Why am I making it more complicated than it is? Look, know that futures trading is risky and can result in substantial loss. Only risk capital should be considered. Further, past performance is not indicative of future results. Although if my past performance from yesterday's trading is any indication, I think you're going to want to stick around. Okay, this is the University of Cincinnati where I went to school. Why? Because we really parents couldn't afford college, and this was a work study. You went to school for a quarter, and then you worked for a quarter, school for a quarter. Took me 5 years to get through at that pace, but did get through and beyond. And if you you are from Cincinnati, you know the Prime and Wine restaurant. That was one of the biggest things in Kenwood. I was a waiter there during college, and actually wound up running the place after I got out. But I realized that, boy, the money is not in the food; it's in the booze. So I was hired by American Events Corporation, also out of Cincinnati, to open what they believed was going to be the direct competition for Studio 54. Never quite got there, but it's called Park Avenue. And if you live in Milwaukee, you probably know 500 Water Street, Park Avenue. If you're around in the late 70s, then you know the Park Avenue nightclub. $1,000 membership at the time. It was a big deal. I mean, we had the dance floor, we had the lights, the smoke coming out of the ashtrays and so on to make a big cloud on the dance floor. But after a while, about a year and a half, you can't take much more of that excitement. So I decided, why don't I use my math degree for something? My brother was crazy about a guy named Harry Brown, who was a big gold bug. So I decided, why don't I use my big personality and my math acumen to kind of help people with gold and silver, and that's what I did. But after about a year and a half in the business, I was running one of the largest option firms in the country at the time. This was already, I'm in the mid 80s, 1980s. This was a room that looked like the room that I ran. I had 60 brokers under me directly, brokers / traders. They were responsible for doing the best they could in options for their clients. And what I learned about this is simplicity, simple trading plans. And that's where I started to write books and papers, and was published on this, how to write simple trading plans without all the crazy lines. I'm going to show you a chart later that really demonstrates it. But most of the time, if somebody was at the bottom of the totem pole here, I would bring them into my office and I would have my red pen. And I say, you don't need you don't need MACD and RSI. Let's pick one because they're both momentum. I just continue to use that red pen and simplify their trading plan. The result much more profit. So simplicity is where I'm at, and I hope you you love that. But I was doing so well there that I was at that time when they were buying people's contracts in the mid 80s, and so Payne Weber bought my contract. I was a commodity trading advisor for them, running millions through their trading system. The problem was I also had to be on the phone raising clients also besides trading. I didn't like it. Spent about a year and a half there and decided to break out, which where I am right now. Listen, I've written several books. This is one that I think that continues to be on Amazon. There's been books written about me. I concentrated for the first 15 years of my independent career on helping traders with the mental and emotional piece, which is the piece that most people fail at. Most people have a pretty good trading plan, but they lack the emotional piece. And so I was dead set on making that happen. But we were at the firm here, the Disciplined Trader, we were getting traders ice cold to run their trading plan. They had lousy trading plans. So I got back into my first love, which is helping traders with trading plans, the Disciplined Trader. And now their money, yourprofit.com, which is the focus now on the prop trading, which I'm going to focus on right now. Okay, so here's today what we will cover. We're going to cover how prop trading is different than retail trading. It's different, and I'm going to show you why and how. Why traders using their current trading plan is not working for prop trading, and the changes that you need to make. So stick with me on this roller coaster that we're going to, this simple roller coaster that we're going to go through today, and the math. I'm going to take you through some of the math that may make prop trading a logical choice for you. So if you're ready, let's get set, let's go. Now, the first thing I want you to focus on is just a number in your head. Think about, the money that you've lost if you haven't been successful in trading. That's going to be a number. If you're paying for your trading platform, that's going to be a cost. If you're paying for your data feed, that's going to be a cost. The crazy part is that and I want you to put that number in your head. So I'll give you about 10 seconds. Now let's make it 5. So you got a number in your head, and the thing about prop trading is that none of these costs exist. You're trading with their money. They give you the platform and they give you the data feed. So it's really up to you, but there are some costs. We're going to go through that right now. I commissioned somebody, his name is Brady, and I said, go out there, find me the 7 top prop trading firms, and I want you to compare them on different calculations. But the main focus, and they were weighted calculations, the main focus is, are the prop trade, have they been around? Has the firm been around? I didn't want to start using somebody that just opened up yesterday. So a couple of years, a few years, that they needed to be around. The second is that they're growing. I wanted to see that they were paying out, not taking in clients, but paying out more and more to successful traders every month. Okay, if you want a copy of this study, just email the administration and just say, hey, Norman said, get me a copy of the prop firm study, and we'll get it to you. Okay, admin@thedisciplinedtrader.com. Okay, so here's the winner. The winner to me was Apex. Top Step was very close second, but I have all my accounts with Apex. I did pass with Top Step too, and earn money with them, but I wanted to. But now I'm with Apex, and there are reasons, but you'll have to make your own comparison. This is the one I would suggest. But here's why. Here's one of the reasons why. They have over the last year, and let's call it 18 months, right, from January of last year, they've paid out monthly almost $12 million to winning traders. And since that's monthly, their total compensation in the last 2.5 years is over $200 million. And here's the kicker. The total compensation to customers in the last 90 days is almost $82 million. Now, if you compare these two figures, you can see that they've paid out 1/3 of their total, over 1/3 of their total in the last 90 days. Now, this firm is exploding. In fact, right now, this weekend, they're doing a lot of back work to keep up with the growth. But this is the kind of firm that I was looking for. Okay, now I just want you to write this down, thedisciplinedtrader.com/apex. Because I've done some mental and emotional work with them, I've lectured on that basis for them and some of the other techniques that I have. I've lectured for them on that, and I wanted to, actually for Top Step, and Apex is the one that I've chosen, but if you use this link, you'll always get their best deal. Yesterday, or a couple of days ago, this led to a deal that wasn't quite advertised yet, so my people had a day's advance. So in any event, the numbers are very, very reasonable. I'm going to show them to you right now. Okay, so let's concentrate on the $50,000 account. First, you've got to go through the evaluation stage and show that you can trade. And then when you pass the evaluation stage, meaning that in a $50,000 testing account, if you're testing for a $50,000 account to trade, you've got to make $3,000 before you lose $2,500. Now I'm going to pause here and just there's something that I want to say about this drawdown and why. This is one of the reasons why traders who are using their current trading plan, they are not succeeding like they should with prop trading, and especially with Apex 2. And I'm going to show you, here's the difference. If I had an account, just stick with me here. If I had an account of $50,000 and I put on a trade, and I knew that I couldn't lose, I couldn't go down to 47.5, right? 2,500 below the 50,000. Well, as you trade, if I put on a position, a futures contract, and I was making $1,000 in that futures contract, open trade equity, it's an open position, and I wanted more, and I let that come all the way down to break even. If it were my own account, I'd still have $50,000, and I would feel bad that I let all that money go, but it wouldn't affect me that much. I'd go on and try to learn from it. Here, it's going to hurt you, because this firm, as well as others, will count that open trade equity that you let go against you. So in my example, if you were to buy a contract and have $1,000 open trade equity, same example as before, and didn't take it, and it came all the way down to break even, yes, you would still have a $50,000 balance, but this floor, instead of 2,500, would now be 1,500, because they count open trade equity against you. So I'm going to give you one of the solutions right now to that, and that's that I suggest strongly to prop traders to always take on 2 contracts. Okay, I'm trying to give you the basics here, but in my example, if you were to have 2 contracts and they both had an open trade equity of $1,000, and you took the profit on one, okay, and you let the other one go down to break even, you're now all of a sudden your balance would be 51,000, because you did take 1,000, but you gave back 1,000, so you would still have that $2,500 floor would be maintained. So what I'm saying is that I am an advocate of always starting a trade with at least 2 contracts, where one is more of a scalping action and the other one you can let run. I can't get into all of it, but I think you understand the point of the importance of not letting an open trade equity come back, especially if it's a big one. Okay, so this is the way professional traders speak. I've been a professional trader. I am a professional trader. I've worked for Payne Weber and others as a professional trader. I am saying to you that if this is unattractive to you, it only means that you are refusing to think like a professional trader. Okay, let's move on. Let's get through the numbers here. The first stage is the evaluation stage. Now, they talk about $167. It's never that. In fact, every day this year, it's never been that. It's either been 70%, 80%, or 90% off. Okay, so you're either paying $49 a month, $34 a month, or $17. I'm going to choose 34 because that's what they're offering right now. So each month that you spend in this $50,000 trial account, you're evaluating. It's not real money, but it flows like real money, and you're trading. instead of $167, it's going to be $34. Okay, so let's say, and there's a reset fee. If you blow out your account during the evaluation stage and you suck it up and you blow out the account, you hit that red line, what I call it, 2,500, then you can reset it. Well, it's normally $80, but they seem to have it right now. It's not even 40. Today it's $35. So you can reset, start again at $50,000. So these are the fees that they're making. This is where they're making their money. The majority of traders are failing to do some of the things I'm going to talk about right here. And so all they're doing is collecting fees. 90% of traders lose normally, and I would say a good 85 are still losing at prop trading. You have that 5% difference because of the lower cortisol level, the fact that you're not losing your own money or trading your own money. There is a little less friction in the way you think. Okay, so let's say it takes you 2 months and 2 resets to qualify to get to that 53,000, right? So two months, and you shouldn't take you 2 months to earn $3,000 in the 50,000, but let's say it does. 34 and times 2, and let's say it took 2 resets. So $144. All right, now you're funded. Once you pass, you're funded. Now, you're going to have a decision to make in funding. Once you're funded, they say, congratulations. They send you a certificate that you can print out and hang on the wall. And they ask you a question. Do you want to pay $80 a month while you're funded? You're going to earn 90% of the profit. In fact, you're going to earn 100% of the first $100,000. I'm sorry, 100% of the first $25,000 you make. Okay, on each account that you have. And many traders, like I have 10 accounts. You can have as many as 20. And each of those accounts, I'm going to get 100% of the first 25,000 and 90% after that. Okay, so you have a choice. You can either pay $80 a month, which means you're going to do that earning that I'm talking about, but you're going to be paying them $80 a month to it. Or you can pay one time $140, and there's never another cost while you're funded. You're just going to collect the profit that you make. Now, if you blow out this account, okay, same parameters of 2,500, you're going to have to go back to the evaluation stage. So $144 is the cost right here of passing in my example. 140, I think you really should be taking that. So for $244, you now have a $50,000 account of real money where you're making 190% of the profit. Crazy advantages to wanting to do this, I believe. Now, again, 85 to 90% of the people are just paying them these fees and struggling. Why? Because maybe they're using their old trading plan to do this, and they haven't made the adjustments that I'm going to talk about. One of the things is that in order to withdraw money, okay, in this $50,000 example, now I've taken these pictures from the Apex site. You're going to have to build that 50,000 to 52.6. Once you build it to 52.6, you can then take out a minimum of $500 twice a month. Okay, twice a month. So in a $50,000 account, if your balance reaches 52,000, you cannot request a payout because you need to be 52.6, right? So your balance must be at least 52.6 in order to request a payout. Now, if you reach 52.6 and you request $2,000, you're going to have a balance of 50,600. Well, 2,500 less than that is 50,100. So you're only going to get, now you have a $500 cushion to the red line. I hope I'm not going too fast. The idea here is that you want to try to build this account way past 52.6 before you request any reasonable amount. The truth is, I want you to request $500. I want to see the money in your account. I want to, when I first asked for my first $500, I think it was $1,000 I asked for because I was a little bit above that. I called my bank and I said, is this money real? Because I just couldn't believe this. It is real. It's real. Okay, so that's some of the numbers involved. You got to at least have 52.6, but I say build it to 60, build it to 70, okay, and then take out 2,000 or 3,000 you need, because that line, when you're funded, it never goes up after 50,100. The line stays at 50,100. It doesn't follow you like in the evaluation stage. it's a static number, okay? So I'm just saying to you that this is very exciting. So let's look at that. Now remember, I said that you can take out as much as $2,000 in this example, right? Take out as much as $2,000, but no more, no less than 500. Now, if you take out anything, $500 for 3 months in a row, not each pay period, there are 2 pay periods in a month. If you just take out the 15th of one month, the 15th of the next, and the 15th of the next, now all of a sudden they lift this $2,000 maximum that you can take out each pay period, and you can take out as much as you can. So I think you see the reason I'd like to build that 50,000 to 65 or 70,000. This way you can take out $10,000 and take a vacation if you want, or and not press yourself up against that $50,100 red line that you would have to retest. Okay, I know I've gone through it fast, but I just want you to see that this is doable. Not only is it doable, but I think maybe you should consider doing it. The other thing I want to point out is that there are individuals, I'm not there yet, but that's my goal, to be taking out $100,000 or more per month. There are people doing it. And the way they're doing it is they're using something called Trade Copier, and what they're doing is they've got, say, $10,000, $50,000 accounts that they've passed. They use Trade Copier in the evaluation stage to get them all qualified at the same time. They paid $140 each of these accounts, so they laid out, you know, they laid out $1,100 and whatever a month for all of these accounts. They paid the fees, and now they've got 10 accounts. Okay, so let's say they make, and what they do is they usually make one trade at $300, and they've made $3,000 for the day. They use this Trade Copier where you press a button one time, and it's in all of the accounts at the same time. The Trade Copier also allows you to put the same contract, say the S&P. They'll actually let you put the S&P and the mini S&P in the same the same click, so that you can actually, in some accounts, you can take on 5 micros, and the other you can take on 2 large contracts, and so you may have 2 different results ending in with one trade ending in, say, 2250. Not gonna, or you can diversify. I kind of like this, where I'm doing different things in each of the 3. I don't like to. I'm very risk averse. You've got to understand that the trick here is to get yourself to watch that red line. You want to stay out of the red line. Okay, so let me show you. Here are the 3 keys to prop trading success. The first is a frequent, reliable trigger. Okay. The second is the scalping. And when I say frequent, reliable trigger, this goes to the other side of lack of patience. There's a lot of traders that we work with one-on-one that have an issue with patience. It's not, they're not seeing enough trades, and therefore they bend their rules a little bit, and that's what brings you off the rail. You want frequent signals, and you want them to be reliable, where 65 to 70% of the time you're going to get that pop. I like a trigger with a pop. I want to take that scalp real early. Okay, you want a scalping element, because that scalping element, by taking a short profit on one of those 2 contracts that I mentioned to you that I want you to take as a minimum, you're padding that distance between you and the red line. And by doing that, when you have a mix of winning and losing trades, two-thirds winners, one-third losers, then you've done, in the second contract, let's say, the idea is that that scalp keeps that pad in there for you. You want to stay away from the red line. That's what causes stress and causes you to jump off your trading plan. And then on the one that runs, and I'm going to show you a little bit about that, on the one you just don't want that $1,000 in my example to come back. You want to start preserving the profit that you made in the runs, because if you have a frequent, reliable trigger, if you take a nice profit on a position that ran a bit and it goes a little bit more, so what? You've got another trigger coming up that you're going to be able to take your scalp and then maybe have another runner. Okay, so these are the 3 rules. These are the 3 changes that I believe that you need to make to your trading plan, or you can just purchase mine with one-on-one coaching that I'm going to show you at the end at a price that I haven't offered literally in 2 years, okay? Because it's my anniversary. This is my anniversary month, 43 years. I am celebrating with you today. Here's a typical chart that you can't see the RSI down here, but I have an RSI down here. That's the only indicator. This is what my chart looks like. Not a lot of lines. Nice, isn't it? Here are the signals in my system. Here's the signal to go long. Here's a signal to go short. Didn't have much legs on this one, but what happened is, and I get in at the close of these bars. So here's a bar that I would get in the close, but you have enough for your scalp. Okay, I use 2 moving averages. This is the 8-bar exponential moving averages. I called it the golden. Well, we all call it the golden moving average. Here's another one right here. But you see that even though we didn't get a runner out of this, we got our scalp. And then I always move the second one to break even after that. And I would have broken even on the second one. So yes, I broke even on the second one, which means this would have counted against me, okay, in that red line. But I took a scalp. So I have added I've shortened my distance to my goal of about having to earn money and making that $3,000 in the evaluation stage. But I haven't gotten closer to the red line because I took a scalp and I padded to the red line, and then I was asking for more, and that's okay, you won't get it all. But here's one where I took my scalp and I let it run. Okay, so you've got your second one is going to be and in our preservation, you know, once you get to a certain level of a run, you've got to start preserving, and this one would have taken us all the way to here. Okay, so your second one would have been from here to here. Here's another, look at this, another signal: frequent, reliable triggers. Okay, and scalp would have been here. It would have been a short scalp, and then boom, look at this, a nice run. So I just want to show you the difference between what you may be doing now and what you need to do in prop trading. Otherwise, you're going to be challenged with that red line. Let me show you what I have, and I'm going to give you some lessons as I show this to you. The prop trading firm that you're going to find, it will fund you for 50, 100. I mentioned that to you. And here is, they're going to send you again, I have 10 of them. I'm about to have 12. I'm working on a couple of 250s right now, which they had a great deal on. But they send you every time you pass, they send you this. But every time you ask for money, they send you one of these. And this is the one I have on my wall. And you remember I was in the restaurant and nightclub business. First one here was back in April of last year. And look, and they just keep on sending you, every time you ask for something, they send you another one. So they encourage you because they want the winners to brag about how much money they're making so that they can bring that other 85% in to pay them fees, okay? But we're gonna be the ones that benefit from this system, okay? So for passing the prop evaluation and getting funded, I've adjusted our loaded gun simple trading plan we've offered for several years. This is the best trading plan I have ever written, and you see I've written several books on trading plans. I'm going to give you the core loaded gun trading plan. Okay, this is the offer I'm making you right now, which is just a couple of videos. They're not even an hour and a half long, both of them. In fact, you can download the rules. They fit on one sheet of paper. Simple, simple, simple. Okay, and then nuances. I won't go into exactly what nuances are, except for to say that they are slight changes that you can make in the basic trading plan to fit you as a trader. See, the reason somebody can give you a trading plan and somehow they're making money and you're not is because it's not a good match for you and who you are. If you lack patience, you better have a trading plan that honors the fact that you may have some issues with patience. I mean, sure, you should change your mindset. I listen, of all people, I believe you should be doing that, but you should also be adjusting your trading plan without adding risk to who you are as a trader. And currently there are 7 of them. These videos are less than 15 minutes to describe these optional things that you can do in order to adjust the loaded gun simple trading plan to who you are so that you stay on the plan. Okay, we also have monthly get-togethers every month at the last Wednesday of the month, usually, unless there's a conflict. We all get together. We have I'll show you any updates that we have in the plan. We share experiences, and if you missed it, you can get the recording. But this is where we all share. We've got a recent floor trader, a very successful floor trader, is now using loaded gun explicitly. Essentially, I mean, he's using now and he had his own system, okay, for trading, but you got to do it a little bit differently with prop trading, okay? So here's the bonus I want to give you. I want to work with you. You and I are going to get together as many times as you want, unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. As soon as you invest in the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, you're going to get an email with a calendar link that you'll be able to schedule a personalized one-on-one with me. And I'll proceed to learn about your trading background, just like I did with those 60 guys in the room and gals. There are 5 gals and 55 guys in that room, but that was a pretty good percentage at the time. A lot of great women traders. In fact, they were either at the top or the bottom of the women. If you're out there, let's do this, because you're the people I really like to work with. You can handle your emotions, I think, better. Anyway, I'm going to proceed to learn about your trading background and advise you how to get a quick start on your new purchase of Loaded Gun. Now, as you perfect the running of the plan, I'm going to be there, unlimited, for as many times as you need me to hey, I didn't understand this. Can we get back together? Now, if you don't need me, if it's a short question, shoot me an email. I get back to you usually within minutes, because once you've commit to me, I am going to commit to you to make sure that not only are you to get evaluated, but that see you through the money in your account. Okay, so unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. Okay, and that one important thing, I would like you to purchase this great opportunity now and not worry about this one-on-one coaching yet, because maybe you have a vacation you're taking, or maybe you want to go through the videos and get a good sense of it before you meet with me. This 90 days starts at our first meeting, okay? So don't hesitate. If you've got a vacation plan for August, understand the Loaded Gun Trading Plan route is very simple. And then when you're ready, let's go for the 90 days. The clock starts. And you know, the truth is, somebody who's been with me for 6 months said, I've got a question. I said, let's meet. Look, I am here for you, but I put a 90-day tag on it so you don't hold me to it, you know, so you can hold me to at least the 90 days. But do you understand that I want to be with you to make sure that you're using the trading plan properly and that you get your results, which is money in your account, okay? So if you're struggling now, let me help you with this. Listen, the magic of one-on-one coaching, personalized attention. Again, I'm going to understand what your experience level is, if you're a detailed person or you're right to the point, and I'll suggest a nuance for you, one of those 7 nuances to maybe employ to match you a little bit more, okay? Flexibility of scheduling. You can meet whenever we want. Just look at the calendar, pick your time. And the basic thing is accountability. When you're accountable to somebody, you get things done. And that's just the way it is. You get things done when you're accountable, and you're going to be accountable to listen. I'm not going to yell and scream at you, but I'm going to say, let's make this happen. If you want to be a trader and you want to be successful, let's do it through prop trading, where you're using their money, and the cortisol level is lower, and your probability raises exponentially, because you're not, but it's not enough. You need to have the right trading plan. That's why traders who have used their trading plan have done fairly well or break even in their retail trading are not doing well in prop trading, because they haven't followed the rules that I've given you and that I'm going to give you. Ronaldo said, "In the fact that you have my back has made all the difference. I know I've only met you twice, but that's all I needed to understand your process. It's a whole new world for me. Thank you." And I haven't met with him yet. We go back and forth in email, but Ronaldo from LA, that's a normal experience. 2 or 3 times, that's all you're going to need with me. Mike said, I passed the Apex 100 eval in 4 days, trading the Loaded Gun, mostly scalping, but a few runners brought it home. Again, I want to protect what you got when that runner happens. I mean, that's kind of what we're here for. We want the runners, but you want those scalps to pad that distance between you and the red line. I still have a few trading days to finish, but he made $6,000 in 4 days this week. Great trading plan. Thanks so much. This is a part-time trader. He was a good trader to start out with, but was struggling now as a prop trader. He's doing really well. And this is just last month. Nora Natisha Sandra, she said, I'm making some progress now. I really credit your guidance and your voice in my head. I now have 3 funded accounts with Apex. She's got more now, and requested my first small payout from 2 of those accounts. She took $500 from those 2 accounts on my advice. Again, I want to see money in your account. That's what's going to really motivate you to get very serious about this. Okay, she's from Yakima, Washington. And this one was just this month. This is from Ken. Please share with your wife. And since funding my first Apex, 5 Apex 50,000 ago, this guy's a little bit more aggressive, and he's always been, but I've learned to help him control himself. He had 50,000, he's got 5 $50,000 accounts last Thursday, 5 more 2 days later this Tuesday. In those 10 accounts, he made $21,000, all in the NASDAQ, and working on 5 or more to get funded. God has so richly blessed me. Here's an appreciative guy that understands the value of what prop trading can really do for you. Here's a second bonus. I want to set it up for you. Apex and Top Step are more, they have more advanced setups. So I'm going to connect you with my young genius, Brady, who's going to jump into your computer and set everything up for you. So if you need this, you got it. Kind of an optional bonus. Some of you are prop trading now. You're struggling with it. Maybe this doesn't mean much to you. But if you're just starting, the importance is that I don't want to let that. I don't want to let the setup. I don't want to let the setup stop you. I'm going to take care. He'll do it in 15 minutes. Not only that, he's a NinjaTrader and all trading platform experts. You can use the hour that I'm going to give with you. I'm going to give you an hour with him. You can ask him questions about setting things up if you're, say, new to NinjaTrader. Here's somebody who actually paid the $150 for it. They paid the $150 for this because because I didn't offer it as a bonus. We offer it as a service. So he said, all in all, it really went well. Brady is obviously skilled. His cursor darted back and forth, ended up feeling like I had gotten a bargain. Listen, I just want to have, I don't want the setup to stop you. I'll have it set up for you. Okay, so here's my anniversary special. Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, which has got the Loaded Gun Trading Plan that I mentioned to you, hour and a half of videos. Again, simple. You saw one of the charts, all the nuances. Okay, you're going to get the monthly get-togethers. You're going to get the 2 bonuses: unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. Okay, you're going to get the setup, hands-on setup for your data feed and trading platform. But I also wanted to give you my personal guarantee. I am so confident that you're following this Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan. It's going to result in you getting funded by your prop firm so that you risk their money and not yours, and then receive 90% of the profit you generate. Just share your trading experience with me that you followed the simple rules and it didn't work for you. And not only will I refund your purchase price, but I'm going to add $500 for your trouble. I haven't had to do this yet. I don't plan to have to do it. Why? Because this system works. You just have to get in line with the system, and it's a simple trading plan. Okay, so here is my anniversary special. 43 years with my lovely wife, Tisha, who is the heart and soul of our mental and emotional work that we do. And my wife, so this is very special to me. If you're with me, you haven't seen this price in over 2 years. This is the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan. We offer it right now, and it's available for $24.97, which is an excellent value for what you're getting. Okay, the core, the nuances, the monthly meetings. You've got the unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. Okay, you've got a done-for-you setup of your data feed and trading platform. Okay, I'm giving these values. Of course, listen, when people give values, there are, they put them all over the place. These are real values. I'm talking. It says 5247. This is the, if you add everything up, of these 3. But the idea is that the real value is $24.97 because that's what we're selling it for right now, and people are happily buying this. But I want to give something very special. A 50% discount makes it only $1,247, but I offered the same thing in my last couple of webinars. For my anniversary, I am even going to go lower, not $1,247, but $997. We're going to work one-on-one together. You're going to get the trading plan. I'm going to make sure that you understand it and that we work together to make sure that you get funded and that you move on to getting money in your account. All you have to do is go to theirmoneyyourprofit.com. Okay, use the coupon code July13. Okay, theirmoneyyourprofit.com. Use the coupon code July13. Now, there's a chat button in this page when you get there. On the lower right, you've seen them on a million sites. I'll be on there for the next hour if you have any questions. But and if not, after that, I'm going to live my Saturday like a normal human being, and then just leave a message, and I'll get back to you before the end of the day so that you'll be able to get in on this, because I'm only allowing 10 people maximum on this. And there's a reason, because of the calendar. Listen, one-on-ones, the calendar is going to fill. Okay, so because of the calendar limitations, this offer is available for the first 10. After that, when you go through the name and address and the credit card or whatever, or PayPal, whatever you use, and then you click let's go, buy it, it's going to come up with a wait list, and you're welcome to add on to that wait list. Okay, put yourself on there. That's going to happen on the 11th trader, but the first 10, you'll actually know that you're the first 10 when you click it and you're in. Okay, so their money, yourprofit.com, coupon code July 13. So I hope you've enjoyed. We've got about 5 minutes for questions here. I wanted to, before I take the questions, I wanted to emphasize the importance of the scalping. Again, why traders fail in prop trading is they get too close to that red line and they start doing crazy things. Stay away from the red line, but in order to make a scalping, and I use about half scalping, half runner, okay, in this system, in order to make it all work, you need a trigger that is reliable and that gives you a jump. I'll call it a pop, so that you can get your scalp and then move to break even on the second position. That's what you want to be doing. But you need and we've got several of these. I only showed you a chart with one of these triggers. We've got several of them that'll give you the pop. Why? Because I'm into testing these triggers. And again, you'll be able to converse with some of the people in our monthly meetings and so on. But the idea is that you need the correct, a reliable, frequent trigger, one that occurs frequently so that you don't lose patience. Okay, big problem with a lot of traders. I know it was for me. And perhaps it is for you. No problem anymore when you have a frequent, reliable trigger. And again, you want to combine. I think you should be combining the scalping with the running. Listen, I'm in this. I like the big trade. I'm in this, so I put on a trade. All of a sudden, I had a big one yesterday in the Nasdaq, and that chart I showed you. I want that big trade. I want to keep myself open, but I want to defend along the way. I'm going to show you how to do that. Listen, getting in is only half of it. Getting out is the other half. So I'll take any questions that you have right now, and then I want to leave it to the next presenter. I hope that you join me and let me help you to get through this. It's exciting. You can see how passionate. I never stop being passionate about this. So be one of the first 10, and let's get going together. I'm looking at the chat right now. And if there's any questions, please, or the questions, if you see any questions there, please read them to me, and I will answer. We'll probably have time for one question here, if there are any.
Are you able to have an Apex account if you live in Europe?
I believe so, as long as you can have. Yes, in fact, last check, they were in 143 different countries. I think it used to be 150. If you're in Nigeria, not going to make it. There are some issues with certain countries. They had to reduce it from 150 to 145, but Europe is included, so not a problem.
What about, do you have a preference over Rhythmic versus Tradovate?
That's excellent question. The answer is I chose the Rhythmic because it was the only one that was offered when I went into it. But in looking at the two, I think I would still choose Rhythmic. Rhythmic has a slightly lower, and I'm talking 5 or 10% monthly and reset fees. They're lower, but they have a little bit higher round turn commission. And when I say a little bit higher, I'm talking about 10 cents, 25 cents. So if you find yourself as somebody that likes to take on big positions and take on a lot of trades, maybe Tradovate would work. The reason they entered Tradovate was not so much these differences, but because a lot of people had the platform of Tradovate, and so they could allow that platform in trading. I use NinjaTrader. Never used it before. I'm a TradeStation guy, but now I'm a NinjaTrader guy. Any other questions? Either one is okay.
No, just people saying you're doing a really great job explaining Apex to them. So.
Well, thank you. I've been working on this because I really want you to get involved. I just love the conversation when you get that first check in your account. This is what I live for, and Tisha lives for. So thank you, everybody, for your valuable time that you spent with me. let's spend some more time and do this together. Again, you've got that guarantee that's going to be at your back. So the risk is mine. Let's do this together. Thank you, Anthony, for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. We appreciate you having being here and sharing that with us today. And congratulations on your success as a prop trader and 43 years anniversary this month. Thanks for celebrating that with us as well. That's amazing. We're so happy to have you here. We really appreciate that. Yeah, your background's phenomenal, and you know, we appreciate that. 43 years is amazing. That's amazing, really is. Most of us can't get 3 years, so 43 is really incredible. Great information. Your presentation was certainly enlightening. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner. Over 1 million views on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Norman Hallett of thedisciplinetrader.com, thedisciplinetrader.com. If you're interested in being mentored by a professional trader with 43 years of experience this month who can pass a prop trading evaluation with ease, then look no further. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Norman. It's always a pleasure having you on Traders Corner, and please come back soon.
Will do.
Thank you. Today's summit on Traders Corner has over 1,000 traders and investors registered from all over the world, and we want to thank you for joining us today. Stick around because we have some great presentations to come. Next up, we actually have a 2-for-1 for you with the founder and co-founder of SharkIndicators and chief architect of Bloodhound and Blackbird. These two incredibly talented software developers have created innovative trading software that simplifies trade management without having to code. With over 40 years of combined experience in software development and trading, they have uniquely positioned SharkIndicators to empower retail traders. Their primary mission is to provide tools to the retail trader that were once only accessible to large hedge funds. Here today for an advanced topic, auto trading with ChatGPT versus SharkIndicators, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of SharkIndicators. Welcome to Traders Corner, gentlemen. Zach, I think you might be on mute.
I'm coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, it's okay, man.
There we go.
Okay. My apologies. I'm just trying to get the current screen set up here, and I can get my my slides working. So,
okay.
1 second with that.
Little time zone mix up. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can share my screen. I'm so sorry for. I think my my screen sharing button is actually off at the moment, or disabled.
Yeah, it's actually on my screen. Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy's.
Okay, perfect.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we're going to switch over to Zach.
Okay.
Right.
And again, I'm sorry. What screen do you guys see? Do you see the like kind of a slide presenter? It
says disclaimer.
Yes. Okay. Is it the full screen, or is it kind of like the?
It's at you're at the top of it, and then split on the side as well. It says trade system development on the right, and then disclaimer on the left.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me swap the screen there. Okay. All right. This is almost like I'm doing this for the first time. Yeah. All right. My name is Jeremy Tang. I'm from SharkIndicators, and of course, you just heard from Zach, who's also on as well. Thanks for the introduction. I'm just going to roll right into it. This is a bit of an advanced topic, so definitely buckle in. And you know, if you're not following along with every single thing that we're doing, that's perfectly okay. What we're really going to try to do here is something different that we've never done before, and we're talking about trade system development. Okay, so the idea is you've got your trading idea kind of in your head, and you want to put it onto the computer so that you can back test it and auto trade it and that sort of thing. So in order to do that, there's really kind of two main options, right? You can use basically a tool like ours, or you can try to develop it from scratch. And developing has always been kind of the realm of, you know, for just those really technically adept people. And recently, of course, the world's been taken by storm with AI development, or AI assisted development, as I'm getting at. And so there's now kind of this other option that's sort of just come out of nowhere, and that is the possibility of using ChatGPT to help develop the Ninja script, develop your trade system. And so so now that there's basically this option of using ChatGPT to help you develop a trade system, we're going to try it out and see if we can, build one and compare the pros and cons between that and using SharkIndicators tools. So we're going to do a little contest. Okay, so Zach's going to go first, but basically we've got a trade system that we're going to try to develop, and we've got some rules. I'm going to show what the trade system is, and first Zach is going to go ahead and build it in with our tool set, and then I'm going to take over afterwards and try to do the same thing with NinjaScript. So buckle in. This again is going to be a little technical, but don't worry, we're not going to try to teach exactly how this is done. What we're going to try to do instead is just show like what the process is involved in building building the system using these two different methods. And then you guys can, we'll just have a little discussion about the pros and cons afterwards. Okay, so the trade rules are, I'm sorry, let me just, okay. The trade rules are as follows, okay? And basically we came up with a really relatively simple system. The idea is that you're gonna have signals that are mainly consisting of crosses, okay? So we have the SMA that we're gonna be comparing against the price, the price against the SMA. We're gonna be looking at the MACD histogram, and we're gonna be looking at the stochastics. And basically what we're just gonna be doing is just looking, I know that's a lot of words, and I apologize, but we gotta be really specific with these rules to make sure that we're actually kind of on track, right? Especially with system development, details do matter, right? But basically we got 3 crosses. Okay, we're gonna be comparing price against SMA, and when that price crosses above the SMA, we're gonna go long, vice versa for short. The MACD histogram line, we're going to do basically the same thing with the 0 line. And then the stochastics, we're going to be looking at the 25 line and the 75 threshold crossing above or below those lines, those respective lines for the long and short position. And then we're going to take all those crossovers, and then we're going to look at the last 3 bars and see to make sure that within 3 bars those crossovers happened, and that means a valid signal. So we actually presented this system years ago, and I think, Zach, did you find this one? Was it the Stocks and Commodities magazine? I can't remember.
I think I learned it probably in the early 2000s during, back when organizations used to rent out, some kind of big hotel lobby room and do a big presentation, and get you to open up a brokerage account and whatnot. I think that's probably where I heard it. Yeah, it's kind of a classic stock trading signal, some old school thing. So yeah, it's so old I don't really remember anymore where I got it from. So
yeah, it's been a while. I think we presented this like literally 10 years ago. So it's kind of nice that we're kind of circling back here now with AI, and I believe we call it the classic stock signal. But don't worry, guys, about like the specifics of the system. Really, the whole point of this presentation is to just show like the nuts and bolts of like how we actually describe it to the computer. So we got some trade management rules there as well. I think what we're going to do is go straight into the contest here and let Zach take it away. He's going to again try to build it with Bloodhound first, and our other tool Blackbird, and then I'll take over and show you what it's like to code it up using an AI assist.
All right, yeah, I am getting this switched over here. There we go. And all right, yeah, looks like you guys can see my screen now. Great. So just in case, I also have the system rules over here on Notepad, right? So just, trading is very visual, right? Or it's 100% visual here. So let me just kind of also give a quick explanation on the chart here, right? So, rule number 1, price crossing the SMA, right? So we have the 30 SMA, and we're looking for price to cross up, right? Or cross down. Now, of course, this is a classic old school stock trading kind of entry signal. So I'm pretty sure that this really only applied to buying stocks, never selling stocks, right? But for this demonstration, we're gonna also create sell signals as well. So price crossing the SMA, rule number 1. Rule number 2 is we're looking at the MACD here. And in this case, we're looking at the histogram, right? So the bars there, the gray bars. Right. So whenever it crosses that 0 line. And then the last rule here is the stochastics. So we're looking for the stochastics to come out of the oversold, right? Crossing that 25 level for a buy, or the stochastics coming out of the oversold, right? And crossing down below 75, right? Pretty straightforward. And I've also have some vertical lines on my chart here, right? Because this is kind of the classic way, right, that most traders will kind of try and figure out if some new idea, is worthy, right? You put the indicators on your chart, and then you put some kind of marker on your chart, right? Either the vertical lines, excuse me, get my voice back, or an arrow, something like that. So I have a few lines on my chart, where I initially kind of guessed at, where it looks like things line up here, right? And I have this on here just to also kind of illustrate what we see a lot with our customers is actually missed entry or sell signals, right? Because when you've got your indicators on here, it's not easy to always see exactly what those indicators are doing, right? Like right here, this MACD, right? It looks like, yeah, it's above the 0 line. And then, you can't really tell if it crossed below the 0 line and then crossed back up, unless you're doing this, right? And who is stretching out, their charts all the time when they're trading, and so now we can actually see it did cross below the 0 line, right? So, so with that explanation of the system, let me kind of get in here and start building. So this is what we call Bloodhound, right? So this tool here allows you to look at indicator conditions and essentially put together, build together, your entry and exit signals. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these nodes here, which they all have a specific task. As you can see, this one's the crossover here. And so this one, we're going to tell it to look for the price crossovers, right? So then we're going to switch the input type to price. And then the other input is going to be the SMA 30. So, and I am going to go through this really quick. So, right. And we can already see instantly on the chart, right? We get the red, what we call racing stripes when price crosses down below the SMA. And whenever it crosses above, we get the green racing stripes, right? And we can see some of these are lining up with those vertical lines, right? But we're not done yet, all right? We need the other 3 rules here. So now let's look at the MACD histogram. So let's add another crossover. Oh, and also we have that 3-bar, leeway there. So remember, the 4th rule here is these crossovers can occur within 3 bars of each other. So we do need to put in that 3-bar kind of look back period there as well. All right, so now let's move on to the MACD there. And let's give this a name. All right, so that's the MACD. This is going to be the MACD histogram crossover. All right, so our first input is going to be the MACD. And I like to use the search feature there. It does make finding your indicators so much faster. And in NinjaTrader, they call the MACD histogram the difference, which technically is mathematically correct. So there we go. So the difference is the histogram. And now we want this to cross the 0 line there. And so again, we can instantly, with all the green and red racing stripes, right? We can see on the chart when that histogram crosses above the 0, we get a green line, crosses down below, right? We get a red line there. And that's coming from Bloodhound. So Bloodhound is down here at the very bottom, right? So most people, because you get the racing stripes, you really don't need to, use a lot of real estate on your chart. That's another thing with having a bunch of indicators is, every indicator takes up more and more real estate on your chart. And your charts get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So, but with Bloodhound, because you have these racing stripes, very easy to see, you can kind of tuck that away and kind of minimize it down there, and that way you can save, the screen space for your other indicators. So, all right, next, let's do the stochastic crossovers. So let's grab another crossover, add that in there, and all right, so this is going to be the cross up of the 25 level here. And let's see, let's switch in our stochastics indicator. And there we go, there's our stochastics. And again, I'm just using the standard period settings for all these indicators here. And we're going to use the main stochastics line, the D, the %D there. All right, and next we need to put in that 25 level or threshold value there. And so let's stretch this up, right? So there we go. There's our stochastics crossing down and crossing up, right? Now, we're not concerned about the cross downs. We're only interested in the cross ups. So I can go in here and isolate only the long signals there, right? So there we go. So there's our stochastics crossing up out of the oversold area, right? Clearly marked, with the green racing stripes. So that's one of the stochastics. So now I can copy this and paste this, and then save me a little bit of time here. So now we're looking for the stochastics to cross down the 75 level, right? And when the stochastic crosses out of the oversold, right, that's our short condition. So I'm going to switch over to the short signals only. And then I also need to adjust the level here that we're looking for. And there we go. So there's our stochastics crossing out of the oversold, and heading back down. Okay. And now I'm going to connect both of these together using an OR node. And that basically just joins everything together. And if I look at that, so there are the crossovers that we're interested in from the stochastics, right? Crossing down 75 and crossing up above 25. And we can clearly see those again, with the green and red racing stripes. All right, so now we have our 3 components here, right? Because now it's time to join them all together. Although I do need to make sure that I have that 3-bar look back. So let me go in and add that. Right, that's always easy to overlook. So, and it's easy to overlook when you're just manually looking at a chart, right? Trying to figure out, if some new trading idea is, worth your time or not. So let's see. So next, let's grab an AND node. And now we're going to connect all these together like so. And let's see what we have on the chart, right? So remember, I did put a couple of markers on here where I thought things were going to line up, right? So we got the stochastics crossing down, and I thought we might have a short signal there. Let's see what happened. We did get the MACD crossing down. We do have price crossing down, but yeah, you know what? It looks like price crossed down a little too early there, right? And so that's kind of the issue when you try and manually go in and and put all the signals, you know, when you're learning something new there. So it's easy to miscalculate there. But you know, Bloodhound, you know, the computer is always perfect when it's calculating something there. So, you know, so actually, you know, there actually wasn't a short signal there. So, you know, and if I'm not sure, right, I can kind of connect things up and I go, okay, yeah, there's the stochastic crossing down. And I can compare that. When did price cross down? Yeah, so price crossed down a little too early. So I would have need a 4-bar kind of look back period to get that one there. Yeah. So that was it, right? Pretty straightforward and easy to accomplish with a few nodes. And now I have my signals on the chart, and I can actually go in and kind of clean up these ones that, you know, didn't actually work out. And then I'm going to do one last thing, because sometimes we can see, right, the crossovers do line up perfectly. And so we get 3 bars with an entry signal. And I can actually clean that up real quick and easy here. And then we'll have a nice, clean looking entry system. There, adjust that real quick. And there we have it. Right. So now the next step here, right, to determine if this system is actually worthy is to back test it, right? So that's where we're going to need to go into a strategy to do the back testing, right? So first, I do need to save this out. All right. So we're just going to call this our entry signals here. And I do need to save this. So kind of like with Excel, you know, once you build a system, you can save it to a file. So that way you can load it up later, you know, the next day after shutting down NinjaTrader. Or if you have a trading partner, you can share these files with each other, you know. So it's always good to have a, you know, a trading partner there and toss ideas back and forth. So, all right, so let me save this out. And so again, you know, this is called the classic stock signal there. So I'm just going to save over that one. And there we have it. Yeah, so again, I'll just kind of squish this up. And right, so even though the chart's really squished, you can still see the buy and sell racing stripes on the chart there, right? And so you can kind of give it the eyeball test, you know. And let's see, this is Apple. So this is a stock chart of Apple there. So, all right, so let me continue on here. And next, let's pull up our strategy, which is called Blackbird. So we're gonna enable this, right? And of course, the strategy, the purpose of the strategy is to get those backtest results. So, all right, so with Blackbird, let's get Blackbird's interface open here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in those Bloodhound entry signals, right, from the classic stock signal. So I'm going to open up. So here's the files. And for the entry signals here, we're going to, right, I just simply named it entry, like so. So this is providing the trade signals for the strategy, right? So you can switch in and out, you know, trade signals very quickly and easily. So, and now let's kind of set up the orders here. So, right, so with this, you know, it's nothing fancy. You're just entering with a market order. And then on Jeremy's PowerPoint, we just kind of decided, yeah, we're going to go with something very basic here to give ChatGPT the benefit of the doubt here. And we decided to go with a 3 ATR profit target and a 3 ATR stop loss. But also that stop loss is going to trail the SMA 30 as well. So I'm just going to go in here and quickly make all those adjustments. So there's the 3 ATR stop loss. And now I'm going to add that trailing roll here, like so. And we're going to have the stop loss start trailing the SMA after a certain amount of profit is achieved, right? So in this case, we decided to go with 2 ATRs. There. All right, 2 ATRs. And now we're going to tell it to follow the SMA 30, like so. And you know, if your stop loss is trailing something, you know, you need it to keep trailing. So we're going to set the repeat to indefinitely. And there we go. All right, so we're all set. We have our entry order, our exit orders set up. So now we can do some back testing here. And let me just double check one thing. Yep, I do have back test mode turned on. Good to go. So all we got to do is reload the chart and basically reload the strategy, and then our back test results can be generated. And so there we have it. All right, so let's see what we have here. We can see, so when you see the green line, right, that was a profitable trade. And these shorter little red lines, you know, are not profitable trades. Shrink that up. You know, so far it looks like a little bit of a mixed bag there, you know. But NinjaTrader provides a strategy performance report as well. So we can pull this up and actually take a look. How did this do? Well, over the last almost 14 years there, it basically just broke even. It really didn't get anywhere. You know, so again, you know, the purpose of this isn't really to, you know, show a profitable system, but to show you how easy it is to take an idea and back test it, you know, literally within a few minutes there.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, guys, like what Zach just did there was he built a full-blown automated trade system in just about 15 minutes or so with explanation and whatnot.
Yeah. So took me a little bit. All right, so with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jeremy, and then he's going to do the ChatGPT portion of our demonstration.
Yeah, so we're gonna try doing this with ChatGPT and see how this works out. And you should see my screen. It looks like there should be a NinjaScript editor up there and some ChatGPT on the left-hand side. Obviously, okay, so I'll just preface this saying I've been a developer for about most of my adult life, like 30 some odd years now at this point, and specifically working with NinjaScript for the last 10. And I can say, like, you know, when we're looking at development, we're looking at the time frame we're looking at in terms of the effort you got to put in to do this. You're looking at the time frame within weeks or so, rather than using our tools, you know, it's just a couple minutes. However, with the advent of AI and ChatGPT, weeks can turn into maybe a couple days or maybe a week. Now that's a huge caveat, because the way these AIs do work is sometimes they do lead you down the wrong path. And in fact, this morning I was sort of generating with ChatGPT a couple, like using the same prompt. In this case, I did 4 this morning just to see what would happen. Using the same prompt, 4 totally different approaches, and just kind of glancing at each one. Right, they all got sort of issues with them, and so it's a bit of a crapshoot sometimes what you get. You know, so if those of you guys are experienced NinjaScript developers yourself, may catch some of these just at first glance. For example, you know, there's a problem here. You can't be, this method cannot be called during the set default states, for example. Some of these have issues with the conditions. Like, for example, it's not looking at the past 3 bars, it's looking at the singular bar, and then it checks. Then after, in this particular example, it's actually checking the condition if it's within the past 3 bars only after it satisfies the condition for these crossovers in the single bar. That's a logic error. That's just simply not going to work. So basically, my I guess the message I'm trying to get across is, like, it's a little bit of a mixed bag what you would get. So we're gonna try this on the fly, and we really don't really know what we're gonna get. Okay, so I figured the best way to do this is actually use one of the specific GPTs that's already been trained, and I'm using air quotes because those of you that are in the AI space will know this is not correct, technically speaking, but trained with NinjaScript. And so I'm going to actually type in NinjaScript here to look for some of these GPTs. These are pretty much all done by the community, and presumably they've sort of trained it with the API that's with NinjaScript. So I'll pick one at random here. I'll take this NinjaScript engineer, and again, like I said, it could be a total crapshoot what we get, but I'm going to spare you the typing. I've copied and pasted the prompt, which is help me write a strategy with these particular rules. Okay, and let's fire away and see what we get. And we're just going to try to muscle through it. I'm going to cut myself off at about 12:15, just so that we have a little bit of discussion time at the end before we get kicked off with the next presenter. I doubt I'll get anywhere near as close to exact in terms of seeing anything on the chart, but we'll see what we get. Okay. One of the big things with coding is you definitely don't get that visual feedback. You definitely don't get that instantaneous, like, you know, you change something and you see something right away. You don't get that kind of feedback at all. So everything is got to be developed using, you know, coding some, compiling it, and then you got to build your own infrastructure in to see what the results on the chart are. So I'm just going to go ahead, and past experiences told me that ChatGPT tends to get this wrong. Okay, the using declarations, they tend to be, yeah, like I said, they tend to be wrong. So I'm just going to go ahead and ignore that, cut that code right out, just so we can get it compiled and get going, right? And I do use ChatGPT pretty much on a daily basis, hourly basis these days to help my development. But as you're going to see very quickly, it's not always right, and it tends to guess a lot of times when it doesn't know what to do. So immediately I see some problems. Okay, the compile didn't work. Okay, so it invented this new method called add SMA, which does not exist. So I'm not really sure where I was going with that. You really need to be okay, so you know what I'm gonna do is ask ChatGPT, see if we can figure out what to do. Okay, so probably an easy way to do this, I would just copy this, right? I think it's Control-C, copy. Does that work? Yeah, okay, so that's the error there, and I'll just say, hey, look, I got this compile error. My spelling is atrocious today. All right. And it's going to say, all right, you're encountering it because these don't exist. And now it's correct. Okay, it finally figured out those don't exist. That is indeed, now this is the correct way to do it. So it did get that right. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy that. Okay, let's do that. Put that in there. And this time I decided to do it on the configure state. We'll just follow its example instead of the data loaded. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to go ahead and follow it. I wouldn't say blindly, but you know, let's just see how far this AI can take us. Okay, I think I'll keep the rest. I didn't look down to see what it did, but I can immediately tell you that this is incorrect logic because it is trying to set the entry and exit signals without looking back 3. That's definitely going to be problematic. But let's go ahead and build it and see, first of all, we can get a build. Okay, hit the compile button. Yeah, okay, so we got some other issues here. We're looking at, okay, so that's an odd one. I've never seen this before, but basically we're looking at the default when we should be looking at the diff, it's called. Default, it kind of guessed the name, and that's fair. I mean, can we expect an AI to know all the nuances of every indicator? Although I guess arguably, you know, the MACD is should be pretty well known, but I guess it wasn't trained on that. I think we're actually looking at the stochastic K, not the D here, so I'm going to switch that over as well. Okay. All right, let's just go ahead and build it and see what we got here. Okay, so maybe I was the incorrect one here. So one thing that's nice about coding in this kind of environment is you hit the dot button, and it should be able to fill out. It should be able to help you find. Oh, this is not filtered like I'm used to, but oh, it is the diff. Okay, it's there. All right, so something else is wrong. Oh yeah, it's okay. Another logic error. This is very subtle, guys, but I'm not going to explain it. But it's looking for a series, not a single value, right? And I'll be honest. I think usually ChatGPT is a little bit better at doing this kind of thing. But like I said, it can be a crapshoot sometimes in terms of what you get. So
Hey, Jeremy, it is the stochastics D, actually.
D, oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Switch that back. But as you can see, a lot of those errors disappeared once I switched that up, right? And it just really just takes some experience. Like I said, I've been working with NinjaScript for a little while now. Okay, so it's invented basically an entry price variable by the looks of it. It never declared it. Let's just go ahead and tell it that and see what it comes up with. It does not exist. Okay, and I guess it's not behaving super well today because these are what I would consider very beginner level mistakes that even kind of like any entry level programmer would not make. Sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's not. You know, that's just kind of what you get sometimes with AI. All right. Okay,
I think the power that the AI needs today is being used by air conditioners, so it's a little hungry today.
Well, the thing about these GPTs, right, is they are inherently a little random, and that's just kind of how it's the architecture, how they're built. You know, so you're not always going to get consistent results every single time, and so those, you know, and there was a real, you know, there's a lot of talk in the industry about AI taking over people's jobs and blah blah blah. You know, I think those are generally said by people that haven't used it for real work yet, because once you have, you realize no, you, at least at this point in time, it's just not there. You know, and even when you have a pretty clever human directing it, you know, it still can lead you down the wrong path, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe in 5 to 10 years that could change, when maybe it reaches like human level intelligence or something like that. And even then, you know, like one thing about development, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here, but one thing about development is not every developer that you've hired are going to be equal either, right? And a lot of them, some of them just don't have the capability to do what you need to do. Some of them do. You know, every human's different too. Okay, so literally, guys, I just commented the entire trade rules section out just for brevity. Actually, you know what? Just for giggles sake, or, you know, just for that. Let me just copy the one from ChatGPT, and at this point my eyes are kind of glossing over. I'm not really too focused on looking at it. Let's take a quick look. Look at the closing price. Did it look at the entry price? I don't think it does. So I'm not sure exactly if that's even going to work. looking at the closing price. Oh, okay, average price there. Sorry guys, my eyes didn't. Okay, so it's got that spelling wrong. That can be forgiven because NinjaTrader 7 actually used AVG price, and NinjaTrader 8 has modified that to average price. You know, so who knows? It probably was trained on NinjaTrader 7. So stuff like that does happen. It gets sneaks into the GPT. You know, these are incredibly complicated pieces of technology. Okay, so I'm going to add that strategy now that I saw that it built successfully. And we won't see anything on the screen. Certainly not that same kind of feedback that Zach showed you. And that again is one of the pitfalls of developing it from scratch. Is if any sort of visual feedback that you need, you got to build all that infrastructure in yourself. We simply just do not have time. I've got, I think, another 5 minutes I'm going to go at this. But let's just take a quick look. All right, so as you can see, vastly different results. I think immediately we're going to see far less trades. Okay, and I can tell it's probably because of this.
At least it added the indicators on the chart, so that was nice.
Yeah, actually it did. Yeah, so that's a pretty simple thing, guys. That's actually just a simple method call right here. So at least it got that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So I'm just gonna say, hey, look, hey, it's not.
Adjust the look back period. Remember?
Yeah, it's not looking bad.
You missed that look back period.
Yeah, it's not giving me enough signals because I believe it is not considering the 3-bar look back rule, and I'll just say 4 so it knows. And let's see what it comes up with. And I did try this a couple times before this presentation, so I'll say another 3 minutes and I'll go at this, and then like I said, we probably won't have enough time to get anywhere useful with this. But this is kind of the general process you would take if you're using ChatGPT to develop, right? Not saying it's going to be easy. The AI is not just going to give you answers. You know, you still got to do a lot of massaging, and frankly, in a lot of cases, it's going to lead you down the wrong path, as it is again, it looks like. So in this case, this is not exactly what I want at all. It's again looking for the crossover. Okay, actually, you know, this might be okay. It's looking for the current bar, stores the current bar, and then okay, this may work. It's a little nuanced. There's actually a much easier way to do this, but let's see if this will go. So I'm going to just copy this code in here and see if this works. Right, so ATR value, I'm going to go right below that ATR value and replace essentially the entry signal codes right here. And let me just do a double check. Oh, they did change the name on me, did they? Okay, they did. So you know what? I will be safe just to and also copy. Okay, so let's do this one copy first. And I'm quickly running out of time here, but okay, that's the cross above, and it's created the long entry, short entry variables, which I'm going to feed into here. And I haven't. Okay, so I'm quickly kind of getting into a bit of a mess, knowing that there's a much kind of simpler way to do this. But let's just see kind of what the AI wants to do. All right. Okay, lots of little errors here. Right. Okay. Did they declare this earlier? No, they didn't. Okay, so again, this is I would say a very basic mistake. These bools have to be declared before you use them. So let's just quickly do that. And I think I'm going to be running out of time here. So yeah, you know, it's like Zach and I did kind of rehearse this a little bit. And you know, I think during one of our rehearsals, I was able to actually get a little bit more done on behind the scenes and you know, on the chart. But you know, with development, you know, it's sometimes things go the way you want it to go, and sometimes it doesn't. So that's really just kind of part and parcel. Like I said, I've been a developer for most of my adult life, and I'm very comfortable with the code, and you know, solving these issues is kind of like, it's just what I'm used to. Oh, so it is an int. Sorry, guys. And, right, so fully paying attention while I was talking here. It's a bar that we're looking for. All right. Okay, so I think I'm going to wrap this up. Suffice to say, I hope you conclude a couple things by watching me do this. Like even with the AI, you know, I'm not going to bother kind of going through this, but oh, of course, you know what, the temptation is always like there for me as a coder to just fix it, just to get the compile out. I don't think I got all in there in time, but oh, same problem as before, as you notice, guys. I fixed this one before. Actually, you know, if you're developing ever with ChatGPT, it's kind of important to communicate with it. Hey, look, I found this error. This is how I fixed it. And then actually, it's kind of good at just like not making that mistake again for the most part, not all the time. But point being is, you know, the AI can be sort of a partner, but it certainly isn't going to sit there and give you answers. It's kind of good at maybe looking over your shoulder a little bit, as long as you kind of do the same to it. Okay, I just noticed it's basically scattered kind of throughout the entire code. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna cut myself off.
It's not going to take your job anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely not. Now, I will say, so I hope you got kind of the impression, right? Because there's a lot of like hype out there for AI, right? That I think it's going to solve everything. You know, oh, you can just use the AI, boom, make strategies on the computer, code it up, simple, right? Just tell it to do everything. I'm sorry to say, it's just not true, and it's just not there. It's not going to happen. You know, if that's the path you're going through, make sure you do understand NinjaScript thoroughly, and to have an awareness that you know when it's leading you down the wrong path, because kind of clearly it has in this instance. So and to be honest, like sometimes it's pretty good, sometimes it's really bad, right? I think I did once. One of the tries that I did this, it actually spat out some code that was pretty close, quite close to the way I would implement it. Yeah, so sometimes you get lucky. Regardless, even there's a lot of massaging. There's still you know, some issues that I saw with the code that, you know, needed some massaging and whatnot. So I kind of hope we impressed upon you. This is kind of like, you know, this would be more or less how the challenges you would face if you were to do this coding from scratch, even with the AI assist. And that's really the reason why we built our tools. And so, you know, the tool that you saw earlier was Zach, right? Not only has all that kind of instantaneous feedback, but it's designed for really the average trader who is not a coder, right? So if you're, you know, presumably more focused on really the trades and technicals and studying charts and profit and that sort of thing, you know, and really your cup of tea isn't pouring through lines of code and trying to fix bugs and get the syntax right. You know, I would argue even with the AI assist, it's still very difficult to do. And even if you're a developer and like myself, that's been at this for many years, it's still more difficult to do. You know, I could, like Zach did this entire thing in the 15 minutes. If I were to take the time and do this from scratch, even with the AI assist, I would give myself about a week to do it, at least. Okay, so I think we are coming up here at the end of the time. So I'm just going to put up our last slide here.
I think we still got about 10 minutes left.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish, guys. It was supposed to go till 2:15, so we're a few minutes over.
Oh, we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you have any like special promotions or anything that you want to put into the chat box, and then let them know about, you know, what your end result is and everything.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
just
welcome.
basically, if you guys want to check us out, okay, the tools are free to use for 30 days. It's kind of a good time to get in and get familiar with our stuff. It's SharkIndicators.com. We've been around for about 10 years. And again, definitely check us out. next month we're running our Shark Week promotion, if you will. So it's an exciting time to kind of get in, and I hope you guys learned something today about ChatGPT and its limitations and its benefits, and saw what's possible with our tools. So with that, thank you so much for hosting us, and I guess we'll sign off here so the next speaker can.
Yeah, thank you, Traders Corner. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. That was a really great presentation. I liked how you guys, shared both sides of it there, and the simplicity and everything. That's really great. Really, really great. So what an incredible presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, good news, no more expensive programmers. Now you can create your own auto trader, experiment with new ideas and validate them with back testing. You can literally create your own automated robot in minutes, all with no coding required. Amazing. After watching this presentation, I might have a few ideas I'd love to try out as well. And your Blackbird to automate trade management for NinjaTrader sounds amazing too. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to create and optimize your own trading system and trade management strategies without any coding necessary, Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of SharkIndicators have a solution for you. If there's any other special offers you'd like to put in the chat box, please do so now. I had put the link for SharkIndicators on the website there. They told us we could try it for free for 30 days. That seems amazing. So thank you again, Jeremy and Zach, for making our audience such a generous offer of 30 days free. Please come back and see us on Traders Corner. It was really informative, and enjoyed watching both sides of it there. We do appreciate you.
Great, thank you.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys have a good weekend.
Today's show features educators with an incredible amount of experience in prop trading, and our next guest is no exception. He is the owner of Viper Trading Systems, which has been in business since 2009. He features a live daily trading room, weekly webinars, and training sessions to help you be successful using their object trader indicators and strategy. Here to introduce the Apex PA Rules Guardian is Mr. Gary Donahoo of Viper Trading Systems. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Gary. Oh, Gary, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we got you.
All righty. That little mute button just showed up, so I clicked it.
Yeah, right.
Welcome, everyone. Glad I'm be able to present for you today. Basically, at Viper Trading Systems, just like Traders Corner just mentioned, we've been in business since 2009. And my goal is actually to teach people, traders, to get an extra income or even do this for a living themselves. And we do this each and every day in a trading room that's open 5 days a week. And basically it's open from about 7:40 in the morning Central Time until 10 o'clock. And we find that to be a little sweet spot to get nicely green and turn off the machine. And now this seminar today is actually about prop trading, okay? Now, when we first went into business in 2009, you basically had to put up your own money. You would put in $10,000, $15,000 in an account, you'd start trading, okay? Well, nowadays with these prop firms around, it makes it very, very easy to simply buy an evaluation, pass the evaluation, and they get funded, okay? So a lot of people are doing this, and there are a lot of prop firms out there. I won't just go over naming a bunch of them, but I use a particular prop firm myself and even promote it quite heavily, and that's Apex Trader Funding. And if I know there's probably a bunch of you out there that actually have Apex accounts, but when you get into the actual rules of Apex, once you get funded, there's a little bit to it, and there's a little bit to any prop trading fund. So basically what you want to do if you want to get paychecks from them is you want to make sure you follow those rules, okay? Now, what we've done at Viper Trading Systems, and let me go over the standard disclaimer just real quick, because everything I'm going to talk about here is basically just read this risk disclaimer, because futures trading does involve risk. There's always risk of loss. So understand that you're trading your own money, okay? Now, at Viper Trading Systems, let me go over just a little bit about us first, though. Our homepage is vipertradingsystems.com, okay? And if you've never heard of us, or if you've heard of us, we've been around a long time. You can actually take a trial with me by simply going down here to this free trading room trial. Just click on that link right there, and you can come into my trading room for 10 days. okay? We do also have a 10-day trial, which is a paid trial, but this one even includes the scripts, and it's just like being a member with Viper Trading Systems at a very, very deep discount too. So if you wanted to do something like that, you just simply click this link or click this link here. This is no charge. This is actually at $39.99 for 10 days, okay? So basically, I want you to have everything that our members have so that you can make your own decision whether we're the right fit for you or not, okay? Now, if you've taken basically the evaluation, well, let's just use Apex for an example, because like I said, I'm quite heavy into Apex. I have Apex accounts myself. So when you're taking the evaluation, there's really not very much to the rules. They have a drawdown threshold. It's called a trailing threshold. So that means that if you have a high period, then from there is your drawdown. So if you ace that and you get funded, it's just a matter of paying a PA fee and then you're funded. Now, once you're funded though, the key to it is to make money, okay? Every single time you trade for a couple of weeks, they basically pay you after you've traded 10 days. You just simply request a check, okay? So I'm gonna put this question log up too, having a couple of people watch this, so anybody has any questions as we go, feel free to ask them, okay? Because I can't go over everything in just literally a 45-minute period of time, but I'm gonna try to explain as much as I possibly can. Okay, let's see. Martin's asking, can you explain how do you use? Oh, okay, you were using a different setup. Never mind, that was not a question for me. Okay, so basically, Viper Trading Systems, if you need to get in touch with me in any way, shape, or form, you can just simply call this number. We're one of the very few vendors out there that doesn't put you off with just emails only. You can reach me. You can reach me by Skype also. I'm on Skype. If I see your Skype come in, I'll answer your Skype. Phone number, usually I cut it off by around 5, 6 o'clock at night, but if it's one of my members' calls, I usually take care of it, okay? So we're easy to get in touch with, okay? Now, what we've done here at Viper Trading Systems, we've actually developed indicators and a strategy. Now, our indicators and our strategy is basically based on price action, because price action is key to trading, okay? Now, we've developed tools, for instance, in Object Trader, which is a strategy. Now, we use NinjaTrader 8, and everything that we've done is on NinjaTrader 8. So you just simply, if you're a member with us or even on trial, you simply select the strategy, and we're going to put it on the chart. Now, Object Trader is a tool that's been developed over about the last 8 years or so. And it's a very nice tool, easy to use, but also quite advanced in the way it works. We've got all kinds of features in it so that you can make sure that you make money every single day and get those paychecks. But we've also built in these Apex rules into our strategy. Now, what the Apex rules, you're thinking, wow, what do you mean by Apex rules? Okay, when you get a funded account, you're gonna have to actually go by Apex rules. And I'm gonna show you what we're talking about here, okay? Now, when you get funded with Apex, you've got rules like consistency rule, you've got dollar cost averaging, and you've got hedging. Those are the 3 biggies right there. If you can ace those, you'll get paychecks, okay? So we've simply built this dollar cost averaging rule into our strategy. So for instance, if you take a position and it goes against you at all and you decide to add again, that's okay with Apex. They let you do it one time. But if you do it another time, guess what? It's prohibited and could cause you to lose your account. So what we did with this is we simply built it into the strategy so that the Object Trader will only let you go one entry. It starts the clock. You add another entry. If it's against you, then it won't let you add a third one until you actually get profitable again. Now, a lot of people do like to ladder in a trade. Just to give an example, I'll show you on this chart right here. All right, I've got a tool on Object Trader called AutoFib. All right, I can just simply click it here, and I can pretty much tell right at this very moment, I've got a trade setting up right about here, and I've got a trade setting up right about here also, okay? So we also have what we call mid-band tools and everything, built into these. Here's another example on the chart right here. Here's gold. on, matter of fact, this is yesterday right here. See this little trade here? There's an auto trade that could be setting up here, here, or even here. They can go deeper like that, right? So as a rule, a lot of people, especially when you're in an uptrend, they like to go ahead and put in a contract here, here, and here. But you think, uh-oh, I just broke the Apex rules. Well, Object Trader won't let you break those Apex rules. So if you entered a trade here and another trade here, then it's not going to let you do it here. But if it comes down here and then goes back above where you got in, then it will go ahead and let you do that. Okay. Now, Apex also has another rule. And like I say, these rules are very, very important, because if you want to get paychecks, you know, because what's the whole idea of trading? Anybody want to just sim trade the rest of their life, or would you rather make money? Because the key to these prop firms is to make money. Now, they put you through an evaluation, very, very easy to pass a lot of times, okay? You can even throw in 10 contracts and get a $50,000 account funded in an hour, as far as that goes, okay? But then the PA comes into effect, which is called a performance account, and you have to abide by these rules, okay? Now, one other rule on here is called hedging, okay? Hedging means that, let's say if you've got a PA, Apex allows you to have 20 PAs, but if you decide to trade YM while it's going beautifully short, and then all of a sudden you see ES going up, and you decide to take that, you just broke a major rule. It's called hedging. Okay, you can't go short on YM and long on ES. That's against the rules with the CME. It's also against the rules with Apex. Now, Apex is one of the only ones that does have that particular rule and even this dollar cost averaging, but they're also one of the most reasonable, easy to pass, and easy to get paid. They do pay like clockwork. You know, there are many of my people in my room that are continually telling me how much they're making on Apex, okay? I can even show you some examples here. Here's a PA account that I did personally right here. That's a $50,000 account. And within 29 days, I got up to $103,000. Now that's real money. See, that's PA, okay? But you have to abide by the rules to get money from them. And the key to that is to follow those rules, okay? So we built it into Object Trader. Now, we've got some great tools in Object Trader too, because for instance, if you decided you wanted to do, say, 20 accounts with Apex, you can even clone those accounts. Okay, I'm sure most of the people in this room have heard of trade copiers. Okay, well, Object Trader, our little tool here, has basically trade copier built into it. When we go to our strategy, we've got all kinds of parameters that we can set up. I've even got parameters now on Object Trader where you can even tell it, you know, hey, I want to be alerted when I make $1,000. Okay, what if I want to say, you know what? I want to close out if I make $1,000, close my position when I hit my max. Very easy to do. The flip side of it, what if you said, or alert me if I lose 500 bucks, or close me out if I lose 500 bucks, and then you're closed. I even have a feature built into it where you can even lock Object Trader for the day. That way you can't trade again unless you use Chart Trader or something like that, but you won't be able to use Object Trader. Okay, so several things built in here like that. Very important though, when you're trading somebody else's money, okay? Now, if you want to trade your own live account, put 50,000 in it or whatever, you're welcome to trade it any way you want, right? It's your risk, it's your reward, or it's your total loss if you happen to blow the account, okay? If you don't follow the rules, you won't get a paycheck. Those rules are built into every trade that you make with Apex. So therefore, what we've done in this strategy is we simply turn it on. And let's say that we did want to go with gold at like 38%. I've got an autofill built into Object Trader. I can tell it I want to take a 38% trade, I want to take a 50% trade, and 61 is further down than Phantom, and it's almost at that swing, so I probably wouldn't go for that. You could then tell it I want to go for just those two, long, and then when the trade gets down there, it would go ahead and fire that. You wouldn't be breaking an Apex rule because you're only entering twice, okay? Now, if you wanted to also enter, let's say at, I don't know, maybe like, let's say some kind of a wedge or something like that, you could even choose, okay? Now, you don't want to have to think while you're trading as much. You see what I mean? You want to say, okay, I want to make sure that when I request that paycheck from Apex, that they say, good job, and they send you a check. They ACH it right to your account, okay? But you can also get that email where they say, sorry, you broke the consistency rule. You broke the dollar cost averaging, which could cost you the account. So don't break that one. We built it into our strategy. Now, also, I just brought this blank sheet over here. We give this to our traders also. Let's say this is like on a 30% rule right here. Okay, let's say that you made $500 on Monday. Okay, now this is telling me right here that I'm 100% away from a consistency rule. Let's say I make $750 the next day, and say maybe I make $2,000 this day. Now, what this does is it looks at the high day, okay? And if you have a high day, then see, you're not getting enough yet to get a paycheck because you're at 61%, not 30, okay? So you have to keep trading. So let's say you make $750, all right? And then maybe another day you make $3,500. Now your consistency is back out of whack again because you had a good day. See how that works? So to stay consistent with them, you have to stay under 30%. Now, I had one personally where I had forgotten to really check. I didn't have my little sheet here. And just like I said, you don't want to just constantly think about everything all the time. So I requested a paycheck, all right? I had a $4,670 day. So that made it to where I had to have a pretty large paycheck. And so they sent me a nice little email and said, 30% consistency rule broken, denied. Now that's kind of disheartening to get that. You see what I mean? So I had to actually go another 10 days of trading. Let's say that you just kept trading, for instance, okay? And well, today's the 13th, it's a Saturday, so you wouldn't be trading here. But let's say next week, then you traded and you got some money, all right? And you're just starting to be, super consistent and everything. But see how long it takes to get there? See, you've got to keep that 30% rule right there. Let's say you have a $2,000 day, all right? And then you have a $1,000 day, and you're finally consistent. But guess what? You turned in for a paycheck here, and guess what? You got to trade 5 more days again. Those are rules. You have to follow them to get paychecks, okay? So what I try to emphasize with my people in my trading room is that you want to stay consistent. Don't even ask for a paycheck until you are 30% consistent, or that turn down will then make you trade another 10 days, okay? I personally experienced that. And the reason I experienced that is because of that $4,600 day, okay? Let me show you what I mean by that. I'll just go here. I'm gonna just delete these. And like I say, these rules are super important because you don't want to stay on evaluations all your life. You're just paying them. You want them to pay you. Okay, so let's say on the 8th of the month, you were in my trading room and we had just a monster day and we did like 4,600, like I told you there, $4,647.50. This tells me right here, I've got to hit $15,491 before I get paid. Okay, so don't request a paycheck until this goes in line with what you're at. Okay, very, very important. Those rules, believe me, they will not pay you if you break the rule. Okay, let's see. There are no confirming emails. So, oh, okay, that's different. Sure, I did. Okay. I guess these are other questions that have come in here. Bear with me a second. Is that tool you're showing available on your website? George, yes, it is. For members, it sure is. Yeah, basically, if you go to vipertradingsystems.com and you're a member with us, let's just go to Viper real quick. All right, and you're a member and you go to our download latest scripts. this little consistency sheet is right here. See this little consistency rule sheet right here? Okay, and then there's our scripts and everything. Okay, so now this isn't anything magic. This is just an Excel sheet that we threw together. But, you know, the whole idea, like I say, is getting paid. You know, I'll show you some other examples, for instance. Okay, here's a Apex PA account. See, that's a $150,000 account. It's up $29,000. So that particular day I did 820. So I'm well consistent. So I can get my paychecks and everything. Okay. How about cloning accounts? Now this is a cool way to make money right here. These are some Apex accounts that I bought when they went on sale for $40. Those are $150,000 accounts. So in one day I decided to clone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And ObjectTrader actually has a clone feature built into it. So it cloned all 6 accounts. Now that's definitely a good way to make a living. Let me show you something else here too. I'll go to our home page. Just go to our home page. I'll show you the power of clone. These are some $250,000 accounts that I bought from Apex. I actually passed that in one day. Now, how did I pass that in one day? I took some chances. I'll be perfectly truthful. I wouldn't do this with my PA, but I was able to pass that account in one day, and I cloned 6 accounts to do it. Now, they only allow you to have 20 accounts, so you have to stop at some point. Okay, they only allow you to have 20 PAs. You can have as many evaluations as you want, but the PA is where the money's at. See, there's another one of my accounts. It's up $156,000. So basically, that's got $6,000 in it. Okay, so you can start getting paid at that point. Okay, but again, you've got to follow the rules. We've built it into ObjectTrader so that you can follow those rules. Now, one thing about ObjectTrader, okay, ObjectTrader is a strategy that's been developed over the last 8 years. It has features like taking a region trade. That's simply a box-in trade. We've got what we call an auto region. You can take a bar close trade, any size bar. This is a 4-range chart, but you could take any size bar close if you want to. 15-minute bar, take it. We've got a wedge, which is like a trend line. We actually have a trend line trade. We have mid-band trades, phantom trades. Our phantom trades are basically these trades right here. See this is a short phantom right here. And we've even got tools that'll tell you when they fire too. Here's a ObjectTrader phantom short. These bars will flash. See them right there? That's telling you that that's a good short trade. Okay, let's see. George is mentioning that Apex was thinking about a rule change to 40%. That would be awesome if they did that, because 40% is a lot easier to hit. You know, one thing, I'm very much into teaching people and keeping on the right track. There are some of the prop firms out there that are 20% consistency rules. So if you happen to fall into one of those, what if you hit a $4,600 day on those? You'd have to get about 25,000 in your account. Okay, they will even say in videos, for instance, that hey, we don't mind if you have a $20,000 day. Well, what if you had a $20,000 day? What do you think that would do? You'd have to have 66,000 in your account before you get a paycheck. Now, if you're good enough to do 20,000 in one day, you could probably do that. But what if you accidentally just beautifully did 20,000 in one day on your fresh new PA, and you're thinking, wow, I can go ahead and here in a few more days, I can request some money from them. No, you can't, not until you get to 66,000. See, so those rules are important. Okay, what I try to teach my traders every single day is not only the best place to take the trade, but also the best way to make money. You don't want to just pay them for evaluation accounts. You don't want to reset your accounts. You want to get them funded so that you make money off of them, because the whole idea of a prop firm is that, but just to give an example, Apex has, I have personally set up thousands of them for people all over the world. I have set up accounts as high as 230,000. That means that there's 230,000 at least accounts out there, and most of those have 5 to 10 accounts. So do the math. The money is brought in on the evaluations, and it brings in a huge amount, and then you're paid out at the first part of it until you become a live trader out of those funds. Okay, so just to give an example, last time I looked at their website, they paid out about $12 million last month. Okay, $12 million means that they had to at least double that to be a good business model. So you can, again, do the math. They've got a lot of people out there that are doing business with them. Okay, what I'm trying to do, though, is to make it to where you can do business with them and you can get those paychecks. Now, here's another caveat to getting paid with them. Okay, that consistency rule will disappear on the 4th month, but you have to get through those 3 months to get to that point. Okay, so basically until that 4th month, you're taking chances, obviously, that you're not breaking their rules, you're not accidentally losing an account, because this one that they say about that dollar cost averaging, that is a very serious one, because they tell you that you can lose your account over it. See, it's prohibited and in breach of the Apex PA account and can result in forfeit and closure of your account. So you think we didn't take that in consideration and build that into our strategy so that you won't break that rule? That's what I'm here today to tell you about. Okay, so these rules, if you keep them, you'll get paid out. I mean, like that account that I showed there, let's see, where was it at? This PA account right here, okay? $50,000 account. See, the liquidation is at this point was $50,100, which meant, see, that's me. See, that's me, okay? And that account was at $103,530 some odd dollars. So I've got all kinds of equity in that account. That was done in 28 days, by the way, okay? You don't even get paid until you've traded 10 days. So you can accumulate a little bit in those accounts before you ever get paid. Now, I also teach my traders that you don't want to just get 3,000 or 4,000 in an account in 10 days and then draw a paycheck, because you'll lose that account shortly thereafter. Okay, what you want to do is get an account, get it up there pretty substantially. I recommend, for instance, on like a $250,000 account, well, you can't draw a dime on it till you get above 5,100, or pardon me, on that one, 6,500, so 66 actually. But I recommend to my people to double that before they ask for a paycheck, because that paycheck is $3,000 for the first month, second month, and third month, okay? If they don't break the rules. And these rules, again, are built into ObjectTrader. The hedge trading part is built into ObjectTrader. You know, you don't want to, you know, for instance, gold is not correlated in any way, shape, or form with oil. We trade oil, gold, ES, and YM in my trading room. ES and YM, though, are on the same index, so you can't hedge them. You can't short one and go long on the other. So ObjectTrader will pop up a little window that says you're trying to do wrong. Okay, let me show you something here on this little deal here. I'll just put this on. I've got this in playback. I called these trades in my room on Friday. I want to show you something here. I'll do this in about, it's on playback. It's Saturday. Don't have any real data. Okay, so there's 4 times normal speed right there. But let's say you thought, hey, you know, that looks like a pretty good place. Maybe this thing's going to run away from me. And so, like, you get in one contract. Okay, now if you got in one contract, that starts this rule into effect on that dollar cost averaging. So let's go ahead and see. Now, keep in mind, this is not where I would recommend the trade. It would be at this 38%. Okay, but let's say that you got crazy and you said, you know what, this is going to the moon. I'm just going to go ahead and take another one. Okay, so you do another one, and then you decide you want to do another one. All right, like with a bar close, if a bar closes up, you could take it. But if this bar starts going down now, see, I'm under. Okay, I've got 2 entries in. So now ObjectTrader's saying, whoa, wait a minute, Apex rules in effect. Okay, this shouldn't let me, you know, just keep taking trade after trade on this thing at all. Okay, because of that Apex rule being in effect. All right. Now it may do this in playback. I don't know, because we don't have real data on this, and this is not an Apex account. So therefore they can, you know, it's not necessarily going to do it. It does definitely do it in the real-time stuff. Okay. So by baking those rules into our strategy though, okay, we've made it to where you're not going to have to worry about those rules. Because for instance, when I'm trading on like Friday morning, to give an example, I like to dip the toe. Okay. For instance, if I was deciding I wanted to take a trade down here at this mid band, all right, and I bring my region down here and say, you know what, I want to take a trade at that mid band, but maybe I just want to dip the toe with only one. Okay. By doing it with one, I'm basically telling it that I don't want to go any more than one right now, but maybe I want to scale it in. Okay. Let me show you just to give an example. Let's go to ES just real quick. I'll show you an ES chart here. Now, if you got up at 7:30 in the morning Central Time, would you take a trade now? No, absolutely not. And some more of their rules are, by the way, that you don't want to be trading during news events. There's your news event right there, right? News, matter of fact, all the way to there. Okay, so you missed out on that entire part right there, because that's during news. Okay, so you've got to wait for a pullback. Okay, now, would it be great to trade through the news? Absolutely. By the way, Apex will let you trade through the news only if you're already in the account. You can't get in at a minute before or a minute after. Now, if I decided to be long here and just pray and hold one contract because the whole overall trend had been, you know, one direction, for instance, yesterday, then I could do that. Okay, but you can't just jump in to a news event, because they'll shut you down again. Now, if you want to do it with your evaluation, you can. Okay, so with our strategies and everything, we built, actually, I think probably the finest indicators and strategy of any vendor out there, because as a trader myself, I trade price action. Everything that I built into ObjectTrader is price action completely. Okay, and by having price action on your chart, you just simply come in the trading room. I'll be drawing on my charts and I'll say, look, I don't think we want this trade till at least right here. I might fade it a couple of ticks or so, you know, because that's a 1, 2, 3 type move. So I'd probably take it somewhere right in that area right there. The reason is because they won't usually take out they move in 1, 2, 3s. Okay, lots and lots of times that's what they do. All right, let's see. Also, what kind of bars are you using on your chart? I actually use, and keep in mind that at Viper Trading Systems, we don't change anything. We're not confusing at all. All 4 of my charts in that room are on 4 range charts. I keep them that way, and they've been that way for 16 years. Okay, I don't use other charts. Now, a 30 range chart, if you want to just simply look at the swings, you know, because obviously you can't scrunch these up too much, okay? But we don't trade a 30 range chart, okay? We use 4 range charts, and we look for beautiful mid-band trades, and we look for what we call phantom trades, all right? Now, when I started that room on Friday, ES was doing this right here. It had been heading up ever since the news hit. So our people just simply go to their ObjectTrader, turn it on. All right, so we can see the whole thing. All right, and then what they do is they actually just simply set it up for that trade. Okay, so if I wanted to set, for instance, a region down here and say, you know what, I just want to take it only if it decides to bounce off the bottom of that region by like 2 ticks. Let's say that I wanted to take maybe a predictor trade, or what about a power trend dot, what we call trend power dots. I can turn those on, and I can even do my Fibonacci's if I want. What if I want a 38% retracement? All right, and then I just simply tell the strategy, I want to do auto max, which means I want to go as high as 4 contracts, in this case anyway. and I just turn on my long enabled. And then when this actually does do what I expect it to do, and if you've been trading for a long time, there are constant patterns that happen all the time, okay? When you get this type of move where you're stair-stepping my mid band, you can pretty much count on this trade being this little, what we call the money band right here, little sweet spot right here. See that shadow right there? That's pretty much where that trade's going to be. And you could take that to the bank, especially first time after trend change. We've had traders tell us that's about basically about an 80% probability trade. Okay, so when you set up your charts and everything, all right, you just get them ready to go like this. But right ahead of time, I could say, you know what? I think I want that apex rule. What if I wanted $1,000 and then quit for the day? I just simply set this thing to $1,000. And I can do that faster than that, by the way, by just simply copy and pasting. But let's say I want $1,000 for the day. All right. And this will alert me when I hit that $1,000, or I can even set it to close it out if I want to. Okay. But now I can rest assured that I'm not breaking the apex rules. I'm also going to get out if I get $1,000. I've got one of my people in my trading room that he looks for one particular trade type every single day. He puts his max target at $1,500. When it hits it, he's done for the day. He does it times 6 accounts. So do the math. That's $9,000 when he hits that. Okay. And he waits for a particular type of trade to happen. We teach that trade in my trading room and also in my webinars. Let's see, based on what you're saying, would you agree that to beat all these rules you'd have to have a fixed profit on most all trades and come out? Well, the whole thing about any type of a prop firm that has what's called trailing threshold, and that's the key to it. It's trailing threshold. That's called live trailing threshold. That means that it's real time, okay? And when it's real time like that, then that means you have to actually realize that, let's say for instance, I was up $1,000 and I just kept trading them. What if I had 4 contracts on here and draw them back to mid band and I didn't take those 4 contracts off? My high was 1,000, but now I'm down to 0 again. See what I mean? So, but Apex looks at it like you're already at this high and they start that count from there. Okay, that's called a trailing threshold. Let's see, what about the latest part of, does your website include a license of your software? Yes. Yeah, my software is actually, you get Object Trader, you get the indicators, you get the charts exactly like I've got mine. Every single day, you've got them just like mine. What if I wanted that trade there? Okay, see, it just went above a mid band right there. All right, what if it goes a little bit deeper? Okay, now I've got 2 entries. Now I'm negative on this particular one. See, that's your unrealized P&L. Then the Apex rule, now it may in playback, I don't know, because this is set up on Apex, but when this goes negative, you shouldn't be able to get that 3rd entry. Okay, let's see, Horace, with all the trade type choices to take, does one identify which one to take? Well, what we teach in our webinars, I teach a 3-trade system, okay? We teach what is called a mid-band trade. This is actually a mid-band trade that's setting up right before our eyes right here. Now this is in playback, but I did call this trade on Friday. Okay, so this is called a mid-band trade. We teach a phantom trade, which is, let me see if I can find a good phantom. There's a good phantom right there. Background turns, that's a phantom trade. That's a phantom trade. Beautiful background. See the background changes. We look for between line 2 and line 1. And by the way, those will flash too. They'll let you know that it's a phantom trade. So we've got alerts on here that'll actually tell you all that. Now see, we're in 3, but we were profitable. So you're still okay to be in 3. See what I mean? So basically, as long as you're in the profit, you can ladder in. But if I go negative at all, it won't let me do that next contract. Okay, because of that rule that Apex has called dollar cost averaging. Okay, now, you know, I was listening to several you know, developers and different things like that. And I think all that type of stuff is absolutely super great for certain types of people. But the average trader out there, you really want to just deal with something called price action. You probably don't have a degree in coding. You more than likely are just wanting to make money during a day, okay? We've got movable targets. You know, I even like to go with what's called measured moves. You know, I can tell you kind of where this is going on a measured move. We've got that built into Object Trader. I'll show you how it works. We just go to M for measured move, draw, drop, measured move will be right there. You'd probably want to take some profit, put a target right about through there. And you'll find that they do this over and over too, measured moves, okay? Let's see, Horace, the rules seem to be more of the challenge than trading. Well, and see, that's the whole thing about prop trading. You're using somebody else's money, so they can have whatever rules they want. You know, I could mention every rule out there practically because I know most of the prop firms out there, and it's not going against any of their code of conduct or anything like that to tell you what's their rules, okay? Top Step Trader has a 50% consistency rule. So that's a lot better than a 30% consistency rule. Apex, when you get a PA account, if you decided to go on vacation for 2 months, you don't lose your PA account. If you go on vacation for more than 10 days, you lose Top Step because they have a rule in theirs called 10 days trading. You have to trade within 10 days or you lose the account. It's not your money. See, the whole thing about these, when you get a performance account, that is not your money unless you abide by the rules. Now, the reason that I built these rules into this is because I'm dead serious about people making money. You know, if you want to clone, for instance, and you haven't, let's say that you just started a brand new $150,000 account. I just literally started some of these the other day because they were on sale for 40 bucks. There's 1 day trading on them, but cloned, okay? Now, I can do anything I want with an Apex account, but when you have a PA account, which is a lot different, see, that's a PA, okay? That one's up $17,000, okay? Here's another one, a couple of them right here. This one is not even traded yet. This one's up $21,000, okay? And if I abide by the rules, I get paid. See, there was a $4,500 day. What does that tell you right there? Well, if you had a $4,500 day, $4,530, then that means I got to get 15,000 between paychecks. We work with, no, we don't work with all symbols, Juan. You know, the whole thing is you want to make money trading, right? The whole idea of trading is making money. So do you care if you make money on 6B, 6C, 6J, 6A, you know, any of those? Or how about in my trading room where I actually call these trades in real time? And let's say that you're up, I don't know, everybody knows about what ES did yesterday if you read the news at all, but that's hindsight. But these trades are called in real time in my trading room, okay? And our script will actually get you the trades. Now, what if you get to $1,000 on here and see it saying, whoa, daily account was hit, now it's not hit. See what I mean? But it'll alert you when it hits it. I could also even have it close out. I missed that so quickly. What if I just decided to hit the button when I hit $1,000? I can even flatten all and close everything. Or I can keep trading this and see if I can make $3,000. You see what I mean? Let's see, will Apex hold a dollar cost averaging rule violation against you, or does it expire? No, it never expires. Their dollar cost averaging rule is not and does not have an expiration date on it. Now, I have not talked to any trader truthfully that's actually hit the dollar cost averaging. I know for a fact that before I put these rules in that I've laddered into trades because I dipped the toe. What if this would have come down from instead of a 38% to a 50? I might want to add one at that 50 because I know my trend's going up because my scripts tell me that it is. So how many of you would like to have it to where you get paid by Apex, Top Step, whoever? The important thing is that you get paid. And at Viper Trading Systems, I've tried to make it to where I call the trades in real time in my room. By the way, if we wanted to add one there, what if we just said, you know what, how about trend power dot or a mid-band trade, and go ahead and add. We're in 3. If this actually pops up, we wouldn't hit the Apex rule because we're positive on our P&L. See, it just added for us. That trade was called in the room also. But our scripts will actually take that trade on that mid-band, that blue dot. That's called a power trend dot. The mid-band trade, and even the predictor trade could fire, okay? And the way to make money trading is take profit, but also realize that if you know where these things are going, you know, for instance, like I've got that drawn right there, then let's say that we take off a couple when it gets up there, but it's heading there. That's because of playback. See how my account's been reached again, okay? It's more than reached. But this is how you make the good money in trading. Now, keep in mind, I'd be moving my stop also. But guess what? Object Trader's got you covered on that too, because we've got a trailing stop that you can just simply say, I want to use like that mid band or maybe line 3 as a stop. I just tell it stop at line 3. It moves up there and it just tagged it. See? So you can take this type of thing to the bank. It's just a really good system. Now, keep in mind, I'm running this thing at about 200 times, so it's moving pretty fast. Let's see, is your system auto trading or are you mainly entering the trades? No, Joseph, what I'm trying to show you there is that basically we've got a system that you can trade each and every day of your life. And in my trading room, we actually call these trades out for you. Could you put this on auto? Yes, it will auto for you. But any auto trading of any kind, you want to go ahead and watch your trades. There's no such thing as walking away from a trade, in my opinion. Yes, you were asking something?
Oh yeah, we're at time. If there's anything else you want us to put in the chat box,
Oh, okay.
or,
Yeah.
and let everyone know about anything additional that's
All right.
important.
All right. Yeah, I know they ran over a little bit on me just a few
Yeah,
minutes
they
ago.
did. They ran like 4 minutes over.
All right. All right. Anyway, what I want everybody to do is just go to my homepage, all right, and go ahead and sign up for free trading room trial. It doesn't cost you a dime. Come into my trading room and see if we don't know what we're doing. And if you want to go ahead and take the trial with the scripts, that's well worth it. 10 days trial with my scripts, you get everything that I just showed right here. But keep in mind, to get paid, you got to keep the rules, and we've got it built in. All right. Sorry, I did run a few minutes over. I apologize for that.
No, you're a real professional. We appreciate it, man.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you, Gary. That was a great presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in having a powerful tool set to find better trade entries and accurate profit targets, all while automatically adhering to the guidelines set forth by prop trading firms, then Mr. Gary Donahoo of Viper Trading Systems has a solution for you. We've put his special offer in the chat there. Well, we put his his website there, and his phone number is also there. So congratulations on the success, Gary. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you will come back and see us again on Traders Corner.
Thank you very much for having me. Enjoy your Saturday, everyone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our last 2 presentations of the day. Next up is a seasoned trading professional who's extremely gifted trader and software developer who became interested in day trading as a college student. He has over 14 years of experience with programming on the NinjaTrader platform. He is actively day trading futures focused primarily on NQ, which he was able to achieve a 30,000 in payouts in a single month with Apex. He enjoys connecting with his clients and bringing their ideas to life. Here to present NinjaTrader to the next level, tools for success, is Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Joel.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Amazing. Okay. I am trying to set this up real quick. See if this works this time. There we go. Awesome. Of course, I got some new monitors and and didn't test that. I think we're good to go. Thanks, you guys. It's good to be back. We've got a big crowd here today. I'm excited. As always, presenting similar things that some of you guys might be familiar with, but I would imagine there's a lot of new people in this webinar today, just seeing the numbers. And so I just want to say thanks for being here. I am a software developer on the NinjaTrader platform. And I'll just say from the get-go, like my primary title, I would say that I would give myself is software engineer, software developer. I develop third-party add-ons for the NinjaTrader platform and truly believe that today I've got something that each of you could be interested in that would supplement or aid your trading plan. So I know we've got traders across the board here. We've got experienced traders, we've got new traders, and I'm hoping that I can bring some value for each and every one of you. So I think we probably discussed Apex trader funding enough, along with the rules and everything else. I'm imagining today just being here to hear Gary, and then I know there's some other presenters that probably gave a plan. So I'll kind of focus on hopefully trade setups and my chart trading platform, and then I also have a trade copier that I want to show you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into a few slides here. This is a picture of my office here where I present, or where I'm presenting from today. Purchased this just to kind of separate my work life from my home life, and it's been such an amazing place to work and to kind of set up my business. Here's the desk I'm presenting from in the back corner of the condo. We added recessed lighting in this and redid a bunch of things to kind of make this modern place for me to set up the business. And so that's my current setup. Another thing I want to give you guys here is picture at my house. My sauna and cold plunge have been a game changer for me to develop discipline. And because I'm telling you, getting in that cold water, there's nothing like it as far as disciplining your mind to do something that's hard, right? And I believe in futures day trading, probably the hardest part is managing what's between your ears, right? Like managing your mind, your thoughts, your decision making. So that's that. I want to show you guys real quickly this slide, and just to be fully transparent, you can see every single payout from my Bank of America statement. I have not traded since 2024. That's why from the get-go, February of 2024 is my last payout, so 5 months ago. But just from the get-go, I just want to be real with you guys, right? Trading is hard. I consider myself primarily to be building a software company right now. I do want to day trade for a living, right? And so at some point, I'm going to get back into that. You'll see YouTube videos, you'll see verified proof of my progress and my payouts. And so that's coming. But for now, I need to make sure my customers are taken care of. My software products are great, free of bugs, feature complete, implementing features that my customers have requested, fulfilling promises that I've made. And so that's kind of my focus, right? Building a team also around me so I can serve more people and do that. So just being real with you guys, just wanted to show you this slide. Not much to brag on here, but payouts are payouts, right? And so nothing lately, but I believe the best is yet to come. And my personal goal is to achieve that big $40,000 payout, $2,000 across 20 accounts. That's kind of the next goal. So if you want to follow along, stay tuned and get in touch. And I'll let you know how to do that at the end of the presentation. I'm going to give you guys some quick ideas on a trading plan. Before we get into like the meat of my presentation, I would take a screenshot of this. I think there's value right here. If you hear people talk about a trading plan, but what actually is a trading plan, right? I believe personally, a trading plan is defining some parameters for you to like stay within as you're trading, right? So my rules, for instance, I think you should define trading hours. What times are you allowed to trade, right? I think we all know if we're trading the entire day, it's probably not going to work out well for us, right? I think picking a window where we're going to trade, we're going to be actively trading is important, and it limits our risk, and it keeps us focused on hopefully the most active trading times, which I think are, you know, right away in the morning or at the market close. Also, I like to define how many trades I'm allowed to take. This keeps me dialed in on picking the best trades, not over trading, right? So 5 trades, what markets am I trading? Again, Gary suggested you can trade anything. I would suggest, yeah, I don't care which instrument I trade, but become an expert at 1 or 2 instruments and really hone in your skills that way. Contracts allowed, again, how many times do we just say, I don't want to take a loser, I'm going to keep scaling into a trade, which is actually against the rules. But yeah, just defining the number of contracts that you're allowing yourself to trade so that in advance you've defined this and you don't break the rules, hopefully, when you get into the moment and you're tempted to increase your trade size. So write it down, right? Language, again, I'll say this, no cursing, mindset, positive, both of these things, right? Very important. How we speak, the words that come out of our mouth, I think are powerful, right? And so I'm gonna speak positive. I'm gonna believe for the best. I'm gonna believe that I have the ability to see the market, hopefully like learn the market and find an edge. And so I'm gonna continue to believe and think positive about trading. I'm not gonna believe that there's someone behind the whole game opposing me, right? And if I don't, you know, you see all the negativity around Apex. Look, if you don't believe in Apex, then don't use Apex, right? Don't get caught up in the negativity. I guess is what I'll say about the mindset. Okay, so just a few questions here. I'm trying to get my bearings straight. I think I need to wrap up. We'll just say 350. Wrap up by 350 today. And Rory Powers is going to close us, which will be fantastic. But I want to ask you guys a few questions here before we look at my tools. Have you missed a trade entry because price is moving too quickly to get the order placed? Yes or no? Right? Gary also has some great semi-automated tools. I have some semi-automated tools, right? I think my tools are going to be more so geared toward integration with your existing trading plan. So if you've studied, you have a particular bar, particular reversal, Renko bar, range bar, my tools are going to help get you into the trade. You're not going to be missing trades, okay, when you're making the decision to get in. Do you struggle with trade exit decisions, such as following your plan for target and stop loss orders? Again, tools to help with staying disciplined. Would your trading results improve with the predetermined areas where the market reversal can be expected? I've got key levels confluence indicator I want to show you guys that I've developed to see the most important areas where we can expect market reversals on the chart. Do your day trading tools make things easier or more difficult? Believe it or not, I think we can overcomplicate things, right? I say keep it simple. Okay, we're trying to like eliminate the number of decisions we have to make. We're trying to make it easier to execute our entries and our exits, follow our trading plan. And so I hope that's what my tools are going to do. And so therefore I propose, and actually I'm going to rebrand my company around this, hopefully in the fall. It's time to start trading futures with excellence. No more silly mistakes. All right. And I'm going to showcase my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons built for trading futures with excellence. So just so we get a lay of the land where we're going here, you guys, by the way, I'm tracking the questions. So if you guys have a question, just put it in, and I would love to interact with you guys throughout the presentation. I don't see anything yet. So yeah, just put your question in there or just say hi. If you're familiar with, I see you, Casey, actually. Thanks for being here, man. So the main topics today, chart execution features for all trading plans. This is going to be my enhanced chart trader platform. I'm going to quickly cover that with you guys. I believe also I have the best trade copier and risk manager features out there that I built into my accounts dashboard products. I'm going to show you guys that. And then lastly, support and resistance trading analysis, kind of how I think as I do get back into trading. Mr. Henson, thanks for being here. I see you. So let's continue. First of all, the enhanced chart trader. What is my enhanced chart trader? And I'm going to show you the enhanced chart trader in a moment. I promise you we're going to get into the charts, spend most of our time actually looking at charts today. It's a suite of execution tools for both entries and exits, and it's going to allow you to build the perfect chart trader configuration based on your trading plan and your needs. So I'll just quickly pull up these slides. I like to view this as a dartboard, ready, aim, fire, right? When you're planning to throw darts or to shoot arrows, you break this down into a process, right? When you're getting ready, you're identifying the trade. I'll show you that, how you can do that on the chart trader. When you aim on the chart trader that I built, when you aim, you're pre-planning your trade. You're planning out your entry type and price, your stop loss, your profit target. Many of you are familiar with ATM strategies. I've actually built this out so you can see visually your ATM strategy in the chart window before you ever place the trade. So you're confirming that your target and stops make sense. You're planning things like position sizing, right? And then the last step, fire, where you actually execute the trade and put it in. Come on, John. Thanks, man. Appreciate you being here, man. Appreciate your texts as well and your patience with me. John's been asking me for a long time. You need to do release notes with your software. I'm like, I know, John. I'm trying. And so I'm trying to organize myself enough to know like the things that I'm changing and put out release notes and things like that. Typically what I do is just launch a new YouTube video when I launch some new features and send it out to all my customers. But all right, let's take a look at the basic chart trader tools first. And so there's a list of things here: click entry, limit entry, exit order display, improvements, break even, attached indicator, all these things, right? So I'm going to exit this and we're going to take a look at the basic chart trader tools to start. Try and do this in 2 minutes, real fast. So Ninja's on the left, my chart trader's on the right. What you're going to see here are the buy and sell click buttons. And I guess, I absolutely just despise market replay. But on days like today, I have to use it. That's all I got. So let's go ahead and hit play. Yeah, this is Friday. All right, so buy click is going to click and you're just going to click on the chart. That places your order. You move the order. Very similar to Ninja, but again, you're not right clicking. You're not having to think about which menu item to select. You're just saying, hey, I want to buy, and then click where you want to buy, right? Buy stop, buy limit. You don't have to think about the order type. It's all done. Limit entry. These are customizable. So again, Ninjas are just set. They're all set, right? You got 4 buttons. You can't change these. With mine, you can customize these even with an offset and ticks. Buy at the bid, buy at the ask. However you want to configure this, anything's possible here. Within reason, being it's going to immediately place an order. There's no trailing orders built into these buttons yet, but yeah. You can customize these limit order entry buttons. Exit order display features, much improved. And again, kind of like hard to show this, but I have, we can just get into a trade and then I guess close the trade and we'll see this happen. But I've written an improved display on how the exit orders display. You've also got a break even button here. So you got break even. You can configure it right now. It's set to -9. I have no idea. I think I was just scrolling my mouse wheel to adjust that. Attached to indicator. I make it easier to, and of course, market replay is causing me some headaches right now. So just bear with me here. Yeah. So break even button. So I can scroll my mouse and adjust this. So I want to break even +2. I'm just scrolling the mouse wheel to adjust this. You guys can see right here, you can adjust your break-even button with an offset and ticks. Exit order display, like I said, you really can't see it because I just got in and out, but it's showing you the amount of time you were in the trade. In this case, it was 2 seconds. It's going to draw a line. Compared to over here on Ninja, you guys have probably seen this where you get just an absolute mess. And again, this is only one trade, but I mean, who needs to see the actual prices that you got in and out? And when you make a lot of trades, your chart gets littered with this text. Over here, I've simplified it. The 2 arrows to show the trade. We hover your mouse, or you can turn it on. You can see how many dollars you profited or lost on a trade. All right, couple more things. Attached indicator. Over here in Ninja, I won't even show you how to do it because it's so complicated. On my platform, all you do is just hit the buy button. You're literally hovering your mouse over a plot. So you can see here, 5 minute, 20 EMA, 50 EMA, 20 EMA. Are you guys seeing this? You guys with me? Thanks, John. VWAP, right? So all you do is click and your order is immediately attached to a plot. Casey, appreciate you, man. So that's the basic chart trader tools. Gosh, I mean, I'm going to be missing so much. It's cool. I just released a new version last week. Kind of just some performance improvements and get ready to do like another round of new features. But yeah, you can actually select like specific instruments. You can, see your P&L for all instruments or just the instrument. NQ in the chart window. Numbers aren't changing because I've only made one trade with NQ and playback. You can select mini or micro here. This was a recent feature I added that has been incredible, received well. In other words, like if I'm on a NASDAQ chart, I can just set this to micro and actually trade micros on the mini NASDAQ chart. So I'm sure I'm missing stuff, but yeah, that's just a quick summary. You guys, you get this today for right around $100. I'll just give it away, right? Probably not the best way to present it. I'm just going to tell you right now, I think this is an incredible value to get started with my software and make, chart trading a little bit more straightforward, add a few features, clean up your chart, and so on and so forth. All right, so let's get a little bit more advanced, okay, and take a look at what I call my essential chart trader tools. So what I'm doing here is trying to pull this out. There we go. All right. So what this is going to do is take it to the next level, right? Now we've already improved what NinjaTrader has. I showed you some improvements that I did, and even in what I call the basic tools, but now I've got the essential chart trader tools. With this, I talked about ATM strategy planning, the quick select buttons, position sizing, so sizing your position based on the stop loss type. Thank you, Dave, for saying that. I'll recognize you. I'm glad you're here, man. I don't recognize your name. And then risk reward features. So we'll look at that. I'm going to jump over to here and just show you guys a little bit of position sizing. I guess I didn't save this workspace. Let me reload this because what I did is I recoded this. All right, so this is showing you, let me just resize this all so you guys can see this. All right, so you're jumping, immediately switching ATM strategies right here. This is what I call the quick select button. So I've got a 10-point stop, 15-point stop, 20 and 25 configured. I want to point this out too. You can reset this, right? So if I click this 3 times, 1, 2, 3, now it's reset. And I can assign a different ATM. So you can assign any ATM to these buttons, and you have 3 rows of buttons. So if I scroll the mouse down, you see how they just blanked out and say ATM, the color changes a little bit. That's new. Okay, so let's say I want to set these 4. How do I do that? I just select. Let's just select. I mean, I don't know. I've got so many of these. ATM 1, click. ATM 2, click. ATM 3 and 4. You guys see how easy that is? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they're all set. Turn size off. Okay, these ATMs aren't even like real ATMs. They're just tests I was creating the other day. But let's switch back to the ones that I actually am kind of using to demonstrate the NASDAQ. And so if you guys size your trades, you can see here I've got this set to $200. I'm going to increase that to $400. So $400 per trade. If I turn size on, now I'm planning my trade, and it's going to adjust the size of the contracts based on the size of the stop loss. I'm trying to figure out, just interesting being on a live presentation. And with the recoding, I think sometimes things don't work exactly as planned because I'm kind of in the process of coding this a little bit. But what this does is it's going to change the size of the position. So watch this. As I move this up, in fact, yeah, it's working. Hold on, let's increase to 1,000. Yeah, that's all it was. This is better demonstrated on micros anyways, because, all right. So yeah, as I change this, let's take a look at this particular trade right here. As I move this up and down, position sizing is complicated, you guys. That's why I built this tool to do it. All right, so as I change the stop size, the number of contracts is changing based on my tolerance of $1,000 per trade. Right now, if I had this set up properly, which I didn't download the right replay data, I'd be showing this on micros because it's a way better, it makes a way better example out of position sizing and the power of it, right? But as I click this I, it relaunches the plan. And again, as you adjust the size of the stop, you can see 2 contracts, 3, 4. Okay, and it times out after a certain number of seconds, which you can change. And you can also see your risk reward, right? So as you're moving this around, you can see I got 2.2 times the size on my target versus my stop. And so again, I love just being like real on these presentations, right? Like being truthful. And you guys can see there's some work I'm doing here. I first kind of realigned the whole ATM strategy thing and kind of resolve some issues with these buttons. And now I'm kind of working on position sizing. Ideally, what I want this to do is when I'm hovering my mouse on these, I want it to show the plan, right? So I'm actually literally previewing the plan as I hover on these buttons. This red X I can reset. So I've adjusted this when I was showing you guys risk reward. Just by hitting this X, it resets it back to what was default for this 15-15 ATM strategy. And so thanks, Dave. I appreciate you seeing that. I feel like I'm a little bit unprepared today. And so I'm just trying to give you guys a genuine, truthful, I mean, I think I always want to do that, right? But just showing you kind of where I'm at and what I've got to offer here. I think position sizing is powerful. Again, I wish I had this set up on the micros, but we're on the minis, so it's kind of hard to see like true position sizing happening, but I was able to show that a little bit. You got these display messages down here that kind of give you a heads up as to what's happening as you do things, right? Or as you make changes in here. So that's position sizing. One-click entry is here as well. You can see how when I move my mouse right here, now I'm not even clicking buy or sell click. I can just immediately place an order just by clicking on the right edge of the chart, almost like a dome, right? It's almost like trading a dome right in the chart. Just pops up, click, orders placed. Now, this is exactly what I should be showing you guys next, because here, let's cancel this. Let's place a buy order down here. This is what's powerful, is that once I've placed, this is what's different about my software versus anything you've ever seen. Nothing else on the NinjaTrader platform does this. But what you're seeing here is the limit order, just like over in Ninja, right? You guys are familiar with NinjaTrader's chart trader. Over here, you're seeing the ATM, and I can actually set this up prior to the trade. So see how as I'm moving this, we do have position sizing on. As I widen my stop, now it's calling for 2 contracts. When I click it, immediately it updates the order to 2 contracts. Then I'm able to also adjust my target. So now if I'm buying this pullback, kind of planning on a double bottom, I can plan in advance where my target and my stop are going to be. I think that's incredible. I think this is gonna, and as I publish more YouTube videos, I think this is gonna get a lot of attention. And so, yeah, you're just pre-planning your ATM, right? So not only can you quick select an ATM, but then once you place your order, you can change and modify the target and stop right on the chart before you're ever into the trade. So that's what I talked about, ready, aim, fire, right? We're aiming, right? We have less decisions to make once we're filling this trade because we've already decided in advance where our stop and where our target's going to be. Cool. Coming up on 15 minutes. So what I'll do now is just kind of like a fire hose, and I just want you guys to know as well, like at the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you my website. You can go, you can spend time tonight. Beautiful Saturday here in Atlanta. It's hot here. But if you're in tonight and you're, you know, almost like a Netflix of day trading, right? I've got videos that I've created for all these products, so you guys can always learn more. If you feel like you missed something, you have questions, you can reach out on my website as well. I'll show you all that. But yeah, I've got more YouTube videos that you guys can always go back and learn about this stuff in more detail. Cool. So as I said, the Chart Traders has a ton of different features built in. I'll quickly jump through some more features. This here is advanced exit orders management. So you see the same thing up here, but you see some new buttons right here, the trailing stop, right? So you can configure an unlimited, well, 10 custom indicator trailing stops. You got high, low, ATR, and fixed tick, right? So as I do this, like let's configure one right now. If I select custom 2, then I just double click on the 50 EMA. Now I've got trailing stop 2 at the 50 EMA. You also got parabolic SAR, right? So if I were to get into a trade here, which we'll do, even though market replay is acting real shady for me, and yeah, it's acting, it's not even letting me turn the trailing stop on. But what the idea is, what this is going to do is it's going to allow you to select in real time, turn the trailing stop on, off, there it's on, and then select, there's the one we just created at the 50 EMA, right? Want to move to this parabolic SAR, select parabolic SAR. Now we're at the parabolic SAR. Okay, so you might use Bollinger Band. You might use whatever you guys use for trailing stops, build it into this drop down, okay? And it says custom 3, but you can do up to 10 customs. Just adjust in the settings. This is an indicator, by the way. It's not a strategy, which I think is better. I'm not going to get into the details, but what that does is it's always running, right? It doesn't like shut off if you get a rejected order or things like that. And so, yeah, Casey, I've been working on the videos, man. I'm trying to build a team. Really, I'm trying to like, I just rehired my former, I would say team member. I don't like to use the word employee, but he was on my team 2 years ago and did such a good job, like helping me with the website and just kind of level up in some ways. And we're back. I love this kid. Like, he's really just amazing. We launched a Discord, by the way. So anyways, I'm getting off track, but yeah, we have the Discord going where you can go see, I say honest, open, and transparent. Nothing's hidden, right, in the Discord ever. So you can get, you know, perspective on what my customers like, don't like about the products, things that I'm working on. So that's trailing stops. I'll close that trade. We'll take a look at a few more of these. Again, like, things are hung right now. But yeah, you can trade Renko bars, range bars. You can enter in the bar close. You can even link this to signals. So like Jeremy and the guys at Shark were on a couple presenters ago. We can show, we can link the signals module right here to Bloodhound. So if you built a signal, you link it in, and now you can just turn this button on to execute when a bar closes with a signal. So there's a lot in here, you guys, but trust me, I've got it all summarized for you guys on the website, so no problem. You'll be able to see everything and hopefully build the perfect chart trader platform for you. And so let's see. I've got 10 minutes, and so I'm done. I'm going to be done with the chart trader. I'm going to toss this back up and just kind of get us centralized on what I promised you guys today. So I said we're going to look at some chart execution features for all trading plans. We've done that for now. I said I'm going to show you my trade copier and my risk manager. We still need to do that. and then support and resistance trading analysis. So real quickly, we got 10 minutes to go through some of this. So I'm gonna pull up my dashboard. This is it right here. And so again, like this is, let me see what I've got here. A few old Apex accounts. It's funny, I got one funded account I haven't converted to a PA because I just don't care. But anyways, it's sitting there. But you can see here, you can track your trailing threshold. So a lot of presenters, I'm sure, have talked about that trailing threshold and knowing how far you are away from potentially blowing an account, how far you are from passing an account. See this old example here, one of my accounts, you can always see how far you are from being funded or how far you are from blowing the account. If you check this box right here, what that's going to do is automatically close positions when your account hits the funded level. So in this window, you've got the trade copier and the risk manager, two separate products built into one window, similar to the chart trader, how it has a bunch of different products built into one chart trader. You can purchase products depending on what features you need. Here, I've got two separate distinct products. So on the left side, you're going to manage different things about copying your accounts. Then here on the right side, you're managing your risk. You can set up daily goal, daily loss, as I've done here. I think in the last presentation, I showed this and thinking my daily goal is going to be $600 or 60 NASDAQ points, trading 5 micros. So daily goal, daily loss, check the box. It's going to automatically clear your accounts when that level is hit. So that's the dashboard window. Again, you can see the reviews, get on the Discord, see all this. I believe I've got the best trade copier on the NinjaTrader platform, and we'll continue developing it based on what my customers are asking for. That's what's so fun. I love truly caring for my customers' needs and collaborating on ideas and making it come to life. So we've looked at the chart trader, we've looked at the dashboard. Lastly, I just want to show you guys some support and resistance, because if you go all in on my chart trader products today, I'm going to give you my support and resistance tools. And I believe that it's going to be a big key to me getting back into trading, which right now the plan is August. David and I, David's my team member, both of us want to trade in the mornings, make that a priority, because we know ultimately we can build great tools, but what you guys want to see is trading success, right? And I truly do want to inspire you guys that anyone can be successful in trading. So I don't believe like it's calling trades. I believe it's giving you tools and empowering you with the right mindset to be successful. And so anyways, just a little plug there, but support resistance tools, key levels confluence. Again, there's a video on this, but you can see yesterday's close down here. Guys, I always say, like, this is the part of the presentation, take me with a grain of salt, because anyone can call trades after they've already happened, right? But here it's easy to see when we open at 9:30, we burst it up. Let's see where we're at pre-market, kind of the news was sort of like bearish, but then closed positive. So if we're looking for a surge on the open, the VWAP is so powerful for support and resistance. And sure enough, we had several wicks right here off the VWAP along with yesterday's close, and she bounced, double topped, another pullback almost to the tick, yesterday's close, and it was gone. And so this gives me a lot of hope. I wasn't here Friday. I was actually in Daytona Beach on Friday, but this just looks so easy right now. I know it's not easy though, right? Or that's why a lot of you are here, right? It's because you struggled and you're still trying to learn. And so I'm not saying it's easy, but I believe with the right risk management, the right tools, the right discipline, the right mindset, a lot of things I shared in my trading plan on the open of this event, I do believe success is possible for all of us. So let me pull up my offer here at the end of this presentation. So yeah, support and resistance suite. You got pivot points up here, whole numbers. You've got some Fibonacci built into this. When things overlap, it creates a zone. Let's look at the ES too. By the way, I always say, like, moving averages are powerful support and resistance, right? A lot of people use the crossovers for trend or whatever, but I love moving averages as support and resistance. If I have something else, right? I like to say Gary. I think Gary is still here. It looks like, I don't know if he's listening, but I love measured moves, right? You learn to see the market. It's the coolest thing. I mean, look at ES, and then I need to move on. I'm getting off on a tangent, but look at the ES. If I can find a square, I don't use drawing tools very often. Yeah, this is so fun. Man, I want to get back into trading. Look at this. Look at these moves. Now look what happened up here. Do you think that's coincidence that each of these pullbacks are the exact same size? So just super cool. That's what he was talking about with measured moves. And yeah, thanks for being in the Discord, Rodney. Thanks, Dave. Any questions, you guys? So I'm gonna wrap up. I know we've been over, but I'm gonna wrap up by 3:50. So I got 5 minutes to take some questions. I'm gonna pull up some final slides here. So let's take a look at the pricing that I have for you guys today. So I'm gonna pull up the slides again. Accounts dashboard. So again, just to be clear, 2 products, the trade copier, the risk manager. You can get the bundle, both of those for $295, which is 50% off, or the copier only, or the risk manager only for $175. So that's the deal today. Everything is going to be 40% off across my entire website. I'll put the link and the coupon code in here in a moment so you guys can get there. But let's just look at these slides real quick and bounce through them. Basic chart trader tools. The first thing I mentioned today, get started for 115 bucks at 40% off. Essential chart trader tools, where you're getting the ATM strategy planning features. You're able to see your target and stop. You're able to use position sizing, the quick select buttons to quickly switch between ATMs without using the drop down. Also, again, everything's 40% off. So you're just seeing the prices in the bottom right corner. Yeah, so here's the list of the features for that. Also, other modules for the enhanced chart trader. Advanced exit orders management. We talked about the trailing stops, and there's other features in there. You guys need to look at the website to see the Renko and range bars, close bar entry, bracket entry, and other things. $295. Just know also that when you buy one of these, it includes the basic chart trader tools, right? So at $115, $295, if you pick one of these $295 products, probably the way to go, unless you want to get started at a really low price and just test my software and see how it works for you. Yeah, George, there is. Then you want to use the basic chart trader tools. All right, I feel like I'm on a tangent. Lastly here, if you go all in with me on this presentation here on a Saturday in July, Trader's Corner, the professional chart trader tools is going to include every single feature that I've built into the enhanced chart trader. So from the basic to the essential tools to all the modules, everything included, one price, 40% off, comes out to, it's normally $39.95, comes out to $23.95. With that, I'm throwing in the support and resistance suite. So to answer your question, George, this next slide talks about the support and resistance suite. Again, I'm about to pull up the website where you guys can see the offer, but here's the support and resistance suite. And so there's 4 indicators, not going to get into it, but that's also available. Specifically, the key levels confluence indicator, which is the one I took 2 minutes to show you guys today, is available separately as well. So yeah, lastly, don't forget to see my customer reviews. And then here's the summary of the offer. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste this link into the chat right now. Let's see here, entire audience, paste. Okay, there's the link, you guys. Now let's go ahead and actually take a look at the page. Very last thing I'm gonna do before we wrap up. Just get to the link. Just looking at the cart, just testing this bundle discount. Here's the bundle discount if you get both of those accounts dashboard products, the copier and the risk manager. Guys, here's the offer page. And so what I'll do with the last few minutes I have here is just scroll through this with you guys. I want you to notice here in the top right corner of the website, here's the Discord link. So if you want to join the Discord, I'd love to see you guys in Discord. Go take a look. Christmas in July. Thanks, Casey. Arjun, you have been such a faithful customer and so patient with me on, things you've asked me to do, bugs you reported, new features you requested, and even supporting me in the trade copier. So thanks, man. I hope to visit the Netherlands. That would be so cool. Thanks for being here, man. So yeah, this is the page. Discord up here. I want to point this out. Right here's the YouTube channel link as well. You see this right here, top right corner. Discord, YouTube. Right here at the very top, the green star is going to be some Trustpilot reviews you guys can go check out. All right, and then here's my YouTube channel. I would recommend watching these. It's 3:50, but I got one more minute here. So if you look through here, here's the coupon code. You can read this page. It's going to tell you exactly how to get these products in your cart and make the purchases. Each of these products, you can click the more information link. A lot of these pages are going to have additional videos that you can watch. Like I said, the basic tools, the essential chart trader tools, more videos. Each of these extra products, which I mentioned priced at $295, to add enhanced chart trader features. Right here, you can click on these links to go see these pages. Again, the offer on the professional chart trader tools, which includes everything. I'm going to give the first 3 people that do this, I'm going to give you the support and resistance suite for free. George, you asked about that. You can click down here to see the support and resistance suite, or go look at individual indicators built into there. Again, right here's the trade copier and the risk manager with the more information links as well. Trade copier, duplicate account actions, more information. I'll just open this in a new tab. This is going to have my latest video right here if you guys want to learn about my trade copier. And of course, my Apex Trader Funding link down here. But that's going to wrap it up, man. I just want to say thanks to Anthony and the team at Traders Corner. One more question, Casey. The MAs are just, that best MAs trend indicator is just literally it's filling the space between moving averages. So if you take a look here in the chart, it's filling the space, but it also gives you the ability to easily add higher time frames. So I've got the 5-minute and 20 and 50 here as well through that indicator. So I'm not having to add a secondary data series to add the 5-minute, 20 and 50. I'm just using that indicator, and then it's filling the space between, which I personally like to see trend. I like to have that, but you're also going to get like this down here, as well as like a moving average higher time frame. So just making it easier to apply higher time frame moving averages and then see kind of filled areas of moving averages. So anyways, thanks Casey for the question. One more thing, I promise, Anthony, this is it. Bottom right corner of my website, click this button. That's going to be the best way to get in touch with me and David. You can see our pictures right here. My dad's going to be up here too, helping me answer questions and take care of you guys. But yeah, you can ask a question here. It's the best way to get in touch. You have some question before you make a purchase, whatever you need, reach out. Gary said too, phone number. If you want to call me, feel free, right up there. So again, I saw your question, Casey, just wanted to address that. Kind of wrapping up here, but yeah, thanks, Anthony. It's been an amazing day, and I'm grateful just to be here with you guys. So thanks.
Thank you, Joel. We really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Thanks for making such an incredible offer for our audience today. Amazing how powerful your tools and indicators are. Having the ability to obtain $30,000 in payouts in a month with the use of your tools is quite an achievement. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to mention the online reviews for Joel Wyse's Affordable Indicators is absolutely incredible. If you want a tremendous discount on some of the most powerful NinjaTrader tools, Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators has some available. His members are loving his products. We have put his link in the chat box. Joel, it is always a pleasure to have you at Traders Corner. As always, thanks again, and we appreciate you.
Man, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys next time.
You're welcome. Thanks so much, Joel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last presenter, and I hope everyone is listening closely because he is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the past 12 years. He wears several hats over at Right Line Trading. He is a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the right line trading community. Here to present AI Autotrader, the ultimate prop trading edge, is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rory.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. I really appreciate that. And man, I've been listening to these presentations. What a great show. Really, this prop trading has just burst onto the scene, and it's really exciting because it's brought in so many traders that in the past just, didn't have that luxury of having an extra $10,000 or $50,000 laying around to put at risk in the stock market. So the prop trading has opened the floodgates and provided an opportunity for so many people to get into the game. So it's really exciting to be part of this prop trading special. I have a great presentation. I know it's been a long day, and I'm last, so let me get your attention, please. Give me 30 or 40 minutes. I think I'm going to show you here today the ultimate prop trading edge, and really that's the key, is to have an edge over all other retail traders. And before I get started, let me just mention, I still have my 4th of July banner. Wow, what a 4th of July. I tell you, the holiday fell right in the middle of the week. I think it was on a Wednesday or a Thursday. And it was kind of like a Polish wedding. It just continued on and on. It seemed to never end. But here we are in mid-July, and the 4th of July is behind us. Anyway, this presentation is for demonstration and educational purposes only. It's important to know that I'm not a licensed financial advisor. It's very important to know the risks that are associated with trading. So if you're not familiar with the risks, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. The good news with prop trading is we're trading their money. There is no risk. The only risk really is blowing the cost of the evaluation and the time that you put into it. So with prop trading, that's the major benefit. And like I said to start, I've got something here that has become more and more powerful and exciting as time went on. And if you guys have been on Traders Corner before, you could see the progression of the technology that we're integrating into this system. And you'll also see it in the results that we're getting now. Before I get started, I want to briefly, and I'm going to go fast through this because I don't want to take too much of your time. I know it's been a long day, and I want to keep your attention because I've got a message of hope. Listen, I happen to be, I'm not kidding you, one of the world's worst traders. I've blown out probably dozens of accounts. I've gone to sleep at night talking to myself with my tail between my legs, wondering where it all went wrong. So if that's you, if your trading journey has been filled with speed bumps and potholes and disappointments, stay tuned. I come with a message of hope. It's important to know that right line trading is not new to this. We're not newcomers in the game. We've been around for about 15 years now. I've been with right line trading for about 10 years, and I'm part of a very educated team. It's important to know. And I want to very briefly just introduce the members of our team without wasting any of your time. It's also important to know that one of the main things that distinguishes right line trading from our competitors is that we trade the market on the right edge of the chart. We leverage our software and our trading systems, and we allow them to provide us the signals for our entries and exits. Our traders, we have 3. Craig Emery is one of our futures traders, purchased many trading systems that just didn't pan out very well for him, came to right line trading, and I always say that's when Craig found his groove. And he trades in our live futures room. We also have a professional prop trader, David Cush, the Cush, we lovingly call him. He stepped up his prop trading game. He's got 12 funded accounts now, and he successfully trades 12 funded accounts in our live trading room for prop trading. Extremely disciplined, rules-based. He's one of these guys that takes all of the emotion out. Sometimes, it could be a little boring because he'll sit on his hands and he'll wait for the perfect setup. He doesn't break his own rules. David Wyse on the bottom right. What can I say about David? Let me tell you, this guy is just the Pete Rose of options trading. Our software, these signals that our software provides can be leveraged trading the Forex instruments, the futures instruments, stocks and options. It makes no difference. David, I like to refer to David as the Pete Rose of options trading. You remember old Charlie Hustle, a single and a single with a double and a triple mixed in, always moving the ball, always making progress and adding profits to his account. He's another one, just complete emotion-free trading, relies 100% on the technicals. So those are our professional traders. And behind the desks here at Right Line Trading, Brock Miller is our college student. He's getting a degree in computer science. Charles Sider has a master's degree in computer engineering from UCLA, the Bruins. So Charles is I always refer to him as our engineer because I'll tell you, it's 8:30 Eastern every morning when we meet. For him, he's over in California, so it's 5:30 a.m. But let me tell you, this guy makes sure every I is dotted, T's are crossed. He could probably take your computer apart and put it back together better than Microsoft. He's that meticulous. So he's a real asset. He's great with our clients. He does tech support, and he assists our developer, Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. I've got that. I'm down here in South Florida, so if you don't speak Spanish, you don't talk to half of the people here. But Sergio is extremely gifted. I kind of put him in the same boat as Joe Wyse. These guys can make complex algorithms, mathematical equations, and now even AI integrations. They can bring it to life in NinjaTrader. Sergio has his master's degree in computer science. And the owner of Right Line Trading, Mr. Mark Miller, he's a U.S. Army vet. If we have any veterans in the audience today, and man, it's just such a thrill to see such a huge audience. Thank you for your time. It's great to see such a great crowd here. There's hundreds of people in attendance. So prop trading is really a hot topic. And Mark Miller, he's the owner of Right Line Trading, purchased the company from Mark Sachs. And he is a U.S. Army vet. And believe it or not, he's also an electrical engineer. What did he do prior to buying Right Line Trading? Well, he programmed robots in factories. And a lot of these new concepts and ideas that we're integrating, in fact, all of them that we're integrating into our AI Autotrader are coming from Mark Miller. And he's extremely intelligent, and he really brings those core military values. He's made it the most important thing of this company to be 100% transparent, to be honest, and have integrity. And it's instilled into every department here at Right Line Trading. So enough about our team. Our mandate as software developers is always to help to give our traders an edge. And how do we do that? We provide you with signals that help predict the future direction of price. That's the information that's so valuable. And that's what our mission, that's our mandate. Anthony did really a beautiful introduction. So I always like to, a little personal information about myself. As he mentioned, I'm a graduate of Syracuse University, been with Right Line Trading for 10 years now. I see some people in attendance that have been here longer than me. Bob's been a member with us for God knows who knows how long before me. And there's so many of you here. Thank you so much for your time. Angel, Arjan, I see you here. Bob, Erwin, David, George. It's really great to see you here. John, Jonathan, great to see you. Anyway, Down here in South Florida, really the biggest blessing, I have a few passions. My passion is number one, my family. God blessed me with a beautiful wife, beautiful Haitian wife who's just a great, strong woman. You read about a good woman in the Bible, and she brings those psalms to life. It's just a true blessing, and we have two beautiful children. I have a 5-year-old. My wife and I have a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old. My friends tell me I have more guts than brains, but you know what? They're the biggest blessing and gift that I've ever gotten in my life. And my other passion is saltwater fishing. What can I say? I love fishing. I'm down here in South Florida. We're surrounded by the ocean. If you live down in Florida and you're not by the water, you're nuts. You're crazy. I love the ocean. This is a recent fishing trip. This is a barracuda. I like to stretch this picture to make the fish look a little bigger, but it was a nice sized fish, and it's a lot of fun fishing. So the genesis of the AI Auto Trader, how this all began, is with the trouble that we have with consistency. Listen, I've talked over the years to hundreds, if not thousands of traders, including myself. And it's important that you know that we all have the very similar struggles. It's with consistency. It's with emotional errors. It's with revenge trading. It's fumbling with a platform that we're not 100% familiar with. It's the glitches that the data feed provider gives us. We all have the same problems and issues. You're not alone. And it's important to know that. But really, I think the most common problem that I hear and that I can always relate to are these human errors. Sometimes you can't classify them as errors. These are traits that are inherent in our genealogy. In our genes, we've inherited from our family line. I heard a presentation. I always bring it up. Christopher Mullen was on Trader's Corner. He said out of a dozen different personality traits that people have, maybe 1 or 2 lend well to being a good trader. Well, guess what? I'm one of those 11 that just doesn't lend well. People like David Wyse, David Wyse reminds me of, if you've ever been on an airplane and you're at 30,000 feet, and all of a sudden you get horrible turbulence and the plane starts going up and down and you're grabbing your armrest, you're ready to rip them off the chair. And then the pilot comes over the loudspeaker. He says, "Welcome to American Airlines, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to look out to the left and you'll see we're flying over." And he's just so calm, cool, and collective. That's David Wyse. A trade could be going against him and his P&L is red and it's running up the score in the red. And he's calm and cool as a cucumber because he's looking at the technicals and he knows it's just a matter of time before things smooth out and it goes back in his direction. I don't have that gift to put aside those emotions. So what I do is I like to bail out of the trades early. Or if I see a trade going in my direction, and I see that those green numbers start piling up, I want to squeeze my stop. God forbid I give any of it back. And I'll squeeze this stop and I won't let the trade mature. So, being a terrible trader, if I had to make an analogy, it's almost like going to a Sunday brunch and they have just a beautiful spread. They got a guy cooking the omelets and they've got all of the seafood, the shrimp and the lobster, and it's a smorgasbord. And you're the only one who's on a diet and you just can't eat. And you look around the room and everyone's eating and having a great time, or maybe going to a discotheque and everyone's dancing and having a good time and you got lead feet. You just can't dance. Well, that's kind of how I've been feeling on my trading journey. That everybody else, I get these emails, they're making a ton of money really quick and easy. And, I go to bed and I'm just talking to myself because of these emotional human errors that we all make. So That was the genesis of the AI auto trader. Because listen, let the truth be known. When that bell rings and you're looking at the right edge of that chart, we have no idea which way the market is going to go. We can listen to the talking heads. We can have our own opinions and biases, but God only knows which way that market's going to go. So we've narrowed it down to two things that we believe is going to create trading success. In this instance, let's call it prop trading success. I'm going to keep it to the theme of prop trading. Yes, this is an automated system that runs on NinjaTrader 8, and it can be traded on a live account, okay? It can absolutely be traded with a live account. However, keeping with today's theme, it can also be traded on a prop account, whether it's a valuation account or a PA or a performance account. This thing will provide you with a powerful edge over all other traders. And I'm going to go into detail about what that edge is. So it's a system that will automatically get you in and out of these trades at the most ideal times. And I'm going to show you how we do it. The main benefits of using our AI auto trader, if you're somebody like me who just can't dance, I'm just kidding, I can't dance, but who just can't trade very well. I've had people call me at the office that, they're newbies. They're just getting started and they're very enthusiastic and they can't wait to dive in head first. And they say to me, I saw on your website that you have a discretionary system and then you also have an automated system. Which one do you recommend? And for 95% of the people, I could save you a lot of heartache and pain and tell you go with the automated system because there's only a very small percentage of us that are predisposed with these gifts to put ourselves in the zone and channel out everything else and be consistent with your trading. So, this is something that's going to automatically get you in and out. So my answer is always the automated system, especially with this artificial intelligence now. This is a system that's going to automatically put your stop and profit targets in place. It also provides you the ability to manage your trade. If you feel you want to drag your stop or move your profit target, you always have that ability. So with the prop firms, it's important to know that our members are getting payouts because this is considered a semi-automated system. It's a self-directed strategy within NinjaTrader 8 that you have the ability to fiddle with or adjust all of the parameters or conditions of your entry. We do have they are professionally optimized and we share the templates. Oh my God. I've helped a lot of our members with some other vendors and they don't send templates for their strategies. It blows my mind. So all of these templates are professionally optimized and out of the box, everything is going to be in place for you. But this is considered a semi-automated system as far as the prop firms are concerned. So there's no more cutting our winners short, that's for me, and no more mismanaging our trades. And prop traders, man, I've got something that's going to blow your mind. We've got some custom strategies for prop traders. I heard Gary from Viper, and we've got some prop trading templates that we're really proud of. So I'm going to show you what we like to call them the one-day passes. We call them the ODP. The ODP templates, extremely exciting. I'm from the old school. I would trade an evaluation with one contract, a $50,000 evaluation. I traded with one contract and I put my blood, sweat, and tears for a month into this thing and go up and down like a seesaw, trying to get past the evaluation. Well, listen, all of that is out the window now. These prop firms now have what they call the 1-day pass for the evaluations. There's no muss and fuss. We get you over that hurdle in a session or two. And how do we do it? I'm going to go into that next. So I always do. I like to refer to Casey Kasem. Casey Kasem used to count down every Saturday. Here we are Saturday. I'm not going to count down 40. Don't worry. I'm only going to do the top 3 or 4. And I like to do my countdown of the top performing strategies. And if you've heard my presentations before, they're the same ones. They're pretty much always the same ones that just do extremely well. Well, the cash register is our S&P 500 futures, our ES strategy. One of the secrets to our success is our risk to reward ratio. This is a strategy that leverages about a 5 or 6 to 1 risk to reward ratio. We have very ambitious profit targets, and we have ways to manage the trade where we could trail it in a variety of different ways to lock in profits. But in collaboration with professional options trader David Wyse, we put together this cash register strategy on the E-mini. And David's core methodology, he always looks at relative strength versus the SPY to see which instruments or which stock tickers in his circumstances are being influenced by institutional money. And that's the core mandate of this system. We're going to follow institutional money. So we look at market internals. We're looking at a multi-time frame assessment of trends and momentum. So this is the month of July. This is where we left off. For the month of July, and I'm going to pull over, I'm going to explain how this works because it's really cool. For the month of July, our ES strategies, and I say that plural because we actually have 2 of them running at the same time. Let me pull over my performance, and it's important to know that these are not back tests that I'm showing you. These are actual results of trading it on a live market. I'm not going to show you the strategy analyzer and show you, a back test of something. It's just, you can't rely on it. This is the performance of our ES strategies that we're trading just one E-mini contract, just one, okay? So this one here, you could see is our signal B. I'm sorry, this is both combined. Our signal A, right here, this is the P&L of our signal A. The signal A is up $1,628. The signal A looks for a big reversal. What we've done is an analysis of the data where we can time optimize the templates to see each half hour of the day how they perform. And what we found was our signal A entry that looks for reversals does extremely well early, like from 8:30 to about 10 or 10:30, it's extremely consistent. But then what we're finding is after 10:30, the ES kind of finds a direction and it starts trending in one way or the other. And that's where our signal B comes into play. If I take off the signal A and I show you signal B, this is our equity curve for signal B. And when we do a time optimization of this one, it shows you from 11:30, we've got this huge green arrow, green box signifying the profits from 11:30. It's per half hour. Now, let me be clear. I'm breaking it down by the half hour of the day. So we run our signal A from 8:30 to about 10:30, and then from 11 or 11:30 to 12:30, we go for that signal B. And combined, running them both together, so far this month, those strategies are combined up $2,703. That's trading just one E-mini contract, and we're risking 15 ticks to potentially make 90. You could see here our, let's see, our largest losing trade was $179. On the flip side of the coin, our largest winning trade was 783. Okay, so 783 versus 180. Let's call it 800 and 200. That's about a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So we have the potential to make 4-to-1 on these winners, which as a futures trader, listen, that's our big downfall. You know, how many times have you taken 2 or 3 winners and you're feeling good, you're feeling like you can't lose, and all of a sudden you take one more and bingo, you hit your stop and it wiped out those 2 or 3 winners that you worked so hard for. Ouch, it hurts. Let's go to number 2. Number 2 on our Saturday count 3 top down. Listen, if this strategy continues to trade the way that it's trading now, this will be you and your loved one on the front of this boat with a big coconut and a mixed drink or a virgin daiquiri, and you'll be sailing off into the sunset, into your retirement. This strategy's been crushing it. Oh my God, it's so exciting to see. Wait till I show you the results of this strategy this month of July. This month of July, from the 1st to the 12th, trading one contract, one E-mini. Now listen, there's absolutely nothing preventing us, once we have their money, once we have some profits in the bank, there's nothing preventing us from scaling up. When these strategies get hot, if you bump them up to 2 or 3 contracts, you'd have to multiply this by 2 or 3. So listen, we're talking life-changing money. So let me show you the retirement plan, the bot. And this is showing you just what my slide is. It's showing you that the 2-minute bot, if I take off that one strategy, there's nothing. So I want you to know that this is not a smoke and mirror show. I've seen a few of those and it's disheartening. So this is actual trade performance, trading one contract on the 2-minute over the course of the entire month of July. So automatically it's made $5,338. If you've seen one of my presentations before, we use technology, we leverage artificial intelligence where a bot runs in tandem with a drone. Remember, I told you the owner of the company is an electrical engineer and he built robots in factories. Okay, this is where the thinking came to life. We run a drone that shares a database with the bot. You could see if my performance of my drone was a little less. It was 3785. The drone is sharing a database with the bot and it's telling it in real time dynamically where to put the stop and the profit targets. So they're in the most ideal locations. They're in the optimal locations. So our drone made 3785, but it was telling the bot where to put the stops and profit targets, and that strategy was up 5338, significantly more efficient. So the technology is effective. It is working as designed. So $5,338, the E-mini, the NASDAQ, the 1-2 punch in July. So now let me show you the prop trading component of this. It's really exciting to show you this. We had talked about the 1-day passes. Listen, spending that month, like I was saying earlier, trying to get over that hurdle of making 3,000 before you lose 2,500. It's like a seesaw. It could go up and down and take you forever. Well, listen, we've got, I like to call it prop trading on steroids. And to give you kind of the spirit of how this works, I'm going to bring over this, I'm going to try to bring over, without messing up my slide deck. I'm going to bring over this video. I think it's this one here. This is Mark Miller. He's doing the 1-day pass trade. He's using a trade copier and he's copying an evaluation into a trade that's executed automatically. We've time optimized our haymaker strategy. We know the best half hour of the day, and we level it up to make 62 ticks with 10 contracts. It just got into our profit window. If it gets within 10 ticks, it goes into a profit window, and then boom, it bumps through, and that one trade, he gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 evaluations passed, or $18,000 on one trade. On one trade, done. No muss, no fuss. So these are the one-day pass templates. So a lot of people say, well, how effective are they? Well, let me show you this. We have a one-day pass template that is, I'm about to show you really mind-blowing numbers. We've time optimized our Russell template. This Russell template, let me tell you, we haven't had much success with it outside of 1/2 hour or 1 hour of the day. For one reason or another, and I don't know why, but from 8:30 to 9:30, this strategy makes money. Any other time of the day, we're just very unsuccessful with it. So, you know, just this week for our regular bots and strategies, we changed it to mimic the one-day pass, because what it's doing on this one-day pass for prop traders, our members are extremely excited. Everybody's passing their evaluations. Take a look at these numbers. In the month of July, and I'm going to bring over the performance so you know it's for real, $15,000. If you look at the percentage profitable, and that's really what I go by on these one-day passes. Look at this P&L. Look at this performance on this one-day pass. I could show you when it happens. If I go to my analysis and I do it by the half hour of the day, and I go to my entry time, look at this block at 8:30, over $13,000. And let me tell you, I've watched it. I watched it for the last month. This thing, it's almost on a dime at 8:30. You can set your watch. By 8:32, you're in the trade. And take a look at the summary on this. It's unbelievable. Look at this thing. $15,000 in total net profit. It took, look how many trades it took. It took 28 trades. Now, they don't all go the maximum excursion. If they come within 10 ticks of our profit target, we have what's called a profit window. We can't give back a lot of unrealized gains with these evaluation accounts. So I don't want to go too much into the minutia. Gary, who preceded me, did a really fabulous job of explaining the ins and outs of the prop trading. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but we've designed these templates to lock in the profits so they don't give you a lot of unrealized gains that'll come back very quickly and blow out your account. So anyway, back to the numbers. 15,000 in profits, 2,300 in losing trades, 28 trades, 82%. 82%. This strategy won 82% of the trades between 8:30 and 9:30 on these one-day passes. Okay, so let's do the math. I heard Norman today; he was doing the math. If you do the math, the prop firms are, I don't know. For the most popular one is a 50,000, so let's stick with that one. They're at 80% off. It's about $33 per month, or $33 for the evaluation. So let's just say that it was 50%, and it wasn't 80%. So that would mean for every 2 that you bought, you would pass, statistically, you would get 1 PA account. And you would do it in 1 or 2 sessions, and it would be over. And if you have a trade copier, you could copy it across 5 different evaluations. And for an investment of $300 or $400, you could get yourself 5 or 10 PA accounts in 1 week. And then the fun begins, because the next component to our system is our PA templates. We have a PA template I mentioned that we time optimized one of our most powerful bots, which is called the Haymaker. I refer to it as, a sexy, luxurious European sports car. This is like our Ferrari, our Maserati, our Lamborghini. It runs on a 30 range. And listen, there's a certain window, a certain time during the day that for one reason or another, it just thrives. It knocks it out of the park. It's right about 10:30. I'll tell you what time it is. Anyway, we have our PA account custom templates. I talk to members all the time that have funded accounts, and there's nothing more frustrating than to take the time and money to get the PA account, only to blow it in the PA account and have to start over again. Ouch. It hurts. I feel your pain because it happens to me too. And it's no fun. So that was the genesis of this PA account. Like Joel was saying, he loves to get feedback from his members. Having that insight, there's power in numbers. Being part of a trading community, there's so much value getting feedback from you as traders. You have no idea. Listen, we heard from so many of you that said, once we get the PA account, we don't want to take so much risk. We just want to make a few $100s consistently. Listen, we've got the template for you now. We call it our PA custom template, and we can make it good for a 50,000 account all the way up to the max. I think it's 250 or 300,000. So let me show you the numbers on this one. From July 1st to July 12th, I thought I left the date out, but I didn't. It's just in the second line. Very consistently and quietly, it risks 20 ticks to make 20 ticks. It trades 2 contracts at a time. Let me show you the summary on it. This is the summary of the PA account. Do you see something here that stands out? You're right. There's no drawdown. There's no drawdown. Look at the summary. Our max drawdown is $450. It wins 74% of the time. These are not home run trades. It's almost an even risk to reward. But the reason why we're having a lot of success with it is we've added a few conditions. So we only take our most, I want to say, conservative entries, and our time optimized. If I go back to our time optimization, and this is over months and months of data, we found our window for the Haymaker is between 10:30 and 12. For some, at the market open, it gets faked out. It gives us the old 1-2, the old stutter step. Once things kind of calm down and start trending, this thing finds its way. So from 10:30 to 12, like clockwork, this strategy has been bringing home the bacon. So this is our PA. This is our funded prop account that takes very little risk. I think if you lose 2 trades, it stops for the day. We trail the trades very tightly. But let me tell you, to get 20 ticks during this window of opportunity on that 30 range chart, with our indicators, we have, let me tell you, the software that this system is leveraging, I'm not going to get into the minutia of it, but it's very powerful software that looks at those market internals. It looks at a multi-time frame assessment of trend and momentum. And when it lines up, this is a strategy that's going to get you into these trades. For 20 ticks, it's like a walk in the park for this Haymaker strategy. It happens very quickly. But I'm going to keep my chart close because I want to show you one other thing. So that's our PA account template for prop traders. So when I tell you that we've got an edge for prop traders, the good news is it's done automatically. Even if you're a trader like me, who lets their emotions get in the way, or you're not good on NinjaTrader and you fumble and you step on banana peels, I can't tell you how many banana peels I've stepped on, and I slip it up, and before I know it, I've blown an account over a human error, or I just can't navigate Ninja's platform quick enough to get my feet under me. Anyway, let's keep moving. The reason why we're having success. Listen, we're in an AI revolution. Let me say it again. We are in an AI revolution, and that's a hard stop. AI is taking over, and I always dismissed it. A year and a half ago, you heard Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband. He invested millions and millions of dollars in NVIDIA. I said, wow, what's he doing? And, you know, why is he putting all that money in NVIDIA? He's a believer in that AI stuff. Well, geez, he had the inside information. He already knew how powerful it was. I wish I would have followed him then. You know, I'm kind of late to the party. I jumped in. But AI is so powerful. Listen, the CEO of NVIDIA, his name is Wang. He did a workshop a few weeks ago, and he, you know, told them what NVIDIA is going to be coming out with, their new platform and their new technology. If you haven't had a chance to read about it, please do, because it's game changing. And what they're coming out with is just, it's a revolution. A lot of people equate it to the automobile, the invention of the automobile. And I mean, this is life-changing technology, and where it's going to go is limitless. We don't know yet. So in the midst of an AI revolution, we're now scratching the surface to it. Our technology, we've integrated already in collaboration, excuse me, with really a world-renowned AI lab. We've integrated what we call our bots and drones, a closed-loop system that's self-learning. The way the technology works, I described it earlier. Each one of our strategies runs in tandem with what we call a drone. The drone has a static stop and profit target that's huge, very, very wide, and it doesn't move. However, the bot is always taking trades in tandem with the drone. So when they both take the trade, they're sharing a database that we've developed that's going to run on your computer. We have a special tool that's going to install this technology on your computer. When the two take the trade, the drone is going to tell the bot what the range of the market is. Listen, the biggest pitfall to automated strategies has always been when market conditions change, the settings are stale. They don't work. We need a trending market, or we need this type of market. Well, this is a system that will modify dynamically. And what I mean by dynamically is while you're trading without any of your input, it's going to dynamically change the inputs and location of your stop and your profit targets. And it's all based on the average true range of the market. So this has been the game changer. We're actually even taking things a step further. And I don't want to go over my time, but I want to show you real quick what's coming. The collaboration, you know, what I love about the new owner of this company, not only his background, this is what he did, for factories, but he is committed. He's made a commitment. And he is continuing this collaboration with this AI development lab. And we're now integrating what we call our pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, which also goes into play with what we've already done with we call them smart exits. And let me show you real quick. Let me go back to my chart. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I want to show it to you. If I go to my indicators, Sergio is developing this. We start them as indicators, and then we develop them into the strategies. If I add in the custom candlestick patterns, you can see what it does is now keep in mind, this is looking at 6 instruments simultaneously on a number of different time frames. And it has the ability, with the speed that it could process data, it has the ability to recognize all of these very common patterns. Joe mentioned it, and I heard Gary mention it, that, listen, the charts are very geometrical, and they make patterns throughout the trading sessions that are very repetitive. And what this technology is going to have the ability to do, and I've learned that it's not only for entries, a lot of these signals, a lot of these patterns that are naturally reoccurring within the market are not only for entries, but a lot of them are for exits. When you see this certain, pattern develop, get the, what out of that trade, because it's going to reverse. So this technology is going to be used to get us in and out of trades when the system recognizes these patterns that come up, but only the highest probability patterns. It has the ability through this self-learning technology to learn which of these patterns, when they happen, are the most likely to go on to become profitable trades. So this self-learning technology is currently, we're in the process of doing testing. It's already been developed, and it's going to be released. Our target date is the end of July. What it does is when any one of these patterns are recognized, if we check each one's off, all of them off, we've set them to a corresponding color. And this way, our technology that we've developed, this closed loop system, can process the data lightning fast, and it can tell us which ones are the ones that we want to go with. So it's extremely powerful integration that leverages AI technology. Now remember, in the very beginning of this presentation, I mentioned having an edge over all other retail traders. Listen, this technology, can you imagine either you or me trying to recognize these patterns in a fast-moving market, fumbling around with a platform that we're not 100% familiar with, and trying to adhere to the guidelines of these prop trading firms? Listen, you've got to be a Michael Jordan. Are you kidding me? You've got to have an edge. And let me tell you, having this system and going up against somebody who doesn't is going to give you a clear and definitive edge. These are the main advantages or the edge that we provide to the users of the system. It's going to identify the trends early. It's going to get you in lightning fast. It's going to have the optimal stop and profit targets based on the average true range of the market. What does that lead to? Increased efficiency, the output, the profitability. That's what we're talking about with this integration, and the adaptability to current market conditions. Listen, this is a very news-driven market. Throughout the week, you could look at your Forex Factory calendar, and you could see the ABCs of these news reports. And listen, the market can change from a ranging, choppy, dull murder of a market into a trending, lightning fast rocket ship in the drop of a dime. So to have this technology, it's going to provide you with an edge. And the smart exits is something we just released, and we're going to be integrating that with the pattern recognition. So it's really a extremely exciting technology. I'm going to skip through a couple of these slides. And I know I'm running low on time right now. I'm within a minute. If anybody has a question, please, I don't want to take everyone's time. There's hundreds of people in the room. Just put your name and your phone number. I'm going to be around all day. If you're going to be around today, I could even call you today. If not, in the next day or two, if you put your name and your number in the chat box, I would love to give you a call, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that you might have. So let's get to the special offer. What we're going to offer, and man, I had to do a little arm twisting for this, but I was able to get it done. We love Traders Corner. Thank you so much, Traders Corner. So I'm going to get into my offer. Thank you, John. I'm going to answer your question, George. I see it. It's great. George said, "Can you get to the software, please?" Okay, I've done it. I know it's been a long day. So for Traders Corner, here's the good news. Thank you, Julu. Thank you, Lulu. Dick Porter's in the house. Good to see you, Dick. All right. So our special offer, Traders Corner. We got a lot of people in attendance. If you're not somebody that's very good, if you're not technically inclined, if you don't know NinjaTrader, don't worry. Don't worry. We happen to have the best, and I'm not saying it because I work for this team. I say it because I know from experience. We have the best customer support, remote access support, installation support. We get on your screen. Not only do we install the systems for you, but we'll even fine tune your computer. I mean, we go above and beyond to make sure that your system is running optimally. We want to establish a win-win relationship with you, okay? We can only do that if you make money. So we're going to provide you with customer support like you've never seen before, white glove support. We're going to include the prop trading component. The ownership is wanting to, kind of separate the prop trading platform from the live, account trading platform. But this weekend, we're going to include it all. I like to call it the full Monty. The full Monty, the full portfolio. And we've got an extremely diversified portfolio of instruments. Some I haven't even discussed. All of the index equities, crude oil, gold, they're all included. We're going to include our ODP templates. And by the way, on the ODP templates, we also post every week. I love to do this. I love to post the percentage, the chance that you have of being profitable on all the ODPs, okay? The RTY is just on fire, but we give that to our members on almost a daily or weekly basis. So you are going to receive the prop trading templates. Payouts, and George, this goes into your question. I'm going to answer George's question. George asked, he thought Apex had a rule against using an auto trader. George, that's a very common concern, and it's a genuine, legitimate concern because they really do specify, they make mention of automated trading systems. However, they also make mention of what they deem a semi-automated trading system, and they define it. And the definition of let me see if I can bring it up, of a semi-automated trading system is one that it could take automated entries, but you must be in control of the conditions that must be met in order to take the trade. So if I open up the strategy itself, now we send you pre-formatted templates, but you are in total control of every condition that must be met in order for a trade to be executed. Once the trade is executed, your stop and profit target is projected on your chart. This meets all of the qualifications, all of the specifications that qualify this to be a semi-automated trading system. So George, to answer your question, yes, you can use this system on your prop accounts. And it's because of the two reasons that I just outlined. So this weekend, we're going to include not only the ODP, the one-day pass evaluation templates, but once you get funded, we're going to keep you funded. Mark Miller, owner of Right Line Trading, and several other members of ours are getting payouts consistently. In fact, he's built up a number of his PA accounts to over $62,000 on 3 or 4 of his accounts. Gary may mention the first 3 or 4 payouts, they'll only give you 2,000 per account. So he's taking the first 3 or 4 payouts of 2,000 on numerous accounts. But then once he no longer has that 30% consistency rule and he can take an unlimited amount of money, he's always going to leave a cushion. Don't get me wrong. But he'll be able to start making withdrawals of $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. The sky is the limit. All right. So all of that will be included in the special offer. We also provide you with the masterclass modules. Some of our traders like to get under the hood. They like to know what each condition is of the strategies. They want to learn about the indicators. And some of them want to build their own automated strategies. We provide you with all of the necessary, not only the tools, but also all of the information to accomplish those goals. Listen, another thing that distinguishes us, and this comes into the transparency. We trade this system live on YouTube every morning. We're not going to deliver you the software and pat you on the back and say, go get them. Good luck. We're going to be on the right edge of the chart with you. We're going to trade this system with you every morning free of charge on YouTube Live. If we have a bad day trading, listen, we're going to wear it. There's no hiding from it. So we're going to trade the system with you live on YouTube. Okay, here we go. Let's get to the money. This is the Trader's Corner special. We're bringing it back. This is the same special we did for 4th of July and Father's Day. It was very popular. What we're doing is we're including the full Monty, all of the templates, prop trading templates, YouTube Live. For as long as your membership is active, you're going to have access to the Discord chat, YouTube Live. We have a small, medium, and large, monthly, annual, and lifetime. Our monthly subscription is normally $7.99. My associate Brock is going to put the link to place the order in the chat box. So you can click on the link and you'll be able to see these prices. We have the coupon codes embedded in our URL, so you won't need a coupon code. So once you click on the monthly, it's going to automatically discount it by $200 and bring it down to $5.99 per month. The annual subscription is a bit of a better value. It's normally $33.99. However, for Trader's Corner, for this special offer, we're knocking off $1,000 and we're bringing it down to $23.99 annual. If you break that down, that comes out to $200 a month, $200 a month, and you're going to trade with us for the entire year and have the full portfolio of strategies. And we brought back, we just brought back our lifetime back down. It's been at $39.99. We're bringing it back down to $29.99 for this weekend for the Trader's Corner event. So if you have the means, by all means, that is the best value. For $29.99, you're gonna ride out this journey with us. And let me tell you, it's going to be a heck of a ride, knowing in the background everything that's coming in the very near future. Listen, I know I always get questions about the pricing, and I know it is a lot of money, but I want to show you, and I'm going to close with this. I want to show you our Discord chat, because really the value of it is how much money can it make me? You know, if it can't make you money, then it's worth nothing. If you're having success with it and it's making you money, then it's worth it. And if you go into our daily results in our Discord chat, we have a member who just came aboard, Scott. He's very close to getting 5 PA accounts. He has 4. He used the one-day pass to get them. Now that he has 4 PA accounts, he's using the PA, that PA prop template that I showed you. And you can see that he's run up in all 4 of his accounts. He's got what is it? I think he's made about $1,500 in each account, each PA account, trading that 50,000 prop account. We have Marcia. Marcia just set the world record for a $50,000 prop account. She's brand new to prop trading. She traded a $50,000 account. I don't know if you could see this, but she got her $50,000 account to $64,000. $64,000. I said, Marcia, you can close that trade now. You passed. She was in this trade till it made $64,000. She made too much money. She's brand new, but she's got 9 PA accounts in the first 2 or 3 weeks that she's run this system. And we could go through these daily results, and the numbers that you see each day in these are really mind-blowing. Listen, it's just a fact that you and I would just be unable to manually take trades and bring up these type of results on our best day. It's just impossible. So when we look at the price of what the system costs, yes, it is a little pricey. You know, it is, you know, the price isn't cheap. But let me tell you this, it's worth every penny. It's worth every penny because, and this is my message of hope. This is my message of hope. He got 1,000 over 4 PA accounts. This was Scott. And I want to end with this because I'm out of time. If your prop trading journey or if your trading journey has been filled with potholes and disappointments, I want you to know that we have something here that will give you the potential to be an absolute game changer. Once we get these PA accounts and we put them on Joe Wyse's copier or Replicanto's copier or anybody's trade copier, we could start 5Xing and 10Xing these accounts without risking any of our own money. As prop traders, this is the prop trader's ultimate edge. So listen, come aboard and let's get on the right edge Monday morning. If you have a question, I'm standing by. Call me. I'll be here for the next few hours. If you put your name and number in the chat box, I'm going to take a screenshot and I'm going to call you as soon as I can. So Anthony, listen, I want to thank Traders Corner once again, and I'm really sorry I went over on my time. But thank you for having me today. It's always an honor to be on this venue.
Thank you, Roy. We really appreciate that. Those strategies look amazing. Congratulations on you and your team over at Right Line Trading on developing such a sophisticated system. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error over trading, inconsistent results, and blowing out your prop or live accounts, that would be me. Then Mr. Rory Powers over Right Line Trading has a solution for you to get funded and stay funded. You could learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous offer for our audience.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit. The staffers at Traders Corner wants to thank you all for joining us today. It's been an information-packed event, and we hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm going to put the website or YouTube link again so you could review this event for contact information or educational purposes. It'll be there on YouTube for you. It's also on our website as well. So the replay will be on our YouTube, which I put there. Have a nice weekend. Thanks again for being here. Have a blessed evening, and go get those profits next week and continue to get better at trading each and every week. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it.